scales, there's the undefeated challenger, Shakur Stevenson, a two-time world champion. Super lightweight world champion, the man known as the Takeover, Teofimo Lopez. Champion on the scale. Tomorrow night, Madison Square Garden, history continues. Sold out Madison Square Garden. Challenger Shakur Stevenson, champion Teofimo Lopez. The Garden is sold out. You can see it all live and exclusively on Goodall. This will be the final face-off before they both step into the ring with a referee between them.
Mic check, mic check. What's up, y'all? I'm getting the stream all set up. Woo! We finally here. We finally here. Shakur Teo, y'all. What's up, everybody? What's up, E? What up, Kuya? What up, Wayne? I see my man said Brick South W. Double up who? Ah, shit. we about to get it. It's fight night. Oh, man. Who you guys got, man? While I'm getting the stream all set up. Long time, Kuya. What's up, man? If Teo gets a clean shot, he's going to clear his ass out. Pause. But damn. I mean, Teo can crack, man. Emmanuel says Team Teo. King says Teo. Teo. What's up, Kendrick? George says Teofimo Lopez 120%. Damn. This is about to be one of those fights. Lawrence is leaning towards Teo. What is the? Let me see the poll real quick while everyone's coming in. Let me see real quick. Who wins? Damn. Okay. It's kind of close. Shakur's only at a 51%. Lopez gonna take him in deep waters. Teo don't know how to beat Shakur. Raw Truth says. He's gonna get cracked. Damn. Yo, man, I'm ecstatic for this one. I'm getting my setup all set up, so I appreciate it. Who's fighting right now? Amma Williams just finished fighting, so I'm just getting the stream set up. But the next fight was gonna be Big Baby Miller, then Shushu Carrington after, then Keyshawn. So we got 4 fights essentially coming up. So this will be another Crawford Canelo fight. As leans to Shakur is gonna win. Can't call it even? Damn. Who do I have? You know, the main card is about to start, Mike. Yeah, we got 4 fights. Yeah. So I have a whole bunch of different crazy like breakdowns in my head, right? So I'm gonna get through all of it while we'll be calling the fights. But while all you guys are coming in right now, my first safe instinctual bet is going to be Shakur Stevenson. Not saying that Teo does not have a chance. This is one of those fights where, regardless of what people think about resumes or who's the better boxer, this is one of those fights that defines their era. And we all know we've been waiting for a very long time for these guys to get in the ring. We've seen a couple already, but for Teo and Shakur, this is really Shakur's first real, how would I say it, first real big fight amongst his peers. So I do wonder, with the experience that Teo has, can he rise to the occasion again? I think it's just style matchup, right? Teo's shown he's had troubles against movers, Sandor Martin, Jermaine Ortiz, things like that, right? But at the same time, we've also seen signs of Shakur's defense being able to get cracked, right? I know that people think Shakur slipped in the Zepeda fight, but I personally thought the ropes held him up. So, but right now, Ammo Williams just ended, so we're in an intermission, right? I'm gonna get my stream set up, the whole screen and everything. We're at an intermission. Big Baby Miller is gonna be coming up. Then Shushu Carrington will be coming up. Then after that, Keyshawn Davis versus Jermaine Ortiz, and then Shakur Stevenson versus, my bad, Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. Let me make sure I say that correctly. So, how many fights till Keyshawn? We got 2 more fights before Keyshawn, brother. Yeah, it's gonna be late as hell in Germany for the main event. Yeah, it's gonna be late as hell for America too, man. I feel like Shakur's been waiting for a real fighter. I mean, he's been kind of waiting for an opportunity, I think, more than anything. Like, someone's gonna have to want to fight him, and Teo is that guy that's wanting to fight him. So, all right, so this is pretty much how the rules of the stream is going to operate, right? So I'm gonna be transparent with everybody that's coming in. It's gonna be a live commentary, live watch along, right? The Zone is going to have their own copyright team going out there striking YouTube channels that show the fight. Now, I'll be able to show screenshots here and there, all right, but I'm going to commentate from my standpoint of the fight, in my honest opinion, and then on top of that, I'll be able to interact with you guys and then speak. So cool. All right, man. So let me get this up while it seems like a lot of you guys came in. Let me get a quick roll call for everybody that's coming in. Where you guys from? Where you at? Where you guys located? And tell me, who do you think is gonna win on the main event, and how are they gonna win? Is there gonna be a knockout, a decision, right? Now, the rules is on the screen. If anyone is coming in, right, I'm gonna have the people who is in the ring on the screen. So anytime someone comes in, they're like, yo, who's fighting? What? Just tell them it's on the screen. It's pretty obvious, right? Bam. Name right here, name right there. In addition to it, I will start the clock, and this will be the round and how many rounds. It's pretty plain and simple right here, right? If this fight is not on yet, it will have coming up next, letting you know this is the fight coming up next. In addition to it, I'll have a chat on the side that will show, and I'll be talking to you guys, and I'll be posting your guys' comments at the top, right? So the more you guys interact, the more I'll read, and I'll put your comments up. And you can say anything you want. You can call me an idiot. My takes are dumb. You can say, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'll post it, right? And in a matter of respect, right? So I'll post it. I'll put your guys' comments up here, right? We'll do a play-by-play. And like I said, even if I pick a fight who I think is gonna win and I'm wrong, I will admit that I'm wrong. So it's just part of the whole interacting with you guys. So all right. Anyways, let me get you guys on the screen while The fighters are getting in the ring, the heavyweight fight. Shakur fans are scared. Oh, what up, Mexican boxing? David Lopez, Shakur. What up, Robert? My man said where the liquor at. Play-by-play and a blunt tonight is lit. What up, Dejan? What's going on, man? You got a Bando and Tio? Whew. He's the underdog, so you had to come up, man. No, F that. Stream the whole fight. I'm sorry, brother. I can't. Nobody's going to be able to do it, man. None of us will be able to do it. Chicago. That's what's up. New York. Alabama. Can we watch it from your money? No, won't be able to show the fight. New Jersey. Also, is it safe to assume you're going for Shakur? Cincinnati. Shakur by unanimous. Texas. Dallas. The fight is pay-per-view on DAZN. Live from St. Louis, Missouri. Yo, we need more boxing in Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri. My man said, let's go Shakur. Atlanta, Georgia. What up, Chris? Waterloo, Iowa. That's what's up. What up, Beyond? Yeah, I can't show. Stream setup solid. Appreciate it, y'all. So, while we're waiting for Big Baby Miller to get in the ring, this is why I have Shakur, right? And I've been covering Shakur and Teofimo for honestly over 10 years, right? I've been fortunate to be able to see the inception of their career and before they've even won their first world title. And I think the reason why I'm personally going with Shakur is more not the fact that I don't think Teo's creative offense cannot crack Shakur's defense, but I think more than likely Shakur is going to have a style that if Teo does not essentially make the proper adjustments, he is going to fall into the same traps that he did with Jermaine Ortiz and Sandor Martin. Now, the other question is Shakur going to fight that way, and is he going to try to press the action? Something tells me, however, that Shakur is going to actually fight Teofimo Lopez in this fight, and it's going to create a very weird situation for Teo, because maybe in his mind, he's expecting to have to chase Shakur, right? But at the same time, Teo is a natural boxer, and every fighter that presses Teo, Josh Taylor, all the offensive fighters, Teo has been able to successfully outbox them. So I think Shakur is going to try to do a little bit back and forth, and it may work in his favor, but at the same time, it could work against them. And because of that, we all know Teo has power. And if Teo does land a significantly devastating shot, how will Shakur react to that, right? So, but I think Shakur's consistent defense is going to play a factor in this. From Texas, let's go Teo. If Teo don't knock him out, Shakur wins. Lil Joe said, y'all got Shakira? That's crazy. Last time this type of fight happened, y'all know what happened. South Carolina, why Big Baby? We were supposed to get the Ammo Williams fight against Carlos Adames, but Carlos Adames apparently couldn't make it to the fight. He got sick. So Ammo, in all honesty, put on a really underwhelming performance. And if that was Carlos Adames in there healthy, I think he would have easily beaten Ammo Williams. So no way Shakur wins. Teo needs to chase him down. I think the obvious play is that Teo should go after Shakur and Shakur should box, right? But I don't think Teo is going to go after him. And I think that's going to really allow Shakur to dictate how the fight goes. Teo is going to try to box Shakur, and if he does, that's probably going to be a really bad idea. But Teo's athleticism and creativity can put on some sort of crazy opportunity to maybe land a shot. But if he doesn't land that shot, then what, right? So, Missouri, stand up. This guy is lying. Alvarez here watching from Australia. Thanks very much for putting this on. I got Teo winning by KO. Shakur for the power at 140. There is this sparring partner. His name is Kevin Johnson from Vegas, right? I've interviewed him many times. Kevin Johnson has sparred Shakur and Teofimo Lopez both. He put on his social media that he feels that by Shakur moving to 140 is a mistake, and that will be the reason why Teofimo Lopez not only beat him, but I think he even said knocks out Shakur Stevenson because he has entered a weight class that is too big for him. We all know Shakur started at a smaller weight class, even though he's been considered big for those weight classes. But Teo has been naturally a lightweight and outgrew it to 140. So he is going to be the guy who's been consistently fighting at this weight and more comfortable at this weight. Justin said, let's go Shakur. Watch how many excuses Teo fans make after Shakur beats that ass. Raw Truth says, you can't anybody on defense when they have one. South Carolina. All right, here we go. Shout me out, Anthony, please, bro. In Jesus' name, all honor, glory to God. What up, Anthony? Can Shakur bang it out? I've seen Shakur spar, okay? And I've definitely seen him step it up in kind of fashions where, you know, we really haven't seen him do it professionally outside of the Zepeda fight and a couple other fights like Artem, where he had to chase down the bronze medalist. But let me remove this coming up. So I'm going to get ready to call this Big Baby Miller fight. But I think one key factor in Shakur is that Shakur has really great body shots. Like, I think even though he's very defensive minded, I think he's a very, very talented body shot puncher who places his shots really well. And if you think about it, a lot of his knockouts actually come from body shots. So, but all right. So in the first round with Jarrell Big Baby Miller versus Kingsley Ibeh. And I'll be 100% with you. I'm going to have to pull this guy's box right up and actually see if I've actually seen him fight somebody. He's actually knocked out Gerald Washington, Scott Alexander, a couple guys that I'm not really too familiar with. So not a lot going on in the first minute. Both guys are establishing the jab in their mid-range. Both of these guys look huge as heavyweights, not as in height-wise, but just as in size. You know, everybody knows Big Baby Miller has not been a slim guy. Both of these guys have been pawing the jab for a little bit right now. It seems Ibeh wants to double up the jab, and he landed a good jab on Big Baby Miller. Both guys are jabbing, but Ibeh is constantly landing good jabs to the body, disrupting the rhythm of Big Baby Miller. Big Baby Miller takes a step back. Another body shot, Big Baby Miller eats. Seems like a lot of body shot jabs are starting to enter in Big Baby Miller. About a minute and a half. Big Baby Miller's just eating jabs slowly. Eats another jab to the body. Yeah, the votes are close. Shakur's defense is definitely really good. Both guys are still mid-range jabbing, but Big Baby Miller's starting to get picked apart by these jabs. Eats another jab. I would definitely say that Big Baby Miller is probably eating a total of 15 jabs as he eats another jab, a couple body shots. Big Baby Miller hasn't really put together any real offense. Doesn't seem threatened by the jabs, but he eats another jab to the body. He throws his first legitimate real power punch with a right hand, but right away he gets followed up with a combination, pushes Big Baby Miller back. Starting to tee off on Big Baby Miller a little bit as they clinch. Big Baby's going down again. Yo, he's taking a lot of jabs. He throws a good right hook to the body. But right now in the clinch, Ibeh is starting to outwork Big Baby Miller a little bit. About 28 seconds left on the clock. Big Baby Miller is just getting outworked. It's a 10-round match. First round, Ibeh is outperforming Big Baby Miller, and we're kind of used to seeing Big Baby Miller start off really fast and put a lot of pressure, but he's being very patient. And as in right now, I would say Big Baby Miller lost the very first round very decisively, just being outworked and out-jabbed. All right, I got Teo. This in 5 by KO. Shocked the world again. I don't even like this guy. I don't know why, but he dialed, unlike Kambosos' fight, where Kambosos got in and said, I think Teo got Shakur's head. You know, I'm not going to make excuses for Teo, but I do feel like he was very emotionally charged in that fight. The way that he started off in the first round there was no patience, right? Like, he just went after Kambosos. He put himself in some really bad positions, and he definitely got dropped, underestimating how fast Kambosos really was. Kambosos was Manny Pacquiao's sparring partner, and to be able to maintain that type of, speed and output at that time, I mean, you got to be able to stand your own and be fast. And Pacquiao consistently brought him back in. So, personally, I think he was underestimating Kambosos, and I think over time, Kambosos was putting on a good fight, but Teo started to slowly win some in the later rounds, but it was kind of a little too late. Kambosos put a lot into that fight and comfortably won it. So, but right now, Ibeh is starting to put a lot more pressure, pushes Big Baby Miller up on the ropes and starts to throw some serious punches. They clinch as the ref breaks up. Who I currently right now got Shakur Stevenson. I just think his defense is just going to play a huge factor in why he's going to be able to neutralize Teo's offense. A couple body shots, Big Baby Miller threw, but Ibeh follows up, pushes Big Baby Miller up on the ropes. Not a lot of action going on. Both guys are smothering their work in the clinch. Ref breaks them up. Ibeh's still putting his punches together, being a lot more active as Big Baby Miller lands a good uppercut inside the clinch, and Ibeh throws a two-piece combination, and Big Baby Miller's starting to land some right hands in the clinch. Pretty ugly fight right now. Both guys are leaning on each other as the ref breaks them up. A sneaky uppercut from Ibeh lands. Big Baby Miller's starting to let his hands go a lot more this second round, but Ibeh's still targeting the body as they clinch and they push each other. Big Baby Miller's trying to push his weight on Ibeh. Ref breaks them up. Appreciate it, Wayne. A lot of close quarters fighting. A lot of clinching, a lot of body shots, a lot of up close fighting. Nothing significant landed so far. Both leaning on each other as if they're trying to push each other's weight. Almost like Big Baby Miller's trying to tire him out this way. Shakur should attack when the openings are there, stay back and draw and get away. Oh, good uppercut from Ibeh lands on Big Baby Miller as Big Baby Miller, he may have gotten hurt from that shot. He fires a couple more swings. But Ibeh's starting to land some really clean connecting flush shots as Big Baby Miller is targeting the body, fires back and lands very, very, very strong body shots. But as of right now, Ibeh seems like he landed the most significant shot. May have buzzed Big Baby Miller as he clinches again, trying to work off the clinch. I mean, I think Shakur personally is going to actually do a little bit of both. Layla, I think he's actually going to fight Teo. I don't think Shakur is going to be all defense, which is going to surprise a lot of people. But I think it's going to be a lot more calculated. But he has to be very careful, especially the early rounds. As of right now, Big Baby Miller's hair is... He's losing his hair. It looks like Big Baby Miller has a toupee on his head and is literally falling apart as he's getting punched to the corner. And his hair is... Look at this, guys. Hold on. No. I'm gonna get a screenshot. No. I can't show the fight, but I gotta show this. I gotta show. Hold on. Whoa, dude, his hair is falling off his head. Hold on. Let me get a good screenshot. Whoa, yo, guys, look at this. Okay, like I said, I can't play the footage. But his hair, what is going on here? What is going on there? Big Baby Miller has a toupee. He took his toupee off and he threw it off in the crowd. I don't believe this. He is bald and he threw his toupee in the crowd. What is going on? I'm going to pause this and won't do any commentary because I'm trying to show you guys. Listen, I don't think I even need to commentate this. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. He took his toupee off, threw it in the crowd, and he is officially Frankenstein in the ring. What happened here? What happened here? Yo, this reminds me of Franchon Cruz, where she had like a weave going on, and Barry Hunter took her weave and ripped her hair off as she was in mid-fight. But never have I seen a man with a toupee get it punched off and he throws it off in the middle of the ring. This is absolutely the most insane thing. I can't even call the fight right now. This is absolutely insane. As a judge, how can you score this fight? Look, I'm going to show another angle. For anyone that's just coming in right now. Hold on. Big Baby Miller took his toupee. Hold on. Let me zoom this up. I'm going to zoom this up. I'm sorry. I'm not even calling the fight. I hope you guys understand why I'm not calling the fight. It's crazy. Yo! He took his toupee off. Oh, yo, this is absolutely worth every penny of the pay-per-view. This is wild. This is wild. I don't even know who's even winning the third round. Who lied to Big Baby Miller? Very hard to get data with heavies. Is his power up like Super Saiyan? That toupee was bobbing. His hairstyle is getting fired. Look, I'm not even going to lie. He should have just came in bald. This is such a huge distraction. It's definitely going to take away from a little bit of this round. But I don't even know if he's winning the round or losing the round. Look at the ref's expression. Big Baby Miller's looking bad. Yeah, he in the first two rounds, like, he's usually active, right? So he's very slow compared to his previous fights. And Ibeh's just outboxing him for what I've saw. Now this third round, I don't know who was winning because of the toupee. So let's just call that a tied round. But what's a toupee, brother? That's like the fake hair, right? You know, like from the cartoons back in the day. Like, I've really never seen anyone really with a toupee. Like, I know they're out there, but funniest moment in boxing, point taken for a haircut. He might have gained a point, honestly, because he could have been losing a round. I just called that an even round because I was too distracted. Yeah, Big Baby definitely was caught with PEDs and now with a wig. Johnny, chill, bro. That hairpiece is a part of the strategy. Yo, let me show you. This is the moment. This is the moment, guys. I'll get you a screenshot. This is the moment he threw it off in the crowd. He turned to the crowd. He embraced them. All right. He said, F it. I'm taking it off. He ripped it off with his gloves on and then just threw it in. And there you have it. Let me get. Yo. At Madison Square Garden, this needs to be a poster. Big Baby Toupee Miller. Fan Man, Rockman, Hematoma, and now Big Baby Toupee. You make the call. The Fan Man is always going to take the top spot, but this toupee is crazy. For anyone who didn't buy the pay-per-view, I can't show the fight, but I'll grab screenshots, and this is a worthy one. This is a. This is crazy, bro. Yo, I don't even know who's winning the fight. There's definitely someone in the stream like, yo, just call the fight, please. And I can't because this man ripped his toupee off. Did he not think it would come off? He might have been sparring with it, and it probably never happened. So I'm sure if he was sparring with it and it popped off, he would definitely reconsider. But I don't know, dude. And listen, real quick. I know there's like that hip hop song about bald heads and stuff. I'm not hating on like bald heads. There's nothing wrong. Like if you gotta let it go, let it go. I'm not even, but it's just the manner that he did it in a boxing match is so wild that's just crazy. Big Baby's tired on the stool. Yeah, I mean he's bleeding on the nose. His activity does not look as intense, but he's been knocked out a couple times. He's been in a lot of wars. He's not on the PEDs, right? Because he's failed multiple times, right? Why you got a bald head? Yeah, bald. That song's fire. I can't even lie. Big Baby looking like George Jefferson. Why would you box with a wig on? I mean, you're getting punched in the freaking head. I don't know. I've never seen it. You would assume someone would advise him not to, but I mean, boxers can get insecure, right? So look, at the end of the day, he took it off. He embraced it. I take my hat off and my toupee for Big Baby Miller for being a good sport about it and getting back to business. But right now, it seems like a very close quarters, sluggish fight. Both of these guys aren't really giving me intense, solid boxing. I mean, it's borderline mid-range slugfest. I mean, Ibeh has the better combination, it looks like. But over time, Ibeh could get tired. Big Baby Miller's starting off really slow, but at a certain point, we can see if Ibeh breaks or if Big Baby Miller just slowly shuts down, because he could be maybe breaking Ibeh down, as weird as this sounds. I don't think if I'm judging he wins that round no matter what. I'm going to give him the round, actually. Forget it, right? Let's just give him the round for just making the adjustment to throw his hair off. Break out the buzzers. What website are you watching on? I'm trying to sit here and watch it. It's on DAZN. So it's DAZN pay-per-view. They got us, right? They got us to get DAZN, and they got us to pay for a pay-per-view. But embarrassed. He ain't getting no ladies tonight. I don't know, man. With the right price, man, he's getting paid. Someone's going home with him if he wins. All right, cool. You can wear a headgear and cover it. Big Baby needs to reach to put the baddies for their stylists. They box with wigs on all the time. Definitely Sports Center #1. Mel, I can't because of copyright strikes, brother. NC. Nah, yeah, I can't show the fight because of copyrights. Let me get these bot spammers out real quick. But if you guys just coming in right now, or you're just wondering what's going on, we got Big Baby Miller who threw his toupee out in the crowd. We're in the 5th round. Seems like Big Baby Miller's starting to put a little bit more pressure on Ibeh, but Ibeh's still landing effective shots from a distance, mid-range. He just seems like he's outperforming Big Baby Miller. I mean, honestly, I think Big Baby Miller's losing this fight. I think he's getting outworked, outjabbed. He has some success in the clinch. I think he's relying on putting his weight and pushing Ibeh to try to hopefully tire him out in this 10-round fight. But nothing really significant has been landed outside of some really good body shots. And as I say that, Big Baby Miller lands a good right. He's digging deep in the body. Maybe he's starting to feel that Ibeh is fading as Ibeh moves away, uses his jab, tries to box Big Baby Miller. Slowly but surely, I'm starting to feel like Miller's entering the fight, just kind of trying to bully his way in, throwing some good body shots, pushing Ibeh, trying to exhaust him, throwing another right to the body. Big Baby Miller kind of is starting to slowly break Ibeh down a little bit. And he started to land a good left hook, followed with a right hook to the body. Ibeh's trying to fight Big Baby Miller off, but the activity's starting to favor in Big Baby Miller. As Ibeh leans on top of Big Baby Miller's head and to push him down to try to get a breather. But Big Baby Miller is still putting pressure. Landed a good right hook on Ibeh. He's starting to land some good body shots on Ibeh. Maybe the toupee was the strategy. He turned Super Saiyan, someone said in the chat, took his toupee off and it's game time. Ibeh's looking really tired, throwing a lot of these get off me punches. Not really anything to kind of to really rock Big Baby Miller, but kind of just get him to get some spacing. But this is probably the most dominant Big Baby Miller round, as Ibeh eats a good uppercut. This is not looking good for Ibeh. Ibeh's looks tired as he pushes Big Baby Miller. Looks exhausted. Lands a good left hook, but lands a good 2-3 piece on Miller, but he's been backing up all round. Curl malfunction. You called it. Big Baby's struggling to breathe. They're both starting to struggle to breathe. I think Miller, even though he looks tired, I think he's starting to enter into that second phase where he's starting to just power through, while Ibeh is starting to wither a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to commentate, Mo. We're on the first fight on the main card. TOL, bro, you from Toledo? Is that what you're saying, Toledo? Who's actually winning this fight? I would say Ibeh was winning the fight, but now I feel like the momentum is starting to go into Big Baby Miller. So when the fight gets later into the later rounds, I think these are all going to start to go into Big Baby Miller unless Ibeh lands something significant. Oliver McCall, Ray Mercer, bribing Tommy Morrison, our Big Baby scalp. Were those all at MSG, or are you just naming like heavyweight awkward moments? Because if those were all MSG, man, we need more fights at MSG. Miller's coming at 31 pounds. He's out of shape, this guy. 317. Yeah, he's always big, though. Hopefully someone's going to sleep soon. I feel like if someone does, it's probably going to be Ibeh. Ibeh is not landing those jabs to keep Big Baby Miller off. He's starting to take a lot more shots in the clinch. Good uppercut from Ibeh, but Miller's just still putting a lot of pressure on him. Ibeh's single-handedly landing good shots here and there, but they're one or two in between, while Miller's just constantly leaning on him, putting pressure, putting his weight on him. So, as in right now, pretty ugly fight. A lot of clinching, a lot of close pushing. Good stuff tonight, man. This card is going to go for so many hours. Please don't remind me, Jason. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Shushu fight is going to be exciting. Same with the Keyshawn. So, Stream East and Crack Streams ain't working no more. They're not. I bought the pay-per-view. So, we're on the main card right now. So, next fight's going to be Shushu. Ibeh's taking too many body shots. Yeah, Miss True. I think that's where I'm starting to see Ibeh start to drain a little bit each round. Just those body shots, just slowly just draining the life out of him. He's landing good shots, but in between here and there is not enough. Right now, I just see a lot of activity from Miller, and it's starting to, I guess, favor my scoring. Not a good fight, though. It's not a really exciting fight. It's not a really ecstatic fight, but both these guys just big for the weight, just leaning on each other, both huffing and puffing. No real footwork, just but this right now, it just seems like the momentum's going to Miller. As long as he doesn't get caught with anything crazy, but those body shots, 3, 4, 5, 6 body shots, it feels like landed on Ibeh. Ibeh's trying to get some room, and he's trying to get some distance, but he looks too tired. And as Miller just continues, just push his 317 pounds of just body mass on him, and just starts teeing off to the body, uppercuts to the body, hooks to the body, just chasing Ibeh, making him have to use his legs, can't get away, back on the ropes as Miller throws 3, 4 body shots. What Miss True said. They out here looking big for nothing. I mean, Miller always looks big. Stop. Oh man, hold on. Let me read this next comment. Pretty boy Kelly just beat the Boogeyman 154 decision. Yo, honestly, the UK has done 2 boogeyman ass whoopings. Dalton Smith beating Matias and Josh Kelly beating Bakram. The UK has went into the division and said, give me the boogeyman. I want his belt. And they earned it. So a lot of respect to Josh Kelly. You know, I kind of wrote him off after he lost to David Avanesian. And when you think about it, it kind of makes Jaron Ennis and Terrence Crawford look better because David Avanesian beat him. And now David Avanesian lost to Jaron and Terrence. Got to do some boxing math. I mean, that just adds to their resume a little bit. So, I mean, Mo, you know what I mean? Like, he was a low reward kind of fighter. And anytime someone is a low reward fighter, he gets labeled as the boogeyman, right? Especially when they knock somebody out in some sort of devastating fashion. Matias was knocking people out. Bakram, the way he did Tim Tszyu, made people feel like, you know, he was that guy, right? But he beat one guy who wasn't even that good. Y'all ignore people. They tell you that guy is not a boogeyman. Well, I respect your opinion. I definitely feel like the 154 division isn't even developed enough to even have an understanding of what the division is, right? Because Jaron just got in there. Virgil just got in there. Fedor might low-key be the boogeyman, but the boogeyman is really the guy that no one wants to fight because the reward isn't there. I think Fedor has reward. So, like Terrence said, you can't be the boogeyman if I'm chasing you. If people are chasing Fedor. So, I don't think people are chasing Bakram. And that's, I think, why he's labeled as the boogeyman. You know what I mean? Okay, my bad. You're right, brother. I got to. No, you straight. You just felt like he wasn't as skillful to be the boogeyman. Like, skillfully, there's boogeyman out there that like nobody wants to fight because, not just because of reward, but just he's gonna beat your ass. So, and you probably didn't think he was going to win against like Jaron Ennis or Virgil, right? So, no, I respect it. I mean, at the end of the day, he wasn't reigning. He wasn't a reigning champion, so he was brand new on the scene. He knocked out Tim Tszyu, who has yet to really define himself at the 154. But he did hurt Josh Kelly a little bit. There was still a little bit of some scary moments in that fight. So, but as in right now, just watching this fight, just Big Baby Miller and Ibeh, just a very close quarters, ugly fight. I mean, I don't have a scorecard, to be honest. I think I saw Chris Mannix saying that Ibeh's up and Miller's probably won only about 2 or 3 rounds. So I did think Ibeh was winning the earlier rounds, but both two guys just sluggishly moving around the ring, looking tired. Big Baby Miller still targeting the body as Ibeh puts together a combination and starts to clinch. Just a lot of leaning and hugging, and Ibeh takes a knee as if like he is struggling to get up for whatever reason. Almost like Miller has pushed his weight to push, but jeez. It took Ibeh like 10 seconds to get up from the ground. Like, oof. Not a very entertaining card as of least right now, with Ammo Williams not getting the job done against a 12-hour replacement. And we're in a heavyweight fight that's going into the 8th round between two guys who look as exhausted as they did into the 3rd round. Did he recover his hairpiece? I don't know. Listen, somebody in that crowd needs to be found. Like, you know how when people throw the baseball, I mean, my bad, like when there's a home run in the crowd and the fan catches it, someone needs to find it, go to the fan like he just caught a home run and put him on the camera, because ultimately that could be something you can put on eBay and make some money. You know what I mean? What up, Jermaine? Now that hairpiece on eBay, I told yo, you said the same thing, brother. Same thing. That needs to be on eBay. Like, put it like a, free shipping to make it enticing, right? Fresh hair thrown out the MSG heavyweight fight, free shipping. Just get it out. Who won between Carlos? That's the next fight. So we're waiting for this fight to be over. Next one will be Shushu, then Keyshawn, and then Shakur and Teo. So personally, I feel like that's when the card really starts with Shushu and Castro. I'm really excited for that fight. Appreciate it, Jermaine. What website has the fight besides DAZN? I'm trying to watch it illegally. I can't. You might have to ask someone in the chat. They might be able to tell you. I just can't distribute it. You know what I mean? Yeah, that spamming is definitely astronomical. That, and I feel like a boogeyman is a guy you couldn't pay someone a reasonable amount to fight. You know, personally, I respect that opinion, you know, because it's almost like nobody, regardless, even if it's a lot of money, they're still not going to take the fight, right? Like, I don't know if Bakram was a person where Josh Kelly had to ask for a lot of money to take the fight. I think it probably might have been a reasonable amount. So I get what you're saying. You could pay someone like $5 million, they still say no. That's a boogeyman. I can respect that. Cop bro, a McDonald's drive-thru like, hey, can you fill this guy? Shakur Stevenson's about to wash Teo. Easy work. I mean, I definitely have Shakur winning comfortably, but you still have to take into account those early rounds. It's going to be very scary for how creative and how offensive Teo can be in fights. So at any moment, Shakur can get caught with something, and that could change the whole tide. However, in this 8th round, this heavyweight fight between these two have been just two slow rock'em sock'em heavyweights who managed to go without touching the canvas. Jarrell Miller's toupee is off, nose is bloody. Ibeh is throwing headshots. Big Baby Miller's throwing body shots. Nothing really has shown me that either one of these guys is in full control. Just a very close slugfest, man. Just not an eventful, man. Let's see. Let me get this guy out. Let me get this spammer out. And let me get this spammer out. Okay. Cool. Out of 10 rounds, Shushu versus Castro. Are you asking if it goes to a knockout? You know, I do feel like if Shushu does win this fight, it's probably going to be a late stoppage, personally. Because Castro is very durable. Oh, shit. Big Baby Miller lands a good shot on Ibeh, but they both walk to the corner. About to go to 9 rounds of just slow heavyweight slugfest. If your girl isn't there to retrieve your hairpiece, then she ain't the one. Facts. Look, I don't know if anyone could plan on being ringside and have to be prepared to catch a hairpiece like a baseball game, right? What is the score? You know, I haven't had a scorecard. I feel like Ibeh was winning the beginning, and then I feel like Miller's winning the second half. So we're going in the 9th round. I wouldn't be surprised if scorecards was like 4-4 at this point. So, yep, that's when the fight starts. Shakur's going to win and make it boring. You think so? Just getting home from work. That's what's up, man. How was work, man? Work was good. Who you got winning for the main event, Shabazz? Or you're talking about this fight? Oh, out of Teo and Shakur. I favor Shakur, man. Like, I just, you know, Teo's had a lot of inconsistent performances, and it's always hard to bet on someone or pick somebody who has shown just moments of just unfocused behavior or just inconsistency. And Shakur, regardless if he's kind of been labeled as a boring fighter or just someone who hasn't produced a lot of flashy knockouts, he gets the job done, and he pretty much dominates. So I like to go with the guy who gives Teo stylistically the problem, like Sandor Martin and Jermaine Ortiz has. And if Shakur doesn't make any careless mistakes or underestimates Teo, which I don't think he is, or takes too many unnecessary chances, I think he wins the fight comfortable. But Teo needs to find a way to get Shakur to make him come forward and take advantage of his counter punching and pot shotting, because I think Teo has really great counter punching, and he's very creative on his offense. He can make some very unique stylistic punches where Shakur may not be able to see coming. And I think ultimately, you see fighters like Roy Jones, not saying Teo is Roy Jones, but fighters like Roy Jones or like maybe like Jaron Ennis, they do very athletic things to kind of compensate on not doing fundamental stuff as they're supposed to. And Teo, for the most part, doesn't really show the proper etiquette of like defense. He doesn't put his high guard up when he comes in. He doesn't, essentially position himself in a way where, he can maneuver out the punches technically the right way. He uses his athleticism when his upper body movement and his freakish athleticism to kind of make those type of opportunities appear. He walks forward with his hands down. I mean, that's not necessarily the style that you want to have with a technician like Shakur, who's going to fight very fundamental to the T, right? So if Teo is going to be able to beat Shakur, Shakur is going to have to make some overconfident mistakes, or Teo is going to have to either, one, produce some fundamental traps, which I know he can, or have some sort of freakish athleticism, ability moves that we haven't seen him do and really be locked in. And I think it's possible that Teo can do it. Yep, Peach Stevenson. Teofimo mental is not there. We've seen Teo look very fragile mentally in a lot of fights. And I think that people have looked at the Josh Taylor fight and Lomachenko fights as his ability to rise from as an underdog. And I think, not taking away the credit from Josh Taylor, but Josh Taylor, Miller lands 2 good solid hooks on Ibeh, and Ibeh looks buzzed at the end of the round. We're going into the 10th. But going back to the Shakur and Teo conversation, we've seen those mental laps that in fights that Teo has shown, and you hear a little bit Shakur talk about how mentally he can break Teo down. And to me, when you hear that, breaking someone down mentally doesn't necessarily mean frustrating them, right? Like, I don't think like when a fighter says, I'm going to break him mentally, like I'm going to make him frustrated. I think Shakur might start to fight Teo, and that's where he feels like maybe some like Floyd Mayweather and Shane Mosley, that he feels that Teo can be broken somewhat in a firefight. And to be honest with you, I haven't really seen Teo in too many firefights. He's always been on his back foot, catching, being into some sort of like counter punching position. He's been in probably like 2 kind of slugfests, but other than that, I mean, he still was boxing and moving. I think Shakur is going to try to bring it to him a little bit and kind of take some confidence out of him. So we'll see. But that could be a mistake. That could be a mistake for Shakur, because if he goes in there overconfident and dismisses Teo's power or his creativity, he can get caught with a bomb, and it could change a lot of the dynamics of that fight, right? So, but I got Shakur winning the fight. All the one says Teo's going to lose easy. Work was great, bro. That's what's up, man. Now it's the weekend, man. Tomorrow's Sunday, so yeah, man. This is a pretty rough fight, Craig. It's just very little that I can commentate outside the fact that Miller, as tired as he looked in the beginning, has maintained the pace from start to end as Ibeh has started to dwindle and look more tired than Miller in the 10th round. It's just 2 tired fighters just going at it. So who knows the track Lopez danced and flipped back. Which one? Like for a fight or at the weigh-in? Did he flip at the weigh-in? You got Teo. I respect it. You know what I mean? Teo has all the attributes to beat Shakur. But the question is he going to put it together tonight to be able to show that he is the superior fighter? He's extremely talented. He's extremely athletic. I mean, I've been covering Shakur and Teo for so long. And for a very long time, I was always thinking of Devin versus Teo, and not so much Shakur versus Teo, because Shakur has always been the guy moving up in weight, which is also another factor, right? As much as a lot of the people who do favor Shakur to win this, right? Oh, actually, the polls changed. Teo is actually favored in the polls right now, in my polls right here. So Teo is actually the favorite here. But I've seen so many inconsistent moments with Teo where he's looked bad against when he fought the Japanese fighter out in Maryland. I was at that fight. He's told me multiple times, like, mentally he was not in the right space, and because he was not a happy fighter, he wasn't able to perform. Then he also said the height disparity was the difficult part of why it was the reason why he had a hard time fighting him. So he's like, I'm not fighting no more tall fighters. I never really like hearing fighters say, like, because of someone's physical attributes, that's why. Followed up by, I wasn't in a happy place. And I know personally what happened, like what was going on in his mind, that I won't share. We spoke about it. But I do know that at that moment, it left kind of a fragile mentality a little bit, you know, going to the Lomachenko fight, where I kind of favored Loma because I was very concerned about his mental state, right? Especially when he had his new wife and all the problems there. But he was able to beat Loma in a very close fight on the scorecards, because I had it 7-5, because I thought once Loma turned it up in the second half, he started to dominate but lost the 12th round. So at that point, 6 rounds to none, wins the 12, 7-5, no brainer. But at that point, Lomachenko comes on and says, oh, I was injured. Okay. I'm not going to give Lomachenko that excuse. Teo follows up, fights Kambosos as a title defense. Now he says he's injured. So do we give Lomachenko the credit that he was injured and then give Teo the credit he was injured and that's why? Or we don't give Lomachenko the credit that he was injured. That means we can't give Teo the credit he was injured, right? See? So in that case, beats Loma, loses, makes an excuse. Goes up to 140, fights Sandor Martin. Do I still have it? Right? Then later fights Josh Taylor. No discredit on that, but Josh Taylor has been reported to be injured throughout his career around that time. And it makes you wonder, was he able to take advantage of another fighter who was potentially injured? Not saying I'm not giving Teo his credit, because he gets all the credit on his resume, everything, right? He's the more accomplished fighter than Shakur. Regardless of how many weight classes Shakur has won titles, Shakur has won vacant titles. Teo has fought reigning, defending, unified champions, the man of the division. Lomachenko, Josh Taylor. So without no questions, Teo has fought the better opposition by far. And it's really more of an eye test that we're giving, or at least me giving Shakur, because Shakur, by all means, looks the goods, but on paper has not accomplished nearly as much of Teo, right? I don't want to be disrespectful and say a fraction, because he's won titles. He's beat Oscar Valdez, Jamel Herring. Those are champions, defending champions, right? But at pound for pound level, those two guys have never graced the cover of that selection of fighters, right? So Teo by far has shown his superior skill set, regardless if the fighters were injured or whatever the case. It doesn't matter. As an underdog, he has performed twice. So you have to give him the fairness that he can beat a Shakur Stevenson tonight, right? But just like Ken Kenchi says, he sparred with Terrence Crawford. That has to get you better, right? You know, in addition to that, you know, Teo wasn't injured. He was just half dead. Okay, well, he fought with a lot of emotions. I don't think the build-up definitely... Okay, real quick. I'm hearing the scorecards for the Miller fight. 96-94 to Ibeh. 97-93 to Big Baby Miller. What up, Mr. Quate? 97-93 for the winner, split decision. Jarrell Big Baby Miller, which I'm not upset. I honestly thought he was winning the second half in a very, very, very sloppy fight. But that was not a fulfilling fight. And personally, if he's going to step up the competition from that point, I think he's going to have a lot more problems than Ibeh. I think he'll get in some serious bad fight matchups where I don't see him beating any of the top guys. So congrats, he got the win. Wasn't really entertaining outside of the toupee throw, but you know. But let me switch this real quick. We're getting ready for the Shushu and Carlos Castro fight. It's a championship fight, so that means this is going to be a 12-rounder. Big Baby Miller says he lost his hair 2 days ago, so he said he called his man and got a toupee. So that's the story about his hair. He lost his hair 2 days ago, got a toupee, and that's why it's. But all right, let me get back to the subject in hand. Let me read some of your guys' says. Oh, what up, Eric Bell? You're watching Zaya's and Fight Card, but I just wanted to check in. Yo, you're gonna have to keep me posted. I'm gonna pull that card up, but it's it's not the bigger fight, so ultimately I'm gonna have to catch it on the rerun. But I do feel like Xander is going to be in a pretty interesting fight. I've interviewed both of those guys. I think Xander is going to box a little bit, but you never know, because I didn't think his opponent Baru was going to beat Yoenis Tellis. So I don't want no excuses. After Shakur washes him, something's gonna come out. His dad's gonna say something if he hair police want him to fight. When does the main event start? I got listed. Hold on, I got you. The main event. I mean, it got delayed, but it says 11:20 p.m. Eastern time, so 4:20 a.m. UK. 8:20 Pacific. So, but big distraction. He'll pop dirty. A win's a win. No excuse if a fighter comes. Oh, wait. You said he'll pop dirty like Miller is? A win is a win. No excuse if a fighter comes in injured. It's the fighter's responsibility to come in healthy. Hey, at the end of the day, you took the fight. Every fighter's injured. Every time I hear a fighter says they've been injured, I always hear other fighters and trainers say, all fighters are injured, right? So, that opponent, Teo could have been injured, right? So, he lost his lace front. I don't think you know shit about boxing, bro. Honestly. That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. Well, at the end of the day, we all have opinions. The only thing that matters is what the fighters do in there, right? So, it doesn't matter what you say or what I think or what I say or what. It really comes down to what those fighters are going to do in the ring. So, but who do you think is going to win, Will? And how do you think they're going to win? I want to hear your breakdown. Give me who you think is going to win, and tell me why you think they're going to win and how they're going to win. I can't show the fight, brother. I can't. When I show the fight, we get a copyright strike. So. But for some reason, Shushu's not exciting to me. Really? Good fella? You don't think? Like, he's had some very, very exciting knockouts, don't you think? I mean, I know that people feel like his opposition has not been at the level of, like, top competition. But he is yet to get those guys because he feels like because those guys have other more lucrative opportunities. So they ironically shoo him away, right? So he had to go through some sort of sanctioned body rankings, right, to get in position. Regardless of what sanctioned body he went through, he'll be criticized for going to this one and not that one. He specifically wanted to go to Stephen Fulton, and because of that, he went the WBC route, got the interim. Stephen Fulton went up in weight, lost the title, fought O'Shaquie Foster, lost, and then because of that, the title was vacant. So now he's fighting Carlos Castro, a guy who dropped Stephen Fulton, had a war with Stephen Fulton, and I've even heard some people say potentially may have beaten Stephen Fulton. So this is the closest he can get while obtaining a title, maintaining the sanctioning fees, and then maybe if he wins this fight and gets the title, he'll get an opportunity. But I do feel like he's an exciting fighter. I just don't feel like his opposition has been able to help him. And I know with the controversy of the Sagawa fight that people felt that he's lost kind of took some of the hype away from him. So with the lack of competition and no names and the controversial win against Sagawa, I do understand the not really being bought and sold with Shushu yet, right? But at this point, he's going to have to show out. This is really his first legitimate, real test on paper for a vacant title. And if he can pass with flying colors at Madison Square Garden, at the city that birthed him and raised him, I think it can create an opportunity for him to defend his titles against more known opposition, unifications with maybe Angelo Leo or Espinoza or someone like that in the big room of MSG, and really be able to like solidify himself as, you know, a Brooklyn great. So Will Sean, why you over here? He doesn't know. I mean, I like to just ask people, who do they think and why? Because anytime someone's like, yo, this person doesn't know, blah, blah, that's fine. You're entitled to I want to hear your take. And that's just my only response. And it's not even an insult. I think it's just more of just having a fair boxing conversation. There's no disrespect. Like, I don't have no disrespect as well, right? I think personally, in boxing, we've heard people say very solid takes and be completely wrong, right? Like, I think 9 times out of 10, everyone has gotten a fight wrong. So I never take anyone's takes, you know, super serious or dismiss anyone. Because there's validity in all of it. Because if Shakur is not in, quote, a competitive fight, then why is there so many people intrigued into this fight, right? Oh, it's because I want to see him win. No, because you really feel like, regardless of how you feel Shakur is going to win or Teo is going to win, you still have that feeling of unknownness because there's a little doubt. That's why you watch it, right? If you didn't feel like it, you would just go to sleep and wake up and not even be concerned. So this is going to be, on paper, a competitive, fair fight, because Shakur, as great as he is, has never fought nobody like Teo. And I'm favoring Shakur to win the fight, but I'm just calling it for what it is. That's just facts, you know? There's no one on Shakur's resume that can match what Teo has done multiple times. So this is going to be Shakur's legitimate first fighter that has graced the pound-for-pound list. And to be honest, this would be Teo's third pound-for-pound fighter that he's fought and that's been listed on many people's top 10. So you have to take that into consideration. And if Teo does beat Shakur, you have to give him credit that he shows up on his biggest nights. So, but Teofimo wins TKO via doctor stoppage. Damn! Calls out Crawford. You know he got to call out Crawford. You know he got to call out Crawford. You know it. And I don't think Crawford would come out of retirement, but then maybe he would, you know? But then what weight are we talking about? What weight we talking about? Teo gonna have to put on some weight, you know what I mean? So, but that would be the perfect fight, you know? If not, then Keyshawn would be the one if he wins this fight. So Castro is gonna win. This is a huge step up fight for Shushu. A huge step up fight for Shushu. I'm favoring Shushu to win the fight, but this is definitely a step up on the level of the competition he's faced as well, right? Shu hurts these guys. Watch film, bro. He does. He definitely does, and it's very exciting, but the opposition hasn't been there, right? And I understand the criticism, you know? So a little bit, it's just not his fault, right? Because he just doesn't really have the cachet or the lucrative backing to make fighters really want to risk it when they can have some other options. So Castro is amazing. Castro is a solid fighter. He's a good fighter. He dropped Stephen Fulton when Stephen Fulton moved up in weight. Very competitive fight. He's tough. He's gritty. I mean, yes, he's lost. I think he lost to Brandon Figueroa, right? But styles make fights. And I think regardless of whatever happens there, Stephen Fulton has proved himself at certain levels while we still haven't seen Shushu. So this is really important, especially with the Sagawa fight in a lot of people's mind. Is Shushu really going to be able to solidify himself as the best fighter of this division? And it starts with this fight. They got to get ready. We all want the fight now, but it's not time. Give him a minute. Teo has that stamina problem. Shakur's not going to stop him. Stop coming. Ain't no steamroll. Let me read that one more time. Teo has stamina problems. Shakur is not going to stop coming. This ain't no steamroll. You know, I really believe Shakur is going to try to walk Teo down in this fight. Somewhere along in this fight, he's going to walk him down. And it's going to look strange because you're going to feel like this fight should be Teo hawking Shakur and he's boxing. But I feel like at a point of this fight, Shakur will be the one that's comfortably trying to walk him down because he sees or feels something mentally that he can break on Teo. But I could be wrong, you know. I cannot wait to see Arthur. Yo, I need to see Arthur and Benavidez. If I don't hear Benavidez and Arthur or Bivol, I don't want to hear nothing else, man. That's it. That's it. That's it. Those are the only 2 fights. I think Teo can win if he cheats and makes an ugly fight. If he tries anything else, he's washed by Shakur. I agree. There's going to have to be tactics that Teo is going to have to pull out and be, you know, creative throughout this whole entire process. He cannot be repetitive in the things he's doing because Shakur will pick that stuff up and eventually capitalize on it. So both these guys are great at adjustments. And so it really comes down to who makes the better adjustments. And at some point when Shakur is having success, Teo is going to have to find a way to neutralize it and force Shakur to fight a different way and vice versa. Shakur is going to cry. Boxing's back finally. Here, let me breeze through y'all. When they play, we got Shushu fight coming up next. This should be a good one. Get some popcorn. Teo's gonna lose. Easy work. I think Shakur is boxing him easy. He's gonna pop up. He's gonna pop shot him, run again. It's gonna be boring, but that's how I think he wins. He hits like a he hits like a 4-year-old. Sorry if I offend you. I'm Aussie Philip. Well, you can't offend me, brother. Like, I'm on the internet. The comments come up all the time. I appreciate you just being here rocking with us, right? So, you think he's going to have a very boring boxing match against Teo. I mean, I think that's the safe pick, right? I don't think that's anything abnormal to think that Teo's going to have to chase Shakur and make it tough, and Shakur's going to have to box and move, right? But I think both of these guys understand like their strengths and weaknesses, but they also understand that there's going to have to be some adjustments going on. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as in a style. It could be a one-sided based on what happens, like someone's dominating, but I don't think it's going to be because like this guy had the better offense. Teo was the better offensive fighter, and Shakur was the better defensive fighter. I think they're going to have to do a little bit of both, because they're going to try a little bit of both at a certain point when they don't get success. If Shakur is getting outboxed, he's going to pressure Teo. If Teo is getting outboxed, he's going to try to pressure Shakur. Or he's pressuring and it's not working, he's going to try to set traps and make Shakur kind of come to him, you know? So that's why I'm saying, like, I think that fight is going to play out a little bit different than what our mind is used to seeing. And I don't think Shakur is going to, he can't fight like that, to be honest. I don't think he can fight like that, because I think at a certain point that might make the fight stale, and it might make it close too. So I think Shakur really wants to make that fight very clear who won the fight, and if so, he's going to have to press the action a little bit. It's going to be dangerous, but he feels confident, you know? Shushu just needs a good dance partner. He's going to be great. I agree. I definitely think he's definitely going to need a good dance partner, and Castro might be the first guy to really show what Shushu's capable of doing. Ghana has MSG moments. Yeah, the MSG had Richard Comey. I mean, wrong Ghana, right? Because Teo slept him there. But Teo's going to be a punching in the back of his head and headbutting by round 3. I mean, he might have to make it like rough. You know, he's going to have to frustrate Shakur at a certain point. But yeah, what up, Mr. Quake? This will be a showcase. 5 seconds to the channel sub, Amanda Class. Appreciate it, Fernando. Screen's frozen, Marv. That's not good. He ain't gonna stick in the pocket like Mayweather and run. Sorry, bro. I don't think he's gonna sit in the pocket all night. Like, he's gonna pick and choose when he's gonna do it. I definitely don't think, like, if you ask me, what are we going to see more of Shakur? We're going to see Shakur more on his back foot. I agree with you on that. He's not going to be in the pocket all night, but he's going to test it. He's going to test it. And I'm saying that because I'm hearing other people around him speak about it publicly, right? So that's where a little bit of this information is coming from. You can hear Clarissa talk about it. You can hear Shakur speak about it. You can hear, you know, everyone around him kind of hinting a little bit. So, some just asked, when are they going to play? They don't play boxing, bro. I mean, they just say when the game is going on, you know what I mean? But all right. Stevenson all day. That's fair. What up, Brotherhood? Rob, he just mad because you ain't glazing Shakur. I mean, look, I just have to call it for what it is. To a certain point, I am kind of glazing Shakur, really, because I really am favoring Shakur heavily to win this fight. Like, if you ask me who's going to win the fight, I think Shakur is going to win it 70-30 at least, right? So I think that's a pretty glazed percentage, 70-30, right? But I also have to be realistic because I've seen many fights like who I assume had the better skills, but just didn't show up that night. And Shakur has consistently shown time and time again, as Shushu's walking through the ring, right? Walking through MSG and doing his ring walk. I have yet to see Shakur fight a fighter on the pound for pound list. And so I have to reserve a little bit of doubt just because of that. And I have to give Teo a little bit more credit than I probably wouldn't normally give based on Teo's performances throughout the years, because he's done it, right? So you got to take account for it. Should Teo be the underdog? Yes. But should I discount Teo? Absolutely not. You know, Teo's always rose and had his biggest wins on the biggest stage. And this would be no different than those fights, right? He's won his title at MSG. He's beaten Josh Taylor in the smaller room in MSG. I mean, this would be 3 big accomplishments in MSG, born as a New Yorker, but doubted as a New Yorker. I mean, you got to give Teo some credit, you know? This is Shakur's coming out party, Floyd versus Oscar. Yeah, but this is also could be Shakur's coming out party, and I do believe in Shakur is going to be the one that gets the job done that night, you know? So, I really think ultimately this fight really comes down to who can make the better adjustments early on, and if so, I can see it being very one-sided after that point. And I definitely favor Shakur Stevenson to win this fight, you know? He's clearly the favorite, like, with no doubt. Absolutely. Because once again, it comes down to fundamentals. And I think Shakur uses his fundamentals better than Teo. Teo uses his athleticism and his creativity very well. But fundamentally, if you're pressing a guy, you can't press a guy with your hands down low and think that's technically sound. Ultimately, that's relying on athleticism. And yes, you can set up a trap, right? You can set up a trap using your athleticism. But if you're using that against a guy who's very technical sound, you're now putting yourself at a disadvantage, because now your athleticism is compensated for someone who's using the right steps to block and minimize the amount of movement with his hands to now get into position of defense and offense. It takes so long to travel from your hands down to someone's face that you're giving up time. And if your your speed doesn't match that person's timing, you're already at a disadvantage. And if that's your habit, you have to try to break this habit with a guy who's been practicing defensive, technical, actual boxing and not using freakish maneuvering to get him there. So, but at the end of the day, Teo has found a way to do it to the best of them. And that's why we're here, you know, and this compelling fight. As much as we can glaze Shakur, Teo has shown consistently like he wins on this stage. So now, you know, that's why we're here. Am I Filipino? No, I am mixed. I'm black and Korean. Too much spam in here. Yeah, man, the spam is brutal. Let me skip around a little bit. Upset tonight. I mean, I'm favoring everyone. I mean, a lot of people have been talking about Keyshawn Davis and Jermaine Ortiz might be an upset because people, once again, use the mental aspect. Like Keyshawn, different trainers, mentally hasn't been shown to be composed in a lot of people's eyes. Looks kind of like a person who's feeling himself a little too much and maybe underestimating Jermaine Ortiz, who's put on great performances against Lomachenko and Teo. So people do feel like that could be the upset, right? So I know much England was asking what time the match starts. Yeah, we got Shushu coming on right now. They're in the ring. They're about to start. I'm going to start the clock. And then after that, we got the co-main and we got the main event after. So Teo don't love boxing anymore. I mean, did he say something like that? I like the phase, but we end up with more upsets. KP boxing is interesting. Crawford would kill them both. I mean, Crawford's like the guy right now, right? So, but now I'm black and Korean. Shakur will run all night, guarantee. You think so? Shakur ain't losing. He'll beat your ass. Not enough power to walk Tio down. I mean, I feel like he's gonna try. He's gonna try to do it. I'm not sure if it's gonna be the best thing. So, my man said make a fake page and stream it. Azuma Nelson and Sanchez. That was an MSG. Lopez came out breaking too. All right, so let me start this Shushu fight while I'm reading your chats. So as in right now, both guys are in the middle of the ring. Castro's putting a little bit of pressure. Good jab from Shushu. Solid, sharp, crisp. First landed shot. First jab from Shushu. Landed flush. The second jab landed flush on Castro. Good jab to the body. Shushu's 3 for 3 for jabs. Castro may have just grazed him with a jab just right there. Both guys are just trying to figure out the range. As in right now, it seems like Shushu is the faster fighter, but Castro definitely showing poise. Shushu did a double step feint and reached out, landed a good jab as Castro followed up with a jab. Shushu follows up with a right hook. Shushu in a Philly roll. A Philly shell. Using that jab to trying to keep Castro's rhythm in check. They both exchange jabs right there. As in right now, Shushu seems like he's the faster and a little bit more precise boxer between the two as he lands a good jab and avoids a hook from Castro. Castro is still trying to use that jab to kind of measure his range while Shushu seems like he's starting to comfortably get in good range as Castro lands in a good right hook to the body on Shushu. About a minute, 20 seconds left. Good jab to the body from Shushu. Another good jab from Shushu. Shushu has been landing a lot of sharp, crisp, almost like a little power jab, kind of stopping Castro in his tracks momentarily as he resets and tries to put a little pressure. Shushu's doing a lot of up and down level changes, giving Castro a lot to think about as he ties up and clinch. The ref breaks them up. Castro throws a jab on Shushu's high guard and gets blocked. Shushu lands a good jab as Castro steps in and misses his jab. A lot of level changes from Shushu, going up and down, using good upper body movement. Castro tries to land a jab to the body and misses, but he follows up and lands a good jab on Shushu. Good jab to the body from Shushu. Definitely seems like a very comfortable round from Shushu as he's landed a lot of strong, powerful jabs to end the first round. Definitely a Shushu round, without a question. Will this be another Ryan and Dev upset? Who knows? I mean, that's been something that's been kind of on my mind a little bit, right? So you can never take into account that just because the guy's the favorite or seems the consistent fighter that he is going to be winning all the time. That's why we watch these fights, because at the end of the day, you'll be surprised who beats who at the end of all of this. So, and a lot of people don't take into account that Shakur is moving up in weight. He's moving up 5 pounds, right? He hasn't fought here before. Tio's been fighting big guys for a while. So you have to give some sort of consideration on Tio's end. You know what I mean? So, but the first round in that fight, the Shushu fight, I definitely say Shushu has dominated with his jab, controlled the pace, picked Castro apart a little bit, and landed the most significant and even then the most powerful shots, and that was the jab, a strong power jab. Shakur wouldn't walk downstairs, let alone Tio. I mean, look, I feel like he's gonna try. I wouldn't say like, hey, personally, that's the strategy I would come up with necessarily, but I think he feels like he has to break Tio, and he thinks he can. I feel like that's what he's gonna come in and try to do in the beginning, and then get to boxing. Shakur got more than enough power and skill to walk Tio down. And I believe he does too. But We'll see. All right. I think the safe bet is to box Teo and make him come to you, because he's as these two guys exchange in the middle of the ring, it seems like Shushu's turned it up a little bit. Both guys are in mid-range. Castro's starting to double up on the jab. Still reaching a little bit. Still cannot get his distance with that jab. And Shushu trying to counter off of his right hand. He starts to tee off with good combinations and lands a bunch on Castro. Great exchanges from Shushu. Shushu shakes his head as in, you can't beat me right now. Feeling confident. His right hand misses as they tie up, but Shushu's starting to let his hands go in the clinch. Lands a good right hand in the clinch. Left hook to the body. Two good body shots from Shushu lands on Castro. Shushu's starting to really separate himself from Castro as he lands two jabs on Castro. Castro's definitely going to have to pick up the pace and find his rhythm, let alone his distance, because Shushu looks in full control in the second round. Don't really see any real threats. Shushu's starting to pick him apart a little bit. Very clean, precise shots from Shushu. Just getting out the way, landing flush, controlling the clinch, being the more offensive and defensive fighter between the two. Shushu looks very comfortable in the second round. And knowing Shushu, you definitely know that he's definitely not coming to just try to win the fight. He's definitely going to try to knock Castro out. Going to hate Shakur no matter what he does. Absolutely, Teo is someone established at 140 for sure. You have to take all that into account, you know. And I personally still believe Shakur definitely should be the favorite. But, you know, it's just one of those fights, man. You just have to watch, man. And you have to see it to really honestly, truly believe that Shakur is the better fighter by not just saying it, but watching it. Like, Castro landed a good right hook on Shushu. But Shushu is definitely looking to bring some serious power shots on Castro, and he's definitely not trying to make this go 12 as he tries to land some serious hooks. Out of all the years of watching boxing, I ain't never. Somebody said Jarrell Miller literally got his wig pushed back. Stop. Chill, bro. Stevenson would get knocked out. Look, Teo hasn't had a significant, let alone knockout, in how many years? I think it was it Carlos Ocampo? Right? I think it was Carlos. And it was kind of like a doctor stoppage. It wasn't like a vicious one shot. Yeah, so Teo's last knockout. Pedro Campo. I said Carlos Campo. My bad. I mixed the name. Pedro Campo was the guy that he knocked out. It was the 7th round. And that was in 2022. So it'd be very impressive that he was able to show that he can knock out Shakur Stevenson, because it hasn't been done for a while. Lopez is going to see Puerto Rican blood tonight. Woof! Shakur can take punishment. Teo not the same after Cambosos. 10-10 go against Shakur all the way, saying a great one will be a very close match. Yeah, I butchered it. It was Pedro Campo. Yeah. But as in right now, Shushu Carrington's using that jab very strong. Shushu's winning this fight comfortably. The first 2 rounds is definitely his as he continues landing the cleaner, flusher shots. Castro tries to triple up on the jab and misses. How's Bruce Lee looking? What you mean? Y'all motherfuckers get kinky with violence. As of right now, Carlos Campos is still struggling to land a really good shot. Still trying to get his distance. Shushu landed a great jab. Then he misses with a lead left hook. Carlos Campo is still trying to get that distance, trying to measure that jab. And he eats a right, left, eats a three-piece combination, but Castro lands a good left hook in exchange on Shushu. Shushu started to get a little too happy, but he doubles up with a left hook and lands with a right. He started to tee off on Castro. Castro's eating a lot of hooks. Castro's still standing in the pocket. Shushu's out of the range, still putting pressure on Castro, pushing Castro back a little bit. Shushu looks very comfortable in the mid-range, starting to really let his hands go. Just has to be careful because he ate a good right hook in those exchanges. Good jab to the body and makes Castro miss a right. Double jab from Shushu to the body. Castro is looking completely lost and confused, not being able to establish anything, relying on Shushu making a mistake, like landing a good jab right there with Shushu reaching. Castro definitely needs to take advantage of Shushu's aggression and make him pay. But good defense from Shushu as he catches and tries to shoot and misses. Ooh, Shushu barely misses with a vicious left hook that would have definitely put Castro on front street. Respect to both accepting the challenge. I agree. Yeah, Shushu ate a couple of those punches in there. He just definitely have to be. Oh, you talking about you called him Bruce Lee. Does Bruce look like he's gonna knock him out? He's landing some really devastating shots. Castro's eating them well. He gets caught every once in a while in these exchanges, but he takes it pretty well. So while he's on the offense and he gets very happy with his combination, he has to be careful because he does get touched with a shot here and there. But he's winning those exchanges very well. And I think when the fight progresses, I think over time, Shushu is going to break him down. It's what it kind of looks like. So Shushu's not just up 2-0. I think he's up 3, right? So it's definitely heated up in the third round. And I think right now going into the fourth, I think is going to continue into that momentum. So all right. As they heat up right now in the fourth round, Castro comes out strong. Very action-packed fight. Good jab from Castro. Castro kind of switched up his rhythm a little bit. He's bouncing on his toes. Kind of giving him a different look. Changing his timing a little bit. And he's starting to catch Shushu a little bit with that jab, with this different rhythm change. Kind of bouncing up and down. And lands a good left hook to the body. But he eats a right from Shushu after he throws 2-3 left hooks. Almost similar like Leo Santa Cruz and Gervonta. Threw too many of the same hooks and got countered. But Castro made some adjustments, starting to put pressure on Shushu, pushing him up back of the rope. Shushu's now on his back foot, boxing Castro. His back is in the corner. He smiles as Castro tries to bully him. Shushu clinches up, pushes him out. Ref breaks him out. Shushu gets some space now, no longer back on the ropes. Castro eats a jab. Good right counter, catches Castro. Good shoulder catch from Shushu, and he comes over with a right and catches. Oh man, these spammers gotta go. I'm sorry, y'all. Shushu showing great. Oh, it looked like it was a shot that kind of dazed Shushu. Something kind of made Shushu uncomfortable, and he's on his back foot. He kind of like rubbed his head, but his legs look a little wobbly. He's on his back foot. Not exactly sure if there was a shot that hurt him or if there was a shot that kind of caught him off guard, but he is now in a close quarter. He's in the middle. He's in the corner of the middle. Oh my God, they're exchanging. Shushu's back to the corner. Castro is just coming, putting a lot of pressure as if he knows or he feels like he hurt Shushu. Shushu's fighting off the ropes, and he eats a good jab. Shushu's head goes back. Castro definitely has got Shushu's respect, and they are fighting on the ropes. Shushu's in a firefight right now. He's countering pretty well, but he definitely got rocked. He definitely got rocked. As a reminder, Castro did drop Stephen Fulton, so this is definitely not an easy fight. And as you can see right now, Castro landed a good combination as Shushu waves his hand and says, come on. And it seemed like it was a good round for Shushu, but it seems like the momentum has switched and Castro has definitely, in my opinion, won that round. Great fight. Great round. Definitely say Shushu landed some really good shots, but he got caught. I'm sure they're going to show the replay, but at that point, I think it's safe to say Castro is still in this fight, and he won that round. He landed a good right on the top of Shushu's head, and it kind of caught him off guard. Seemed like the equilibrium shots happen to always catch fighters off guard, and Shushu got caught on the top of the head right there and got Shushu buzzed a little bit. Great right hand from Castro. Caught Shushu on the top of the head. Kind of buckled him a little bit and forced Shushu to be in a firefight. Pushed him to the corner and made it a tough fight for Shushu. A tough round for Shushu. Definitely a Carlos Castro round. Couldn't even say anything that Shushu did in that round wasn't exciting and wasn't devastating. He landed some good shots, but overall Castro won that round. So Shushu has to be mindful of that right hand that loops over and catches Shushu when he has his hands down. And they exchanged hooks. Castro and Shushu exchanged right hooks. As much as Shushu really wants to get a good knockout, he needs to use his boxing ability and not get caught into a firefight with a power puncher. Castro is known to have good power. He has great right hooks, good right hands. Oh, and they both exchanged, and it seems like Castro caught Shushu again. Shushu has to be very careful. It almost seems like he gets a little too greedy in his exchanges. It seems like he has success and he wants to come back for more, but then that's when he leaves himself open and he gets caught. He got caught with a good shot from Castro again. Shushu ate it well. Castro definitely has a really very sharp, calculated time right hook that if he doesn't catch you the first time with it, if you try to follow up again, he will catch you. You have to make sure that when you fight Carlos Castro, you do not get caught with these shots, because at the end of the day, as much as Shushu looks like he's the more superior boxer and has the more athleticism, Castro has great timing and he has great punching power, and that's what's been able to keep him in this fight. Shushu definitely got rocked a little bit in this round as well. Castro still on the front foot, using that jab to try to get a little bit closer to Shushu. Shushu slowly trying to counter Castro, but he has to be very careful to not get countered himself. Castro is starting to get Shushu's timing down a little bit. And as much as I speak about Shushu need to be careful, Castro still also leaves himself in a very dangerous position to get countered as well. Both of these guys are using the jab and both are getting a little greedy. But he catches Shushu with a good lead left hook, starting to feel like this is Castro's round as well. The most significant shots, the more telling shots are coming from Castro as he made an adjustment and he starts to land these lead left hooks on Shushu. It was all right hands for a while. Jabs and right hands, but now he started to use that left hook, and every time Shushu gets into a position to try to get some sort of rhythm, Castro has started to change it up. He's starting to bounce on his toes a little bit. Castro is bouncing on his toes, changing the rhythm, and he's using his lead left hook. Lead left hook is starting to come into this fight from Castro, and it's playing a key factor of turning that jab that he's constantly been throwing throughout the fight into a lead left hook, and he's catching Shushu very often with it. So Castro's not just catching him with a right, but a lead left hook. And Shushu honestly lost that round in my opinion as well. And I think this fight right now, after 5, is a 3-2 Shushu. Shushu won the first 3. Castro won the 4th without a doubt. And in the 5th round, Shushu didn't really do too much, in my opinion. And those lead left hooks consistent landing on Shushu. I have to give that round to Carlos Castro. So, appreciate it, KO. No, Shakur hasn't fought yet. Not yet. E says Shakur in 6. Lopez going to pull Orion Garcia. That's crazy because I definitely called the Devin Haney fight wrong. I thought Devin was going to win that fight. So, I mean, it's technically no contest now, right? So let's see what type of adjustment Shushu makes. Because right now, Carlos has the momentum, winning the last 2 rounds in my book. 3-2 Shushu. First 3 Shushu. Last 2 Carlos. Catching Shushu with that lead left hook again. Shushu catches him with a good lead left hook himself. Starting to put his right hand up a little bit. Trying to catch that lead left hook. But Carlos is trying to fire with the right now. He's mixing the lead left hook with the right. A couple good jabs to the body from Shushu. Another good jab from Shushu. Very competitive fight between the two. This round, it could be anybody's round. Castro lands a good right on Shushu right there. The longer this fight goes, it's starting to seem like the veteran and the experience of Carlos Castro is starting to kind of take an effect. Where in the cards are we up to? I'm headed to the spot right now. Don't want to miss it. We're on Shushu Castro fight right now. I good right hand from Shushu. I have it 3-2 Shushu. Carlos Castro won the last 2. Rocking Shushu in the 4th round. Making this fight a very competitive fight. Carlos Castro made a lot of adjustments. And Shushu's still trying to counter Carlos. But Carlos is starting to kind of get the rhythm of Shushu a little bit. And he's starting to make this a little bit difficult. Shushu gets a little careless at times. Hasn't made a real big adjustment. But as in right now, this is a very close round. No one really separated themselves. Carlos Castro is trying to use that jab to try to establish the range a little bit. Both are starting to throw punches in the clinch right now. Oh, good right hand from Shushu. Very close round. Good counter from Shushu with the right. Could be anybody's round personally. Probably the first swing round personally of the fight. If I had to give that round, I kind of feel like I like the work of Castro slightly. I mean, I'm going to say a toss-up round because it really wasn't a lot going on. But for the most part, this definitely can be a 3-3 fight after Carlos Castro hurt Shushu in the 4th. And now the momentum has started to shift in his favor. And now Shushu, who seems to have the faster hands and the better range, has now started to look a little bit more frustrated and a little bit more confused on what type of adjustments he needs to do, because Carlos has made a lot of adjustments to get to this point. This is one of the good dance partners we spoke of earlier, Shushu. Exactly. This is really his first legitimate step-up opponent that really is going to give people an understanding of where Shushu belongs in the division. You know, and it's not saying that Shushu isn't worthy of getting all the praise he has, but on paper, this is going to be his first fighter that's going to allow us to really understand where he belongs. And this has been a very physical fight. And good sneaky uppercut catches Castro from Shushu Carrington in the beginning of the round. Shushu starting to be a little bit more precise in his punch selection. Castro is starting to let his hands go a little bit, and he catches Shushu with a right. Shushu has to be careful, not just leaning down, getting caught with the same punch that hurt him. Castro's getting warned for hitting in the back of the head. A little bit has to do with Shushu kind of leaning. Shushu catches him with a good left hook. Oh, and they exchange. Blood is starting to pour out a little bit of Castro's mouth. Shushu's starting to let his hands go, and he's landing the more clean, precise, vicious shots. He's landing some really good shots on Castro, but Castro doesn't look phased. He's still putting pressure on and walking Shushu down a little bit. Shushu catches him with a double lead left hook, flush and clean, but Castro's still putting on pressure, eats it well. Light on his feet, goes straight to the body, but gets a right to the face. Shushu catches him with a right again as Castro tries to dig to the body. Another good body shot. 2 body shots from Castro lands well on Shushu. As Shushu exchanges and goes to the body again, they both miss their counter shots. Castro lands a good jab and a right as they clinch. Very competitive round. Shushu starting to tee off in the body a little bit. They're starting to exchange a little bit more. Castro still got blood leaking out his nose. Woof. These guys are exchanging. If one goes to the body, the other goes up. Shushu goes 2 good hooks to the body. Both these guys are showing great mix-ups to the body, to the top. Great fight between the two. But Castro fires and Shushu fires. They're exchanging literally tick for tat, blow for blow. Both these guys are landing serious shots. Definitely can't say either one of them are walking away without landing a good shot on each other. A little bit of blood on the side of Castro's eye. Can't tell if that's just coming from his mouth. They're starting to exchange a little bit more. Good combination from Shushu. Shushu still on his back foot while Castro's putting a little bit of pressure. Starting to really understand that this fight is no longer going to be who wants it more, but who can make it to the distance. Because at the end of the day, I think both these guys really want to win the fight. I don't really see either one of these guys showing any type of lackluster attempts. Both these guys are really trying to hurt each other. But I'm wondering what this fight's going to look like the later this fight goes. Castro keeps sliding those back of the head punches, and he's timing it really well, Miss True. Like, you described it very well, and it's almost like Shushu is not there to catch it. He kind of dips down a little bit. The ref pulled him aside and said, watch for hitting the back of the head, but I really feel like Castro is actually landing pretty precise on that angle. I think he's just doing looping shots a little bit, and I don't think it's intentional, but he's definitely catching Shushu there a little bit. And he's also going to the body. Shushu is also mixing it up as well. I feel like Shushu could box and maybe make this a little bit easier. But then again, Castro has the experience. He is a veteran. He definitely takes punches very well. He puts really good pressure. And his timing on those right hands and lead left hooks are really great. So I think it's more credit to Castro, honestly, than maybe Shushu having to make adjustments. He's just in a really good fight with an opponent that's at the higher level of the division. Yeah, I'm getting these spammers out, man. Would like better slipping upper body movement from Shu. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like he wants. Oh, they clash heads a little bit right now. Oh, let me pause. They clash heads. The ref is going to both. Accidental headbutt. Seems like a fight's going on at the back. It looks like I see Connor Ben and Rolly. I see some shoving between Connor Ben and Rolly, but Rolly's laughing. Eddie Hearn. Okay, it's nothing super serious. Rolly just talking shit to Connor, and security pushes him aside. Maybe that's a future fight that's happening. Ooh, good lead left hook from Castro catches Shushu. This is a very competitive fight. I have it 4-3 Shushu right now, but at any moment, this could be a swing round for any of these guys. Both these guys swung and missed. Both of these guys are just naturally being offensive counterpunchers, which makes this fight extremely exciting. Opposed to just purely just waiting for each other, they take a chance to try to create an opportunity and then counter. And that's what's kind of what's creating these really devastating shots between both these guys, where they kind of get caught trying to set traps. And they both exchange again, trying to take the lead, and they're in the mid-range, just letting their hands go, body shots, jabs to the body. Shushu landing a good combination, the better combination punching coming from Shushu. He's starting to let his hands go and tee off. Castro's trying to get his punches off on Shushu, and he misses. Shushu's starting to put more pressure, starting to feel like he can probably take the lead, starting to want to dominate the remainder of this round to solidify this 8th round. Closing it out. I think Shushu closed this round out with that combination and a good right hand from Shushu, separating himself in these competitive matches, but winning the rounds like a true pro, knowing what it's... Oh, and a good uppercut from Shushu. Lands on Castro. Castro fires away, but Shushu, good defense, and he follows it with a right hand at the end of the round. Shushu starting to pick his shots intelligently and starting to, even if the rounds are very close, he's starting to learn how to win the round effectively and steal it. And for that reason, he won that 8th round very, very decisively. Not saying like he was dominating the round, but he won the round at the times that it mattered to make it a very easy score for Shushu Carrington. So you can start to see the adjustments, and you're starting to see him be a little bit more poised and not get too greedy. Nah, brother, it was just purely just a live commentary. I only have Castro winning 2 in a possible round. Yeah, I think, what are we in the 8th? Yeah, that's about right. I had it 3-3 at a point, but after that, I gave Shushu all the remaining rounds, so. I like it, though. Mental boxing, but they still throwing. Shu's superior, and he has to settle down. I agree. And that's what it seems like he's doing. He looks like he's starting to not get into these firefights and not, wanting to force a knockout. At this point, he's starting to make the adjustment and starting to realize that this guy's tough and he can hurt him. So he's fighting intelligently, and he's showing good defense at the same time. We're going to be able to watch the fight here. No, it's only we'll get copywritten. Just live commentary. Yeah, Shushu did his thing in that round. So. But Shushu's starting to take control of the rounds, and he's starting to show a lot of poise. He lands a good right on Castro. Castro had a really good moment in 4, 5, and even 6. But after that, 7 and 8, it's been Shushu. So how does it work when the fight cards come with Lopez? He's just going to put in a... Nah, it's just going to be live commentary. Oh, Shushu just dropped and stopped Castro. He's not going to get up. Big shot drops Castro in the 9th round. And he's not getting up. And Shushu Carrington did not just win a title, but he won the title by a knockout in the 9th round. He stops, drops, and gets the KO. He has now become a world champion. Brutal knockout. Shout out to my guy, Shushu Carrington. Well-deserved win. You can see there was a little bit of inexperience at the level, but you can also see he showed he can handle adversity after getting rocked. You can see he made the adjustments. And then he closed the show at MSG to win his first world title. Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Carrington, the WBC champion of the world. That was impressive. That was impressive. He made great adjustments. He gets out of the ring. He celebrates. He is now crying because that was a well-deserved win. Quality opponent right there. That was a quality opponent. A person who dropped Stephen Fulton, who showed that he had power at any moment of that fight if you were not careful. Carlos Castro made adjustments using lead left hooks, bouncing, changing rhythm, going to the body, putting consistent pressure, and Shushu Carrington crying and celebrating in pure joy at MSG. Well deserved, man. No better way to win it. That man, Shushu, did it. New York has a quality world champion right there. Still a lot of opportunity to grow as a fighter, but that's what happens when you enter this level. You learn something about yourself. You get the test that you need, and you go back to the lab and you can work on it. Shushu legitimately put together a masterful combination with hooks. He landed a signature right hook that catches Castro, literally sees him out, goes to the body, and then follows up to the top and over with 2, maybe 3 hooks. Shushu did not just have that type of knockout that he had in his other opponents, but he did it to a guy at this level. And now, what a beautiful combination. Fuck, that was a 1 round off. Carrington is a quality operator. Let's go, Shu. Fire. What a fight. Great fight. Shu. Castro's hurt. He's going straight to the emergency room. Castro got too wide with those punches. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful combination right there. Well deserved, man. What a beautiful. I am ecstatic. What a great performance, man. And Shushu Carrington goes over to Spike Lee, and Spike Lee is complimenting him. New York has Richardson Hitchens and now Shushu Carrington, man. Yeah, the Keyshawn Davis and Jermaine Ortiz will be the next fight. That's the next fight. That was a great fight. At the cross was more than enough for Jesus to make us clean by his blood. We are free in him. Shoe World Order. Do we get to watch the fight? Patrick, I'm sorry, it's all live commentary, man. New York native, you can tell it meant a lot to him. For sure, man. To do it at the Mecca. Not the small room, but the big room, MSG. Winning your world title. And you get a knockout and that type. Hey, man. Beautiful performance. Beautiful performance. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you win a world title. That's how you win a world title. You don't just win it. You take it. You take the world title in your hometown. And you can tell he's so excited, man. Like, I'm going to capture just the raw emotions if I can get a beautiful, man. He's did it, man. Shushu, after all those interviews and all the people saying fight, do something, he did it against a quality opponent, man. You can't say Carlos Castro is not a good opponent when he gave Stephen Fulton a hell of a fight and dropped him. These are some ones of the best preliminary matches in a long time. Well, this one is that Big Baby Miller. No. Shakur is a great southpaw. We're about to find out. I think Shakur is going to put on a show, but we'll see. The main event, we got the co-main coming up. So they said the main event will probably be maybe from an hour from now. Yeah, that slow-mo combination was nasty, man. Damn, he punched him. He punched him on the way down. That was a nasty knockout. But man, dude, woo, woo. Hey, I'm very happy for Shushu, man. Like, covering this kid before he turned pro. I remember he was this little kid just coming through at the Barclays Center, and all the boxers knew who he was. He was trying to go to the Olympics. Gavashek fights tomorrow. He fights on the Zuffa 2 card. He fights Hot Rod. This generation craves attention. But I just remember this kid, man, like, and because he went to the Olympics and he didn't medal, he didn't get an opportunity. He didn't become an Olympian like Keyshawn or Shakur did, and then he got signed by Top Rank, but never got pushed a certain way. Not the attention didn't come in that fashion like those guys did. He had to do it in a way where he fought on people's undercards, even won his title right now on the undercard. And after a while, people started to second guess him. After the Sagawa fight was very controversial, and they thought he lost the fight. So he had a lot to get through to that point. And at that moment, he comes on the biggest stage right here at Madison Square Garden and captured the vacant WBC title. And he does it in a very highlight fashion. See, when you win a world title, you just don't want to win it. You want to win it in that type of style. So now at this point, we can start legitimately looking at the other champions saying, yo, he says he wants all the champions now. He wants Espinoza, Angela Leo, Nick Ball. He called them all out by name after winning the world title. That's what you want from a champion. All right. What if Teo is the one coming forward? Well, you know, I feel like Teo, that seems like the obvious thing, right? But does that work in Teo's fashion, right? That he's always had a tough time going after a fighter. I've heard a lot of people say if he does go after Shakur, he has to not just box coming forward. He literally has to make it a tough fight. But Teo don't really, you know, like how often do you see Teo really fight like that? So it'll be a kind of a different side because Teo is really more of a counter puncher boxer, you know? So sad, but this Ghanaian American will be, I hope. Heck, Ali grandson too. In 28 LA. 400,000 ain't bad. Man, 400,000 is great. Show me where I can get 400,000 right now. Beautiful performance, man. I'm happy, man. That shit was beautiful, man. From the ground up. Beautiful performance, man. And you know what? I take my hat off to Carlos Castro too, man. Because even though Shushu got the beautiful knockout and the victory, Carlos Castro was game. You know, for a moment, you definitely saw the momentum switch. And at that point, Carlos really was making it a very difficult fight for Shushu. You started to wonder, is Shushu chinny, is what the commentary said? You know, is Shushu able to handle this type of adversity? But, you know, really, I think Shushu's shown it throughout his development. There was a fight where he actually hurt his arm and was able to box with one arm. And anytime you see a fighter who legitimately cannot use the other arm and uses one arm and box comfortably and win that way, it tells you a lot about that fighter. And so from that point on, you started to see Shushu make these small progressions against unknown opponents, maybe lesser opposition. And all you needed to see him do is fight someone that we can see could be a threat. And this guy was a threat. You saw it in the fight. He hurt him, right? So he overcame those adversities and he delivered a beautiful knockout. Right now, we haven't seen the co-main or main event, but that's currently the performance of the night based off how the showing went, right? Obviously, the significance of beating Shakur or Teo is bigger, right? But how that fight ended and how it delivered, that was the best performance of the night so far. So Teo is more of a counter puncher than people give him credit for. Absolutely. Teo is a great counterpuncher, a creative counterpuncher. And ironically, he does really well against people that come forward to him. As much as people say Shakur does, so does Teo. So that's why I've heard people say this could be a stalemate, boring match. But strangely in my mind, I feel like I've heard people come in here and say, oh, you sound dumb. Shakur ain't going to press Teo. I think, strangely, for some reason, Shakur is going to press him. And because of it, I think Shakur is going to try to test him mentally. Is it going to be a good idea? Some people are going to say no. We about to find out. Is he going to do it? We're going to find out. I could be completely wrong. But what we do know is Shushu Carrington delivered. After all those interviews on YouTube, he is now official world champion. And I think everyone can agree that was a great performance, man. Solid money. My bad, I'm back from running around my house. Let's keep it going with Keyshawn and Jermaine Ortiz is coming up next, man. That's the next one. That's the next fight. Oops, let me reset that. Let me change this so that everyone that's coming in knows what's coming up next. I wish I had some money on that money. Amen. We are all free in the boxes, football, cricket, tennis, whatever sport Kings, Lord, OV, Lords. Amen. Hallelujah. How much longer to the main event? We got one more fight, so probably an hour, personally. That's my assumption, right? Castro looks like he's in some serious damage. He took some serious damage. Anytime a fighter takes multiple punches going down, you always have to take in consideration how devastating that could be. Because if he's out and he's taking more punches than he's out, you know, and that's what happened to Castro. He took a lot of punches on the way down. What up, Luke? What's up, man? What's up, my guy? What's going on? What's up, Ron? Anything in particular you want to see from Keyshawn in his return? I just want to see him look very poised, right? I don't want to see him force anything. I don't want him to get reckless and try to impress or try to make it. I really want him to just deliver a solid performance, meaning that Jermaine's going to box and move. So show your great counter ability. Show your great ability to deliver good defense, cut off the ring really well. Just make it look like you've always made it. You're levels above these guys. And every time Keyshawn fought outside of the Nair Albright fight, he's made all these fights look easy. So just do what got you here. Fight smart, fight patient, and be yourself. Regardless of the change of the team, regardless of all the different things you've heard from the media or from the fans, like, just fight the same fight you've been fighting all these other fights. Calm, cool, collective, and very, 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 very exciting. Because all Keyshawn fights are exciting, right? If you can deliver all those type of poised professionalism and you deliver a very devastating like knockout or beatdown, I think you can win all the fans again today. You know what I mean? Every fighter is one fight away from losing all their fans and gaining them all back, regardless of whatever happened outside of the ring or inside the ring, right? And this is a moment that Keyshawn can legitimately win the boxing public again through his fighting, the same way he gained them, right? So I think if he really puts on a great performance against Jermaine Ortiz, that's a statement again, like moving up into a new division, fighting a very experienced fighter. He's fought Teo, he's fought Lomachenko, he's fought Jerron Ennis in amateurs. He has a good amateur background. He's awkward, he's fast, he has good movement. Like, this is a guy that can really show everybody what type of levels you have. The ability that you can counter a punch a guy like Jermaine, be able to cut off the ring against a guy like Jermaine, to hurt and knock out a guy like Jermaine, outbox Jermaine. If you can do that against a guy like Jermaine, you're showing another level in your arsenal that we haven't really got a chance to see. And if you make it super fast and super easy, then you're literally going to bring the boxing world together and go, wow, I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect that. Because I don't think no one in here is expecting Keyshawn to blow through Jermaine Ortiz in a round or two, right? So if that is something that he can deliver very fast, that's a huge statement. But at the same time, Jermaine Ortiz is a guy that gave Teo an ugly night and made Lomachenko not look so Lomachenko, like the Matrix, right? This is a guy that can give Keyshawn, even though if Keyshawn wins, an underwhelming performance, will have people questioning him again if Keyshawn's someone that we should invest in. This is the fight that people were expecting a potential upset. Even though people are picking Teo to beat Shakur, and that's an upset by all means, Keyshawn really is the by far favorite in this fight. He definitely should win this fight by all means. But because of a lot of the shenanigans and the things that have happened, right, it really can present a troubling night for him. So we really got to see what version of Keyshawn shows up, because I think Jermaine Ortiz is locked in regardless of who he's facing. I don't really see Jermaine Ortiz having flat performances. Yes, he's came up short, but I don't think I've ever seen him kind of like looked terrible, right? So, Shu set the tone. What up, Pugilism? What's up, man? Now, Keyshawn Shakur letting the stoppage fall into play. Lomachenko is better than Stevenson. Look at how Lopez did with him. Loma was smaller. Look at what Loma did to George. I mean, look, at the end of the day, styles make fights. And sometimes it even depends on what day you fight that fighter. That could be a day where if they fought someone 10 times out of 10, right? Maybe that was the one that person beat him, and the other 9 they wouldn't, right? So you ain't playing the fight. You ain't going to shut it. You got to shut it down. Is beating Lomachenko a signature with no win to date? How do you think Shakur would have done against Loma? You know, I think Loma would have gave all these guys tough fights, you know? Because remember, Loma is an undersized fighter when he fought Devin and Teo. More experienced, but extremely undersized. Imagine if Loma had the same arm reach that Devin or Teo had, right? Be a completely tougher fight, right? So I think Shakur would have also had a tough fight if he fought a prime Lomachenko. But it's always timing, though. Like I said earlier, like what day you fight. Shakur was not as experienced as he is now. Then it probably would have been if Lomachenko was in his, quote, professional prime, right? And then if Shakur fights him later on, then Loma isn't, quote, in his prime and been into tough fights. So it's the timing thing. So I think Loma on his best day and Shakur on his best day is tough, because we still haven't really seen Shakur in an elite fight until today, right? So in hindsight, we already know what Lomachenko was able to do with oversized opponents like Devin Haney and Teo, which deservedly so. I thought he lost to both, but Shakur hasn't shown it yet. I think Shakur would have fared well. They've sparred each other, but stylistically, it could be a great fight for Loma to easily win, or a nightmarish fight, right? It's hard to tell. So I think it would have been a great fight, and I think it would have been a tough fight for Shakur too. So, because of Lomachenko's footwork and angle. I think Teo's jab is going to be a problem. Also, Teo's never throws the same jab. It's always different jab. Yeah, he's very creative, right? His athleticism and the way that he positions his hands, right? It's not high guard. He's very athletic, and he relies on his creativity to land these shots. But if Shakur is able to download his timing, his speed, his distance, and his range and all that, regardless of how creative Teo can be, if Shakur can download all that, it's going to look like slow motion to him. So Shakur is going to have a huge advantage because he does the fundamental things right. Teo, on the other hand, does like the Roy Jones stuff, relies on athleticism, great creativity, great IQ at times, but he needs to get a little bit into his technical bag and also not fall into the trap of just being this freakishly athletic dude who can do all this fun, pretty stuff. He needs to get to the basics. So not only that, he has to throw not the same jab, but he has to throw it from a range that's not from his hip. You know, I think all the time with Teo has his hands down, he's given up a lot of, distance that he has to cover. Because when you think about it, it's like that like that whole thing where what's the shortest distance to this point, like a straight line, right? But if you kind of take another angle, right, a longer path, like a diagonal angle, when you can just take the shortest path, right, you start to create opportunities for your opponent to time you. You're giving them more distance to cover. So Teo always does that, but he's always able to do it with lesser opposition that he can outwit and out time them. He can't rely on that all the time with Shakur. But if he does, then it just shows how freakishly athletic he is. He falls into the same category as guys like, like Jaron Ennis a little bit, or Abdullah Mason or Roy Jones. Like, he's pulling from that cloth, right? Where they're doing things not necessarily fundamentally sound, but more likely to be creative and athletic. And that's still IQ. You got to know your timing, right? That you know that you can, but you're always running a risk when you're fighting a technician, right? And that's what Shakur is. So who has the power? I mean, I think a lot of people think Teo is going to be the more physically stronger guy. He's the bigger guy. He has more flashier knockouts against, guys that are a little bit bigger than Shakur. So, but neither one of these guys have had like a signature knockout against a top or a champion outside, I think, Shakur with Jamel Herring, right? So we'll see. What's up, CR? Davis versus Lopez? I mean, Keyshawn Davis, you mean? Versus Teofimo Lopez? I don't know. I have to see how they look tonight. I can't even think about them fighting each other. Teo throws short shots, uppercuts to the chest and hips. Yeah, I mean, he's creative with his offense. He might be a little bit more creative in his offense than Shakur, personally, right? But Shakur has mastered the technical distance and range of like this very precise boxing that he's been accustomed to. So it's going to look flashy from Teo, right? But Shakur is going to be very accurate and hitting and not getting hit. But he's yet to fight a guy professional like Teo. Another upset coming. No, I can't show the fight, Ricardo. Teo's going to win by KO. It'll be impressive. They just put a warrant out for Shushu. They said he hit Buddy with a brick with no one's looking. Yeah, man. Shu did his thing, man. Keyshawn Shakur, two best at controlling the pocket, dictating terms and engagement. That Bud's retired. Jay Prince got the green light to the most hated over Al Heyman after tonight. I mean, Keyshawn has very great, like, range. Like, he's almost, I wouldn't say a better range fighter than a lot of these fighters, but it's almost like how about this? Keyshawn's, you never watch Keyshawn be like, yo, his footwork is phenomenal, right? Like, when you look at certain people like Lomachenko or even Devin, right? When Devin kind of boxes and skips around, like, at that point, you would assume that their footwork is what's creating a lot of these opportunities. Keyshawn's footwork is good, but it's not flashy. But what he's really great at is his pull counter, his mid-range, his step backs. Like, his footwork isn't really like special effects, but his footwork is solid because he's always in the right place at the right time, out of danger, and when he needs to be somewhere to capitalize. So, ultimately, I think that's a great statement by saying he's great at controlling the pocket and dictating the terms of that engagement, because he's always in the proper position at all times, at least with all the oppositions he's faced. So, oh, yo, my bad, yo. You said I got the names wrong. Hold on. Oh, hold up. I fucked up the names. You're right. Let me fix that. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. I fucked this up. Hold on, let me fix this. My bad. Hold on. All right, let me fix this. Good catch, y'all. Now I see why everyone was asking me about like Teo and Keyshawn Davis, because my dumbass had the wrong name up here. Let me fix this real quick. Hold on. There we go. All right. My bad. Good looking, y'all, for having me change that shit. That shit was yeah, I appreciate it. I'm trying to just read up to the chat to try to catch up. Yeah, I appreciate it, Zephyr. It says Keyshawn. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Does Teo have a real shot here? Of course he has a real shot. I mean, I favor Shakur, right? I heavily favor Shakur. But to count out Teo, like, that's why we're all here. Like, because we know, like, this is a fight we always wanted to see amongst these guys. So, as I say this, Jermaine Ortiz is walking in the ring right now. Ortiz is giving everyone problems, even Loma and Teo, correct? Yep, Jermaine Ortiz is next. Boxing's for the 26th. It's only trouble Keyshawn act out of pocket. Hasn't done it yet in a fight. Trend won't end tonight. You know, personally, I think Keyshawn, if he shows that if he cannot cut off the ring with Jermaine Ortiz, then this could be a very uneventful fight. You know, I think Keyshawn has very superior footwork. It's not flashy, but he seems to be always in the right place at the right time. So if Jermaine can show great footwork, this could be a really underwhelming performance tonight. But we will see. As Keyshawn Davis is getting ready to make his ring walk with his two brothers, Keon and Kelvin. The first two fights I ever saw live was Joe Frazier. Whoa, shut up. Really? And Bob Foster, Muhammad Ali? Swear. That's amazing, man. Two guys nobody wants to fight. Jermaine Ortiz and Edward Don Los Santos. Yeah, I mean, I give Keyshawn credit, man, when he wanted to fight De Los Santos. I know that fight didn't happen, but at the time, I was really excited. I flew, you know, I was out in Norfolk to go try to cover that fight, and it didn't happen, unfortunately. But that's still a fight that, in my mind, was like, man, that would have been an exciting fight to watch. I don't even like Shakur much, but he beats Lomachenko, who is just way overrated, just like a so-called decorated amateur. I mean, it's a stylistic fight, right? It's like, I'm not saying Lomachenko is the greatest thing since sliced bread, but I don't think he deserves all the hate. I don't think he's overrated. He's a good fighter. He's a really good fighter. I think he's deserving of the praise that he's gotten. But I also feel like there's some praise that is a little too much, and I don't think he falls in that tier. But he's a good fighter. I think he's a Hall of Famer. You know what I mean? So imagine if you can go to high school for 10 years. What? It ain't quick enough for Shakur, though. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to be really fast for Shakur, man. And because Shakur is going to definitely make, he's going to cut to the shortest distance. You know, Shakur is not going to do all this hands down, exaggerated shit. He's going to be fighting very fundamental tonight. So, all right, Keyshawn Davis is in the ring right now. Tia was showing love to Ortiz and Locker, cheering him on. Yeah, I mean, you know, friends of your ops, or friends of, or you're friends of the enemies of your ops, or whatever the sayings are. Like, he got beef with Keyshawn. So, was Haney in his prime when Loma took him to the distance? It's hard to tell, you know. I would like to think not, but at the same time, maybe, you know. I mean, hands down, that was still Devin's toughest fight, you know, for obvious reasons. Get ready, you already know who's going to win. Shakur Stevenson. You can tell Ortiz still salty about the decision. Yeah, I mean, look, he put a valid effort. He thought he beat Teo, right? I think there was some controversy around it, but at the same time, I understand why he didn't get it either, you know? Jab creativity is overrated. No human is an octopus. That jab is going to come from the same general direction no matter how much he does freestyle with it. Yeah, I mean, but creativity is very important, you know? You gotta change the rhythm, and you have to change the angles and how you come about it. But that's Mo, but that comes back to what I was saying about Shakur. He's going to understand the distance, regardless of where it's coming. And at a certain point, if he downloads that and Teo's doing all this athletic, like being athletic and he's putting himself in a disadvantage and giving Shakur the time to look at it in slow motion, and it's not going to be in favor for him. Yeah, that was my bad. I had the wrong one, Albert. Yeah, I saw Bachman lost to Josh, not Josh Taylor. He lost to Josh Kelly. I didn't see the whole fight, but there weren't really highlights. Yeah, I mean, it was Josh just outboxing him at points. There were some shaky moments for Josh Kelly, but you know, I think it was fair. You know, they both knocked each other down. I don't think Josh Kelly's going to hold a candle against Jaron Ennis, so I think he's going to get destroyed by him. But I also thought Bachman was going to lose to Jaron Ennis too. So That's why I said we already know he's going to take advantage of with the IQ. Correct. Shakur is going to win that game. Yeah, so that's why I favor Shakur, man. That fight was crazy. Johnny Paul's and Oval. But yeah, Shakur dials him up and rips him. Yeah, I got him wrong. Yeah, but that was the fight we wanted to see. He's effing with Bud Crawford is over. Yeah, I know. I messed it up, John. That was my bad. My bad. I forgot to switch it. What I think is going to happen tonight, I think Keyshawn's going to win. I think Shakur's going to win. You know? Shakur can stay cool. He can win. But if he comes fighting, Shakur will get suckered in. And you know what's scary beyond? I think Shakur will get suckered in. I think he's going to want to fight Teo. Strange enough, I know some people, it's like, why would Shakur do that? Because I know Shakur, man. I think Shakur is going to do that. I think he's going to try to fight Teo. As crazy as it sounds. Keyshawn's trying to find a place. All right. So, $5 super chat. Nasal flow. Low man is normal weight. Class would never lose. He bit off more than he chewed moving up. He was like a tiny one. I agree. And that's exactly what I said, man. And it's nothing taken away from Devin and all those guys. I think they still have a chance of pulling off the win. But, you know, you got to take into account Loma was fighting guys significantly bigger than him. And that's what makes Loma very impressive. That even though he fell short, he did his thing, you know? All right, but anyways, I gotta call this fight. Keyshawn Davis and Jermaine Ortiz are in the ring. I'm sorry if I didn't get to your comments. I will read your comments as they come by. This is a fight song. Jermaine Ortiz right now taking the middle of the ring as Keyshawn edging forward a little bit, using that lead hand, trying to use a strong, powerful jab as he parries Jermaine Ortiz's jab. Jermaine Ortiz using his lateral footwork, going side to side, try to create angles. Both of these guys, high pace jabbing. Keyshawn putting pressure on Jermaine. Both of these guys using solid jabs. Keyshawn using that footwork placement, like I said. Nothing's fancy or flashy, but just trying to make sure he's able to cut off the ring and pin Jermaine Ortiz against the ropes. Good little catch from Keyshawn. Keyshawn's landing a good jab on Jermaine to the body. Keyshawn has his lead hand down a little bit. Both these guys are using that lead hand range finder really low, taking a chance, trying to set traps. Keyshawn lands a good right hand on Jermaine Ortiz. Kind of, I want to say buzzed him, but kind of moved him. It was a right hand. Keyshawn showboating a little bit now. Keyshawn showing very, very good poise, good feints right now. Kind of drew Jermaine Ortiz in a mid-range boxing match, which at a point, Jermaine Ortiz looked like he was trying to move. And good defense. Jermaine Ortiz did like 3, 4, 5 jabs, and Keyshawn slipped all by him, and he laughs almost kind of like he felt himself like, yeah, I'm nice. Kind of talking shit to Jermaine Ortiz. Good defense from Keyshawn. Keyshawn's talking shit to Jermaine Ortiz. And Jermaine Ortiz right now is in a southpaw stance. Is Keyshawn in an orthodox stance. Very poised. Keyshawn's looking very poised in it right now. Nothing significant has landed right now. A lot of posturing, a lot of feinting, a lot of just kind of filling out. But you can tell that Keyshawn is just comfortable. Landed a good jab to the body. Lead parry with his lead hand and tries to counter but misses. Jermaine Ortiz has to be careful not to get overzealous, because at this moment, Keyshawn is a great counter punch, and you can see him trying to set him up with some sort of sneaky counter shot. If it's him pairing with the lead hand and countering with it, or following up with a sneaky combination, Jermaine Ortiz pushes Keyshawn against the rope, and Keyshawn laughing, doing a little bit of showmanship right now, smiling. But you can tell that all the shots that Keyshawn's firing has natural power. Ortiz tries to get a little rough and tries to push Keyshawn in the clinch, tries to make it dirty. The ref comes over and warns Ortiz not to use his lead arm and push. Yeah, I didn't understand the tiny 140, but I understood, like, I guess he was saying like he was a tiny guy at 135, right? Because he was fighting guys that moved to 140. So it's kind of saying he was a tiny 140 pounder, right? Is what he's saying, because those guys went to 140, 147. So I kind of understood what he's saying. He never fought at 140, right? But because he fought guys that moved to 140, I think that's what he meant. That's what I think Nazo meant. Or he probably meant 135 and forgot he fought at 135. So, but anyways, I think Loma is definitely not overrated, but I think he's also underrated in a point. So, but Keyshawn looks pretty good, man. Appreciate it, E. All right, second round. I think Keyshawn won that first round. Not a lot of crazy stuff has happened, but he just controlled the pacing. Let me cut this out. I think Jermaine Ortiz has a lot on his plate right now, fighting a very in prime, focused Keyshawn Davis. I don't see any of this mental lapse that people have been concerned about Keyshawn. He looks very comfortable in there right now. He's setting good traps. He's landing really strong jabs to the body. That jab is very strong from Keyshawn. Nothing that's rocking Ortiz, but he was able to catch Ortiz lunging in with a good counter with the lead hand, and he lands a good stab jab to the body on Ortiz. Ortiz right now having a difficult time landing any shots on Keyshawn, and let alone unable to use his footwork to kind of create distance. Keyshawn's starting to cut him off on the ropes a little bit as Ortiz then quickly lunges in and clinches to try to get off the ropes. He definitely is trying to get Keyshawn away from him by just lunging in, which can be dangerous because I think Keyshawn might catch him with a maybe step back uppercut. You know, Ortiz needs to be careful because I know that right now Keyshawn is cutting him off pretty well, using good footwork, good combination. Good right over the top, catches Ortiz from Keyshawn Davis. Catches the attention from Ortiz. Ortiz on the back foot. Keyshawn looks to the side a little bit, almost like he sees somebody. Keyshawn has been known to say many times, I felt so much power, I didn't respect it. I looked at my brothers, I kind of gave him a sign. I don't know if that was the sign, like, oh yeah, I got him. Many times Keyshawn has looked to his brothers in the crowd and signaled almost at a time like, yeah, this is the time. So that was a very good right hand, catches Ortiz flush. And Keyshawn still putting effective pressure, throws a strong right hand. Good Lee left hook to the body, catches Ortiz, and Keyshawn smiling, and he's nodding his head, knowing, yeah, it's that time. Keyshawn's looking solid in there right now. Strong, poised, unfazed, not biting onto all the traps, not falling into all the hype that people would say Jermaine Ortiz is going to upset him. He looks calm in there. Everything Jermaine Ortiz is doing, minus that left hook. Jermaine Ortiz catch Keyshawn with a good left hook right there. I can't even lie. But they clinch and tie up. Keyshawn looks very poised this round. And this is 2-0 Keyshawn Davis. Dominating round. You can see the momentum is starting to catch up. Keyshawn smiling. He's looking at someone in the crowd, nodding his head. Yeah, Ortiz does look worried in there, man. He does. Love that wide stance range fighting. You know, it's like it's wide enough where he's not like unable to use his legs, but it's enough where he can generate power. You know what I mean? So it's not too wide, but it's wide enough to land, and that's why he's able to get these really good shots on Ortiz. Just strong. Could the first guy stop, or could this be the first guy to stop Ortiz? I mean, look, this would be a huge statement if he can, right? You can only get your brain rattled so many times. What time does it start in Cali? It's probably going to start about in an hour. I think Ortiz might have maybe bit a little bit more than he can chew. Keyshawn is looking solid. He could easily fight at 147. He says he wants to go to 147 and fight Devin Haney. Loma was good at front foot, as a good front foot fighter, but once he got figured out, the aura was gone. A rumor Shakur is hurt. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, he's always said his hands was hurt, you know. He's always had brittle hands, so. Jermaine Ortiz, Jekyll Mo, but he needs hide. He looks worried off that face-off. Keyshawn right now just looks unfazed. He looks like he's comfortable. He looks like there's nothing that Ortiz right now is giving him anything to think about. You know what I mean? He's obviously not respecting disrespecting Ortiz and underestimating him, but Ortiz right now is trying to do a different look, trying to be a little bit more irky jerky, change his rhythm, light on his feet. But Keyshawn, once again, unfazed, poised. Just going side to side, light on his feet, but catches him with a good right. Keyshawn's timing, solid. Caught Ortiz with a good trap, with a right hand. Ortiz looks worried as he eats a left hook. Keyshawn starts to pound on his chest like, come on, let's go. He's starting to feel it. Ortiz is trying to fire back, but there's nothing that he's able to kind of figure out. He's missing all these shots. And this is why I was saying, like, Keyshawn's defense is solid. Mid-range, able to get out and then just be right back in his face. Effective countering, effective pressure. I mean, look, I really don't know what Ortiz needs to do. As much as everyone has the idea, like, do this, do that, I really see that right now Keyshawn's outclassing him in every aspect. Timing, traps, his footwork isn't like Ortiz. Ortiz is bouncing around all over the place. He's trying to really give Keyshawn a different look. He's trying to back Keyshawn up. He's trying to create a different type of plan. But Keyshawn right now looks very poised. Locked in. Super serious. Throwing a couple shots to get Ortiz. And you can tell Ortiz right now is respecting Keyshawn, because when Keyshawn throws, he takes a serious step back. Like you said, Shabazz, it's going to be a long night for Ortiz. There's levels, and Ortiz is definitely finding out right now. But he catches Keyshawn with a good combination. He caught Keyshawn with a good combination, and Keyshawn acknowledged it and kind of hit his gloves together like, okay, good combination. Little bouncy jump in and jump out. And he's starting to make Keyshawn reach a little bit. He's starting to do the same stuff he did with Teofimo Lopez. And he's starting to use that creativity with his boxing. And he's starting to land some shots on Keyshawn. And he's starting to give Keyshawn a different look now. He's starting to have success at the end of the third round. That movement and that little irky jerkiness might be a factor for this fight. So, hey, $10 super chat from my boy Jay Watts, my brother who's coming from FightHype. Shout out to my boy Jay Watts. You ain't got to do this, brother. What it do? Keyshawn's going to KO him, and after Shakur and the popping with Bud, Clarissa, and Ward, it's a definite W for Shakur. Maybe even a stoppage? You saying Shakur going to stop Teofimo? What? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Damn. I'm going to heart it just because of the super chat. I appreciate this. But wow, what y'all think about that? Does Shakur stop Teofimo, according to Jay Watts? Shout out to Jay Watts, man. He's did some of the interviews with Senior, Lamont Roach Senior, Ben Johnson, Jordan Roach. So he's out in the VA. So appreciate my brother Jay. We're gonna get that phone call tomorrow. So appreciate you, man. But Keyshawn right now caught Ortiz with a good left hook in the fourth round. Solid shot. Keyshawn's starting to put a little bit more pressure, knowing that at this moment this is going to be a cat and mouse match. And Ortiz is doing a lot of irky-jerky movement, making Keyshawn miss a little bit. This is kind of some of the stuff that people felt that Ortiz could do that was able to frustrate Teofimo Lopez. Not saying it's frustrating Keyshawn, but right now Keyshawn is having a harder time landing these shots. Ortiz is bouncing around. And he's doing what he did with Teo, trying to frustrate him. And this right now could be a fight where it seemed like it was looking really bad for Ortiz to maybe a fight where he could maybe sneak a couple rounds here and there if he plays his cards right. So he could knock Teo off balance. Or I say it's going to be a great fight. Get them popcorns ready. A lot of typos, but he might stop him. Yeesh. I mean, I've been saying I think Shakur is going to press Teo this fight. I really do think he's going to press him. Do I think he's going to do it all night? I don't think so, but I think he's going to press him. Now Shakur either going to get beat or put a De Los Santos performance. Bet Teo 2 pops off. Danner's going to after Josh Kelly. Maybe. We'll see. I mean, I'm hearing maybe Jaron Ennis might get that fight. But anyways, going back to this fight, a lot of missed shots between the two. Ortiz is making Keyshawn miss a little bit, but he bum rushes Keyshawn after they both land a shot. Ortiz has made an adjustment. He's not willing to sit in mid-range with Keyshawn the whole time. He's using these awkward angles. He's choosing to pressure Keyshawn at awkward times and get out the range at the proper time, but not really throwing a lot of arsenal to capitalize on it. And Keyshawn right now hasn't landed as clean and flush as he did as the first 2 rounds. Starting to try to get Jermaine Ortiz's rhythm and his timing down. So fight starting to become a little bit of a stalemate a little bit between these two. Posturing where Ortiz is moving around well but not capitalizing on offense. And Keyshawn not showing to be able to capitalize and cut off the ring. But he's missing. He's putting his hands together, but he's not able to catch Ortiz. So good couple of shots from Keyshawn lands right there as Ortiz sits there in the pocket a little bit. But definitely interesting round. I mean, I guess you can score that round for either or. Shakur is good, but he starts slow. We'll see, man. I'm excited. That's the next fight coming up. Ortiz is not finding his way. Very unorthodox. You can find the fight in the zone. Shakur knocked down in round 4. Damn, Julie. Why do you feel? Do you feel like Teo is just that more superior, or you think he's just going to catch him just out of the blue? Just boom. Jermaine Ortiz is starting to make this fight a little bit more, I want to say interesting, because it's not a lot that's going on, but a little bit harder for Keyshawn at this moment. His unorthodox style, someone said in the chat, is starting to make Keyshawn miss some of his shots, and some of his timing is not there because of Ortiz lunging all over the place. So but Keyshawn's still putting pressure on right now. And they clinch up. Keyshawn using his forearm to try to get Ortiz off him. Keyshawn, I wouldn't say frustrated, but you can tell he's a little bit adamant of trying to get to Ortiz, and he's unable to get to him. You know, he's missing his shots. Ortiz is lunging, clinching, picking Keyshawn up, jumping out of the range, coming close, lunging again. Not giving Keyshawn a lot of opportunities to really land a good, significant shot. Nothing really going on, but Ortiz is definitely making this a very awkward fight for Keyshawn. And, you know, depending on how this fight goes, I mean, some rounds might get scored to Ortiz because the fact that this isn't really a telling fight. Like, I don't really know who's effectively winning this round. Like, it's a little ugly. I mean, Keyshawn's starting to land some good body shots in the clinch, which might get him this round if he can land those type of shots. But good 1-2 from Keyshawn. Keyshawn stares Jermaine Ortiz down after he knocked him down. Not like a knockdown, but kind of like pushing him down with his lead hand. Good jab to the body from Keyshawn. Keyshawn's starting to put his shots together a little bit more. About a minute left. Good left. Ooh, good shot to the body. Keyshawn's starting to put his shots together. Starting to comfortably time Ortiz. Landed a good right on Ortiz. Keyshawn's definitely winning this round now. No questions about it. Yeah, I mean, I got Keyshawn winning the first 4, but that fourth round was not eventful. It was really not a lot that went down. But this fifth round, Keyshawn is separating himself this last minute. He's starting to catch Ortiz coming in and out. Good jab from Keyshawn. Keyshawn's starting to put his shots together. Ortiz is starting to get a little reckless coming in. Ortiz is doing a lot of upper body move, but not really throwing effective punches to. Ooh, good. As I say that, he landed a good shot coming in on Keyshawn. And Keyshawn definitely landed the more significant shots in that round, but not a very pretty, eventful fight going on right now because Ortiz's style is awkward and ugly. Like I think someone said, Ortiz wants to wrestle. He's lunging in, like Miss says. Jermaine hasn't switched to hide mode yet, but became more skittish Jekyll. Yeah, he definitely closed that round strong. Keyshawn definitely closed that round with some really good counter punching, and he definitely won that round. So I think if Keyshawn can land these type of shots throughout the round, even though nothing fancy happens, he's going to win the fight. But Ortiz is not giving him an opportunity to land anything devastating. So not an exciting fight, very technical. Keyshawn's definitely having to catch his prey, and it's not a pretty fight. Hit the likes button. UFC 25's on right now. Hatcher, let me know who wins that Volk fight. You think Volk will beat Lopez? Yeah, I mean, Volk's like a legend, bro. That dude's striking is unreal, and his wrestling. Keyshawn's overrated, hasn't fought anybody. I mean, that's fair, Warrior. I mean, you know, a lot of his opponents hasn't been at the elite level. I think the only one is Jermaine Ortiz, and he's lost to both, you know, Teo and Loma, so. Ortiz trying to get inside and get Octopus. Ortiz about to cha-cha slide. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be an eventful fight, guys. I'm not even going to lie. He's fighting somebody now, Warrior. It's almost midnight in New York. Yeah, that fight's going to be pretty late. Probably like 11:30-ish, 11:40 when they fight, so. Keyshawn starting to back Ortiz up on the ropes. But Ortiz lands a good little pot shot with the right on Keyshawn walking in. And Keyshawn's trying to force the fight. Trying to pin him to the ropes and trying to land some good shots. Keyshawn trying to counter with the right hand. Misses. Ortiz still on his back foot, just throwing the jab, being very skittish. Keyshawn lands a good jab and follows it with a good right hand and nods his head like, yeah. Landed a good shot on you. Acknowledging his work. Keyshawn's trying to counter that jab again with that right hand as Jermaine Ortiz is taking a chance with that jab. Very risky play. Keyshawn's starting to feel himself a little bit, and Ortiz is trying to defuse it by landing a good shot of his own, but Ortiz lands a good left, but Keyshawn followed it with a good right. Starting to heat up a little bit. Ortiz starts to land put his combinations together a little bit, but Keyshawn dodges, lands a good right, but he eats a left himself from Ortiz. Ortiz is starting to take some serious chances against Keyshawn. Oh, good left. Pops Keyshawn's head back from Ortiz. And Ortiz takes both his gloves and it's like, come on, let's go. Keyshawn using that jab. Seems like the pressure now is Ortiz, but Keyshawn catches Ortiz with the right. The second Ortiz wanted to pull that jab out, he timed him beautifully. They start to ruffle. Walk out for Unk right now. I didn't even call whatever the fuck was in my mind. I just lost the train of thought because Wrestling. Is this wrestling? He's not a bad fighter, Ortiz. No, Ortiz is definitely not a bad fighter. It's just like he's awkward, right? He's landing these shots at awkward times, you know, when it's almost like you feel like he's going to be defensive, he's offensive. And when you think he's about to be offensive, he's back on his feet, right? Keyshawn did catch him one time with a good right hand. The second he was thinking about coming in, he timed him. But other than that, that was an interesting round, man. Ortiz had some good moments, man. I definitely feel like Keyshawn's winning the fight, but not a lot is going on. Not an exciting fight. Very technical. Holy moly. Here comes the spammers. There's been good moments from Ortiz, but I think Keyshawn's been in control. Any chance Ortiz can get a decision? Nah, I don't think so. He's going to really have to turn it up the second half personally, and at that point it's going to be a close fight because Keyshawn is teeing off on Ortiz right now after he lands a good left hook, and it's almost like Ortiz has moments in rounds, but Keyshawn's still landing the more flush and telling shots. As of right now, Keyshawn gets caught with a shot coming in after he landed a good shot. Seems like Keyshawn is kind of tired of just chasing Ortiz, which can be a dangerous thing for Keyshawn because Ortiz is trying to bait him in and frustrate Keyshawn. You see Keyshawn get frustrated just a little bit, and almost then he wakes himself up and gets back to good mid-range boxing. But Ortiz is definitely doing a lot of irky-jerky, weird, awkward stuff to just try to get Keyshawn off his game. But Keyshawn's still poised, still doing what he needs to do to win, and I think he's winning the fight comfortably. I think Ortiz maybe won a round, if that. And that's a courtesy round, but Keyshawn is still landing the more significant shots. He's landing good shots to the top. Good power shots from Keyshawn. Jermaine is in high-dish mode right now. Yeah, I mean, he's landing good shots, but he's not landing enough shots to win rounds. It's almost like he has moments enough where he can make a highlight reel, like he landed a lot of good shots on Keyshawn, but over a 12-round fight, it's not going to be nowhere near enough to be able to... Oh, good solid left. Like I said, right there, he caught Keyshawn with a good left, but Keyshawn follows up, but he catches Keyshawn getting over anxious. Keyshawn nods his head like he acknowledged that it was a good shot. Jermaine Ortiz is definitely trying to bait Keyshawn into a firefight, but trying to catch Keyshawn being offensive-minded and trying to capitalize on him being anxious. And he caught Keyshawn with some really good shots now. He's definitely wanting to make sure that he gets Keyshawn to fall into these traps, and he's landed some really good shots on Keyshawn. And this is honestly, in my personal opinion, a little frustration from Keyshawn. He's poised enough, but at moments he's anxious because it's almost like he's frustrated that he's not able to get a fight that he wanted. And he landed a good right hand in exchange on Ortiz. A really good round for Ortiz, honestly. Maybe that could be an Ortiz round. Tio says for him to do this, Ortiz like this, he's different. And I picked Key by TKO. Jermaine is like an off-rhythm dancer partner who's doing it on purpose just because. Yeah, I think Jerron Ennis mentioned, because he beat him in amateurs, he said that Jermaine Ortiz is very awkward, even from the amateurs. He was very, very awkward. And it's telling in his style that he gives these fights with good fighters these moments where they're almost like they're frustrated. Like they're almost like they know they have to be composed and poised, but it's not because like they feel threatened, but it's like more of just like they're just who they are as fighters, professional, solid fighters. But even then you can see it break a little bit in them where they're just anxious and maybe a little bored a little bit. Like they know that they're winning. They know that this guy's not beating them, but they want to do a little bit more, and they kind of make a mistake by just walking in a little bit. too much. So folks in the octagon, that's what's up. Yeah, it's not a pretty fight, man. And as in right now, Shushu has probably the best performance of the night, as in like the style. Now, Key won that round comfortably, landed many hard shots with body. Even I felt this shit. Yeah, honestly, it's a Keyshawn Davis fight. Like, he's winning. He's probably won almost every round. Maybe Ortiz, maybe one or two, if you really want to be generous. And that's probably what I was doing. I was just being generous. But it's just Keyshawn is frustrated because he's not dominating the rounds the way that he wants to. He's winning the fight. It's no question about it. It's no controversy. But it's almost like he's frustrated that there's these little moments that happen on him and he can't get it back. And he's not getting these kind of rounds where he's beating the shit out of Ortiz like he's envisioned. So that's where I think he's frustrated a little bit. And then even at moments when he is winning around, he's a little bored. So that's when he presses action, and that's when he gets caught. So Ortiz is putting a lot of awkward pressure and gets caught with a leaping left hook. Not a very exciting fight right now, though. But a lot of it is just because Keyshawn can't land cleanly on Ortiz. And deservingly so, because Ortiz is awkward and is doing good footwork. But he's not letting his hands go enough and landing enough to win the fight. He's doing good enough to get out the way, clinch, but he's not winning these rounds because of his hands. If he threw his hands a little bit more, maybe he's afraid to get countered. Anybody knows who so won? What do you mean who won? Ortiz has 2 rounds max. I agree. Finally gave him round 3 and 4. Yeah, 2 max. Exactly. And, you know, and it could be any round. Like, one's like a courtesy round, so. But the fans win. Yeah, so much for an upset. Yeah, I mean, you never know, man. It's boxing. But it's definitely not going to be by outboxing Keyshawn. It's going to have to be something dramatic. And the question is Ortiz going to be able to pull a rabbit out the hat? Key's playing with him now. It's almost like he's trying to create a moment. He's looking for the moment. He knows he's winning a fight, but he just can't really get it. Ortiz is not allowing it. So, yeah, this is the co-feature. The fans are losing. The Shushu fight by far has been the best fight so far. You can argue Ortiz won 1, 3, and 4. I forgot which ones believe the 4th. He's saying it because it's like this is an uneventful fight. Like, you know, it's not living up to like a showcase knockout, right? It's this Ortiz under delivering as an opponent, really pushing Keyshawn to a limit, and Keyshawn's unable to land anything of note to really make this fight exciting. So it's like Ortiz is just there to make us look bad, not to win. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, Keyshawn is unable to capitalize on anything, and Ortiz is not giving him anything. It's just he's waiting for an opening, and he can't create an opening. So we're just here. It's gonna be the last big fight Ortiz get watched. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty rough to get through right now, man. It's starting to now feel like, yeah, Ortiz is not really showing me now at this point that he wants to win the fight. You know, he's doing enough to not make the fight like a one-sided beatdown, but it's really nothing more than just a glorified sparring match at this point. You know, Keyshawn just unable to land, and Keyshawn's starting to apply more pressure, landing some more shots, getting a little bit more frustrated, looking like to take one to give one. Keyshawn just kind of not respecting Ortiz and not trying to play this game. We're in the 9th round. We're kind of in a fight right now where it looks like Keyshawn's trying to force a knockout, and Jermaine Ortiz is looking like he's trying to not get knocked out. Every once in a while, he'll show a little life. And he landed a good sneaky left hook on Keyshawn. He's starting to land some good shots on Keyshawn, running with a sneaky uppercut. Keyshawn's winning, but he still has not figured out Ortiz. This is the story of this fight. He's winning the fight comfortably, but he still hasn't figured out Ortiz. Good jab from Keyshawn. Definitely feels like a one-sided fight where Ortiz has moments and Keyshawn is just not able to deliver a beatdown that he wanted, a comeback fight win in a devastating fashion. I mean, he's landing some good shots. I think Ortiz's left eye is starting to swell up. I don't know if these shots are starting to break Ortiz down, but he's still bouncing around the ring, still awkward. His eye is starting to close up. Putting a lot of pressure on Keyshawn. Keyshawn is getting away, not letting Ortiz sucker him in some sort of trap. Good sneaky left from Ortiz lands on Keyshawn. Another left lands by Ortiz. And they exchange the last few seconds. Oof, man. It's a tough fight to get through, man. It's getting to that point, man, where Keyshawn, like you said, has figured him out to win, but hasn't figured him out to knock him out. And I think that's where Keyshawn looks a little frustrated. He's unable to get that signature stoppage that he's accustomed getting. But he's definitely outclassing him, outperforming, and he's definitely beating Jermaine Ortiz comfortably. You think the fight is close? Yeah, there's just bots. You think the fight's close? I don't know. I don't see it being close. I feel like Jermaine is having moments. Keyshawn's doing it again. This is a very deflating co-feature, yeah. It started out good when Ortiz kind of wanted to take some chances, but then now he went back to his awkward, jerky style where we're accustomed to. And, you know, he's not really putting on a performance that gives us a feeling that he wants to win this fight. It's more like he's trying to create moments in the fight. But this is definitely not a memorable fight. None of them doing anything, so you're feeling like... I mean, the more telling shots is from Keyshawn, but I get what you're saying. It's pretty rough. We're in the 10th round, Tyson. It's on the screen for Keyshawn Jermaine Ortiz. Keyshawn lands a good left hook on Ortiz. Ortiz is just trying to fight Keyshawn a little bit. He has the high guard. He's starting to take some chances, and Keyshawn's starting to tee off a little bit more. Ortiz has to be careful not to just overstep his boundaries. Ortiz is willing to want to punch with Keyshawn Davis. Good counter punch from Keyshawn. Good right hook from Keyshawn Davis. Ortiz is trying this round. I got to give him that. But, you know, it's a little deflating when we're in the 10th round and you're trying. Good counter right from Keyshawn. Catches Ortiz. And he's still trying. Seems like Ortiz is adding a sense of urgency a little bit more. And he's starting to get caught a lot more. That swelling on that left eye is getting bigger and bigger from catching these right hands. Ortiz is trying to fight Keyshawn now. I don't know if that's a great idea, but at the same time, it's a lot better than what he was doing. At least he's trying. He's giving Keyshawn the opportunity now to really capitalize on being right in front of him and catching him with good counter shot opportunities. Exactly, they're both not really doing anything. Did I Murd? What? I banned your other account. What was your account? If I accidentally banned it by mistake, if it was a spammy account, then that was my bad. Like I mistimed it. If you Murd, if you tell me what it is, I'll unban it. Was it just right now in the chat? Because I'm sniping the spamming bots. Keyshawn would probably stop De Los Santos. I think Riot hurt him before he got clipped. Gotta imagine Keyshawn would have more scissors. Yeah, I mean, I think so too, because stylistically he would keep coming forward, right? And gives Keyshawn that style of a counter puncher, right? A strong counter puncher. But Ortiz, who's trying that now, is starting to get caught with a lot more shots than he did all fight because he's actually trying to press the action. But overall, it's a Keyshawn Davis fight. Wouldn't really say any controversy is going to happen right now. Murd 15. What did it just happen right now? First and foremost, just letting you know, if I accidentally it's a timeout for 24 hours, and I only do that for the spamming bots, but there's no banning, right? Like there's no banning. Like I don't ban anybody. So even with the bots, these bots can come back the next day, but they just don't. So I'll look up Murd 15. It won't be here. I'll take a picture of it, Murd, so it's in my phone, and I'll look into. You didn't do like anything crazy, right? Like you didn't say nothing in another chat or something, right? Or in the comments that was like spicy. I'll go look into the to remove it. The doctors are looking at Jermaine Ortiz's eyes. It is New York. They're just making sure that he's able to fight. Because his eyelid is starting to swell up. That's unofficial scorecards, y'all. Shakur is going to be the next fight. Ortiz up on the score. I don't know about that. Ortiz definitely can take a punch, though. But I really don't know what Ortiz's game plan is. He's starting. Oh, the body shot. A left hook from the body. Keyshawn finally catches Ortiz and drops him with a vicious body shot. And Keyshawn starts to dance, starts to pre-celebrate. Ortiz stands up. This might be it. Keyshawn's finally got what he wanted. He got a good opportunity to finish who hasn't been finished in any of these fights. Teo didn't do it. Loma didn't do it. Keyshawn's starting to tee off. And he's pressing Jermaine Ortiz. Double left hook to the body. He's going back to the body. What hurt him? Ortiz is fighting through a good left hook, but Ortiz is a wounded animal. Keyshawn has to be careful. But he gets caught with a right. Jermaine Ortiz gets a right. And Keyshawn's being very patient. Another left hook to the body. Putting a lot more pressure. A lot of time left. 1 minute and 28 seconds. Keyshawn lands a good leaping left hook. Keyshawn's not throwing wasted shots. Another right catches Ortiz. Ortiz is definitely trying to fight his way out. Trying to survive. 1 minute left. Good body shot from Keyshawn. Keyshawn landed a good right to the body. Keyshawn is taunting. He's looking in the crowd. Someone's talking to. Oh! Good right hand. Catches Ortiz and a left follows up. Keyshawn is starting to tee off on Ortiz. And he's shaking his head at someone in the crowd. Keyshawn's looking to finish Jermaine Ortiz in the 11th round. A lot of time still left. Ortiz is still trying to survive. 36 seconds left. Oh! Keyshawn lands a good right. Oh, Keyshawn's wincing. Almost like he had like a headbutt. Or something caught him in the eye of some sort. So Keyshawn's backing up a little bit. Something caught him in the eye and now he's resetting. And Keyshawn's definitely taking a breather and he's running away a little bit because something happened. But Jermaine Ortiz's eye is grotesque, closed, bleeding, swollen. Not looking good for Jermaine right now. Liver quiver. Keyshawn does it again. We've seen some cocky scorecards. Someone's getting dropped in Teo and Shakur fight. Ortiz catching some shut eye. Good commentating. So clear to the point. It's like I'm watching. I appreciate it, man. Straight right and left to the liver. Ortiz got up. Garcia couldn't. I mean, that was a good body shot, man. And Ortiz got up. I give him props. Keyshawn has definitely good power. Get him out of there. Run but can't hide. I think Teo versus Shakur can be a draw. Oof. I hope not. Yes, hold him 100 times. Ortiz. Ref should have called it for the eye because he is taking abuse for nothing. Don't let it go to the scorecards. I mean, I don't think Ortiz is going to have any chance of winning this fight. I mean, he's taking punishment now, but it is in New York. The judges, I mean, the doctors are looking at it, and they're going to give him a test right now to see if he can pass it. And obviously, at this moment, the crowd is getting restless. They do not want a stoppage like this. That is a pretty bad eye. And they're letting Jermaine Ortiz fight this final round. Double commentary, I'm watching it too. He got none of y'all non-watchers for real. Appreciate it, man. Ortiz right now on his back foot, back on the ropes. Keyshawn starting to be light on his toes now. Looking to finish Jermaine Ortiz, being patient, not throwing any wasted punches. Good lead left hook to the body. Keyshawn catches Ortiz on the run, on the ropes. Ortiz is definitely in survival mode. It's almost like he's just trying to make it to the finish line just so he can say, oh, and a good right from Keyshawn catches Ortiz on the ropes. Ortiz is not firing back or even throwing anything of threat. And Keyshawn lands a good lead left hook, and Ortiz is scrambling like a get off me punch. He's trying to fight, almost just trying to get a little respect, but it's not working. Keyshawn is still being very patient, trying to deliver the right punches to try to finish the show. Ortiz throws a wild lead right hook, trying to almost just try to get some respect from Keyshawn, but it's not working. Keyshawn being patient, hawking, making Ortiz use all his energy, going side to side, but he's getting caught with this left and a right. Ortiz is looking a little dazed right now, breathing out of his mouth. Keyshawn misses with a counter right. Ortiz is on the ropes, gets caught with a lead left hook. Ortiz is stumbling on the ropes a little bit. Keyshawn is still hawking him down. They clinch. Ortiz is trying to buy some time by holding on. Ref breaks them up. Keyshawn is showing masterclass poise right now, landing a good right hook to the body. Keyshawn right in front of Ortiz as Ortiz has a high guard, just still trying to buy time, but he gets caught with a right, trying to jab his way to Keyshawn. He's starting to take some serious punishment right now. Keyshawn not allowing Ortiz to breathe as he clinches. Ortiz clinches right now. Still trying to survive. Good right to the body from Keyshawn. And up top, oh man, Ortiz's eyes is shutting pretty bad. He's putting a lot of punishment right now. Ortiz is clinching again, trying to buy time. Definitely can tell he's trying to make it to the finish line. But he eats a right. Keyshawn is just having his way, hands down, showboating, feeling himself. Not feeling any type of threat, but trying to make sure that all his punches count. Really trying to deliver that shot to really end the fight. But Ortiz is showing a lot of grit, being tough. He catches a jab, clinches on, holds on, gets out of the... Oh, the lead left body shot! And the ref waves it. I couldn't tell if that was a go shot or not, but it was landed. It was a good shot, and it landed flush. And it's over. He catches a beautiful body shot and catches Jermaine Ortiz on the way out. Timed it beautifully. Ortiz is still on his knee. They finally get him on the bench. He's breathing hard. Keyshawn Davis is dancing. And what do you know? For someone to take Jermaine Ortiz to the 12th round, punish him, and still stop him, impressive. Impressive. It felt very flat. It felt very uneventful because Ortiz was not giving Keyshawn the opportunities. But Keyshawn eventually found a way to break him down. And the power that Keyshawn had was able to place these really precise shots. See, here's the thing about Keyshawn. Most times when fighters get someone hurt, they start to really go for broke. They tire themselves out. They go and do all this exaggerated movement to really try to overwhelm his opponent. But Keyshawn, he was poised. He didn't throw wasted shots, right? He threw the right shots and he waited. And he was precise and he waited and he waited and he waited. He didn't just throw on, and he found the right shot, and it was a body shot again to drop Ortiz. And the ref felt like it was enough, and he immediately waved it off. From the damage from the eye closing up, from the body shots to the second knockdown, to the doctors constantly checking his eye. Great performance at the second half. Keyshawn Davis delivered what Lomachenko and Teal couldn't. Impressive. And at a certain point, I can safely say it was kind of easy. It wasn't pretty for a long part, but it was easy. When you think about it, the scorecard, he was patient, he was poised, and he landed a body shot. Very flush, but he caught him coming out. Great performance. I like to say Keyshawn Davis did his thing, man. Keyshawn Davis did his thing. Hold on. Let me get this recording of Andre Durrell. What do you guys think, man? Let's go. Stop. Carrington got hurt a few times, but it knocked him out. Yeah, he did. Keyshawn's gonna be a big star now. I mean, he's heading in a good direction, man. Like, Keyshawn really is putting on great performances, man. It took a while. I'm not gonna lie. It was a rough start. But he finished it, man. Keyshawn is back. Key versus Dev. Hutchins versus Martin. Woo! Hitchens, you mean? Hitchens or Martin? Yeah. Key's a problem on 40, man. Thanks for taking the time. Yeah, man. And then we got Shakur and Teo next, man. Keyshawn stayed focused and made necessary adjustments. I agree. I think that's the biggest impressive thing about Keyshawn is that he, as much as it could be frustrating to fight a guy like Ortiz, he maintained that poise and he delivered. He was able to stop Jermaine Ortiz in the later rounds. Great job, man. Yeah, that fight should have been stopped by the corner, man. He took a beating. He did, but you know what? They let him go out on his shield, you know, and I take my hat off. Ortiz is definitely not a punk, right? Like, it really took the right shots to get him out, and Keyshawn delivered to the precision and the timing, and he landed the right ones. It had to take a guy like Keyshawn, an accurate counter puncher, an offensive fighter, to be smart on the way that he took him out. And I don't know if anyone could just easily just get Ortiz out like that. So it was a KO. Yeah, Castro, he got cooked. Those last 3 rounds was an ass whooping, was for nothing. I agree. In hindsight, you know, it was pretty bad. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta let the fighter fight it out, and sometimes you have to save him from himself. And I think at that moment, I don't think it would have done either one of them justice, right? And I know that he took a lot of punishment, but I don't know. Maybe I'm giving Ortiz a lot of leeway. Maybe it should have been stopped, but it was like he wasn't gonna win, right? So no, maybe you're right. Emergency room is going to be full tonight. Spam Alicious. Hitchens is the barbecue sport of Texas with Texas Twinkles. Key beats Devin. He wants Devin. But I'll tell you this, though. Devin has a lot better footwork than Ortiz. He has a lot better jab than Ortiz. And when it comes to being a person that can frustrate someone, Devin's a lot better than that. So, but, at the same time, Keyshawn's a great fighter. He's getting better. He's developing. And it's a fight that I'll be foolish to say I don't want to see happen, I want to see it happen. So regardless if it happens next or later down the line, I think Keyshawn is delivering, and that's what fans want. Deliver at this point of your career. If they don't belong in there, get them out of there or make it look easy, right? Ortiz is definitely tough. He definitely has heart. So I don't know if Ortiz would have definitely wanted to go out that way. So it's tough, man, you know. But he almost made it out in the finish line. And there's no shame of losing to Keyshawn, Loma, and what you call it? Keyshawn, Loma, and Teo, you know? Now, I'm curious, right? Because he made a statement that he feels like Loma and Teo were better than Keyshawn. I'm curious if he thinks now, is Keyshawn better than Teo and Loma? Right? Because he made these bold statements that he feels like he's not better than them. Well, I'm curious now, if someone gets an opportunity to interview him, does he feel like he... So, Segawa beat Carrington and Castro was hurting him. I mean, look. Anyway, blast Carrington. I mean, anyway, it's a tall task for anyone. So... boom. All right, man. You know what's coming up next? You know what's coming up next? It's boxing. Respect them all. Facts, man. None of the big names are going to want to F with them now. Dev might get KO'd. I mean, look, we got to see the fights, dude. I can't just go off the fact that Keyshawn beat Jermaine Ortiz. Devin's not Jermaine Ortiz, you know? But that's a fight that we need to see, and that's a fight that I want to see. So he's a wide stance dude, man. He just stalking him. Good strategy. It's time, man. You don't need to go on and shit. You have to save your long term. His corner let him die. I agree, Miss True. Everything you're saying it's true. You know what I mean? And that's why it's a tough call, man. It's a very tough call. Because if he made it a distance, he would have maintained that status of like, I want to distance all these guys. But now in hindsight, he took unnecessary shots. And, you know, that's going to take away from his career. Since Bruce Carrington showed flaws, allegedly, from what I hear, maybe anyone may see him as the weaker. And it may, I mean, look, at the end of the day, man, anyways, also shown that he can get dropped by guys like Cardenas, right? Louis Neri. You know, he might get some resistance going up another weight class again. You know, these guys are bigger, so. But anyway, it is a beast, man. Devin has a jab that would be a problem for Key. He has a jab. He has a footwork. I mean, we can't even just go off of the fact that because he stopped Jermaine Ortiz, that Keyshawn's going to just run through Devin. Like it's and another weight class too, another weight class that Keyshawn would have to move up. So, we have to take that in consideration. He called out Devin. Doesn't want trade with him. He gets clipped. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Devin that he would want to fight him. I mean, he did put him on a list. So, Keyshawn versus Tank would be great for sure. Key's getting clipped first. Devin doesn't want fighting Key backwards. He's not Brian Norman. I mean, look, that's a great fight. Keyshawn's a silver medalist. It shows that it's translating very well as a pro. You know? I mean, Raymond Muay Thai versus Keyshawn would be a fun fight. Devin's confident. I'm glad Keyshawn scored the stoppage with a statement win over someone like Loma and Teo. Couldn't stop me. Glad he would be taken more serious. For sure, man. And he needed something like that after what happened out in Norfolk. Anyone Tank. Anyone's just way too small, man. Just way too small. That's a size thing. I think Inouye's probably the more skilled fighter. But Tank is also a skilled fighter. And he's big. And he's a knockout or Tank, man. It's too big. Yeah, the main event, man. Devin will make a hard fight, but when he gets clipped, I don't know. I mean, Devin's also shown good heart, too. So, he got up from Ryan, dropping him many times. I mean, that's a fight we have to see. So, now Shakur needs to stay focused because their little meetups were very messy and disrespectful. Now it's for the main event. Teo and Shakur, man. I'm calling out Teo is knocking out Shakur. Woo! Emilio, damn! I'm going on record. I got Shakur Stevenson beating Teo, man, by decision. I think Shakur is going to, at moments of the fight, it sounds risky, press Teo, but he's also going to get back to his boxing, and I think he's going to mix it up. And I think at a certain point, it's going to have some moments, but I think Shakur is going to find a way to make adjustments, and I think he's going to win this fight, man. I'm eating these cookie crumbs, man, because I'm hungry. Who wins? I favor Shakur, but just because I favor Shakur, I'm not taking anything away from Teo, because Teo has shown on the biggest stage he can perform, and Shakur has not fought anyone in his professional career like this. But skillfully, I feel like he's been the more consistent fighter. This is a style that doesn't favor Teo, and Teo might not even fight the right fight himself, because everyone keeps saying Teo should press Shakur. He might try to box Shakur. And as creative and athletic as he is, the threat is in the early rounds, but later on, I could see Teo being frustrated trying to box Shakur. So, Jermaine didn't learn from his prior losses. I mean, Keyshawn is a very accurate, patient counterpuncher who sits down on his punches. He can cut off the ring relatively well, and his feints aren't flashy. Like, they're not like, irky jerky all over the place, but he does enough to kind of get you off your game a little bit and walks you down, and he puts that pressure on you, and without throwing punches, he definitely makes you feel exhausted. You can tell how exhausted Ortiz was in the 12th round, just from all that movement and just irky jerkiness, just trying to go in and out. That Keyshawn was forcing that pace just by his presence alone. So Keyshawn ain't Norman either, and he's not. I was surprised how many people picked Norman. I did this interview with Norman, and Norman kind of grilled me. I was like, did you feel like this like a high risk fight? Like, this is kind of a fight where it was like, dang, why'd you take this fight? And I understood. He took a little offense, but it wasn't. I didn't frame it like him. I gave both credit. Like, I didn't just say, Norman, why'd you take this fight? But I still hinted the idea of, like, this is a fight that many people don't really feel like should happen now, and it was too soon for him. So we need Maidana versus Berto. Yeah, maybe back then. Yeah, Davis definitely called out Haney. Let me see. Let me see if there's some reactions out here online. I gotta see. I got a reaction from Andre Durrell. Alright, I gotta get that up. Bear with me, y'all, while we get ready for this main event. I gotta get this video uploaded. Damn, dude, these damn bots. Let me get these spammers out. And let me put this guy out, timeout. Sorry, y'all. I think Teo's athleticism is going to come and play. It's going to have to come and play, but he's going to have to use his athleticism intelligently, right? Because here's the thing. All that putting your hands down and doing all that stuff is a great trap and is a great look. But if you rely on it too much and Shakur catches your rhythm, you're now at a disadvantage, because now you're throwing punches from an angle. Shakur is being so stupid right now. I mean, Teo. But, and Senior in the back throwing middle fingers at the camera. You have to be smart when you actually fight with your hands down, because you're giving so much distance traveling from down to your knees to someone's face, while Shakur has his hands up high guard or whatever the case, and he's able to hit you. So you're pretty much giving yourself a disadvantage, even though you're creating some sort of trap. You're relying on your athleticism more than anything, and that's where it can be the detriment of Teo. Now, if Teo worked on his fundamentals, polished on it, don't rely only on his athleticism, then Teo is going to make this a hell of a fight. He's going to make this a great fight. But the question is, will Teo not fall in love with his athleticism and rely on his amateur experience and his boxing IQ to really show up to this fight? Because really, at the end of the day, Shakur is an elite defensive fighter, but you can't exploit it. He hasn't fought anyone at this level, and you have. So you can come through with all the tricks of the trade and your actual experience at fighting the top guys and put it together, and you can make the upset happen. That's why you've won all your upsets. But Shakur, right now, he's going to have a good defense. He's going to have a strong jab. And I think he's going to press Teo at moments. And I wonder how Teo is going to react. Is that going to be in favor of him? Or is that going to be something where, you know, he's going to actually mentally break, as weird as that sounds? And I'm not saying Shakur is going to knock him out, but there's going to be a moment where he can probably discourage Teo a little bit mentally. So, all right. But right now, based on the chat, it's close 50-50-ish, but Teo is leading with that 1%. Yeah, these spammers are brutal, man. But right now, they're showing highlights of Teo and Shakur. They're going to get ready to do the ring walk. All right, let me get this video up. Devin put out a tweet that says, I'm uneffable. All right. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let me get that out. Yeah, so this is what happens with the spammers, right? They come in trying to get everyone to go to the fight. Don't click it, right? They go through everyone's streams and they just spam it out. So, but for everybody, if you got Teo winning by knockout, what round? Tell me. Put Teo in what round? If you think Shakur is going to win by knockout, Shakur what round? And if not, decision, just say Shakur decision or Teo UD or whatever case. How do you see this fight going in what round? Because this is how you can prove it to everybody that you called it right here. Let me get this video in here. Sorry, I'm uploading some footage right now. Yeah, Keyshawn got the 12th round stoppage like last 10 seconds. 11, Teo and 9, Teo and 11, Shakur UD, Teo decision, maybe by knockout. Not K-Dog. It's going to be all live commentary. Yeah, I know. They everywhere, man. Appreciate it, Nan. Yeah, I can't show it. Teo Ruffins. You think this is going to be a Maidana Berto? Ooh. But at the same time, with them roughing Shakur up, wouldn't that kind of work in Shakur's favor too a little bit? I don't know, man. This is going to be an exciting fight. Shakur by decision, Teo in 8. Shakur by stoppage. Damn. Rest in peace, Shakur. Let me get this. Oh, shit. Andre, why you got to show? Here, I got to cut this out right here. Bam.
What is Shakur gonna do? Because Key was doing his thing.
All right, let me cut this out. Sorry, I'm just uploading this video on the channel. Boom, boom. Boom.
Oh, boy.
Boom, boom. 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 Boom, boom. Boom, boom.
That it was nothing.
All right, cool. All right, Shakur is walking to the ring right now, smiling. Darrell. All right. Golly, dude, these spammers are brutal. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. Give me a second. I'm going to put a timer on the chat. Give me 1 second. I'm going to have to change the timer of this chat. Because this is too much. These, bear with me. I'm going to get these spammers to slow down. Give me 1 second. Edit. Let's see. Chat. Where is it? Customization. All right. I'm doing slow down mode. I'm putting it down to 20 seconds. I'm starting it now. I'm doing some adjustments. Give me 1 second. Delay message. So 20 seconds not enough. That slowed it down a little bit. Look. Wait, how long do you want it? 30 seconds? Because the bots are still gonna come, right? They're gonna come. But look how nice the chat looks, right? So listen, if you're gonna write a lot, because it's gonna be a 20-second timer to prevent the spamming, right? It also gives me time to read the chat comfortably, right? So since we got about 1,000 people in here, yeah. So 20 is working good. Appreciate you guys dealing with that. That shit was a nonsense. But Teo's in the ring. Oh no, my bad. Shakur's in the ring. Teo's about to do the ring walk. I'm exporting this video. I'm uploading this video. And then I'm good to call. All right, man. And also, don't be like, yo, I knew this fight was gonna be bad. Just pick who you think is gonna win. We stick to it. We right or wrong. Darrell on Keyshawn stopping Ortiz. All right, sorry BT, I couldn't really make a title or a thumbnail. I just threw it in there. All right. Oh shit, Teo's coming out to what? Fat Joe and Big Pun. Yeah, that sucks, yeah. Brick City's gonna win. Teo by majority decision. Okay. Majority decision. Shakur gonna get knocked out. I want to see Shakur Heron fight in Atlanta. Oh, you went to it. Shakur is fast, man. He is fast. His defense is really crazy, man. 20's good? Yeah, okay, this is good. All right. Perfect. Shakur's going to win hands down. 5 a.m. England, the shit better not be born. You know, with both of them being counter punchers, that's always a possibility, right? But something tells me one of these twos are going to press each other. And don't be surprised if it's Shakur pressing the action. Like, I know a lot of people think Shakur is only a back foot fighter, but to be an elite fighter, you have to be able to do both. I think Shakur is capable of doing that. Now, I think some people think that's a bad idea, but I think a lot of people thought it was a bad idea when Floyd pressed Shane Mosley, right? I'm not saying Shakur is Floyd Mayweather, right? Because in hindsight, it's obvious what Floyd is, right? But just using that analogy at that time, actually, I can't because there was Pretty Boy Floyd, right? Too, right? So bear with me. You get what I'm saying? Sometimes the strategy is to push a fighter on his back foot and kind of break him that way. And Teo is a great back foot fighter and a counter puncher, but at the same time, Shakur has hinted that he would want to break him mentally. How do you break someone mentally? I feel like frustrating someone isn't really breaking someone mentally. I think kind of fighting him and beating him a little bit is that breaking someone mentally aspect. So maybe I'm reading too much into it. Teo is making Shakur wait right now. He's He is not making this an easy time for Shakur as he sits in the ring waiting for Teofimo Lopez to come in the ring. Some people might look at it as nerves. Some people might say it's mental games and he's playing with Shakur. But regardless, at the end of the day, this is one of those moments where we'll find out, is Shakur able to get his first legitimate pound for pound-esque kind of fighter, a person who's grazed the list? Or would this be the third one? Oh, shit. Teofimo got Jabberwockies. He got the Jabberwockies coming out for him. Ooh, oh, snap. That's pretty cool, man. I can't even lie. That's pretty sick. He got the Jabberwockies. That's sick. Everybody loves the Jabberwockies, dude. That's pretty sick. But I don't know if this phases Shakur, man. Because, because he's a silver medalist, he's been on a stage big. I know this is his biggest professional, but that's a really good entry, man. Jabberwockies. And he's dancing with the Jabberwockies, of course. Of course. Why would he not dance with the Jabberwockies? That's a pretty cool entrance, man. Hate on Teo if you don't like him, but that's a pretty cool ring walk, man. Anytime you get the Jabberwockies coming in. Teo's whack, he gonna get beat so bad. Tell us how they look before the bell. Big pun, yikes. He changed it, Drew. I mean, he had it playing, then he had like some New York songs, and it was like a mash of a whole bunch of songs. Then I think he has some DMX playing right now. What's a Jabberwocky? Like, man, don't make me sound old. The Jabberwockies are the dancers from California, from America's Best Dance Crew, where they have like the white mask and they all dance together. You've seen the Jabberwockies before. Everyone's seen the Jabberwockies before. It's a dance crew. You know what I mean? Let me see. All right. Let me move this over here. I remember America's Best Dance Crew, right? Greatest Showman for sure. Teo, Knuckled. Let's see. Jabberwockies are a dance group. Yep. Shakur. And 6. Damn, I'm seeing a couple of Shakur stoppages, man. Why do you feel like Shakur is able to get this stoppage? Oh, yeah. We're finally about to get the fight. They both in the ring. Oh, yeah. It's going down. Oh, yeah. It's finally happened. Shakur and Teo, after all these years. And they're both 28, not some 39-year-old, 38-year-old, right? Teo's lame. Can't show it, man. Copyright. Shakur is not going to break him mentally. We about to find out. This could be one of those fights where Teo's too fast, too quick, and starts pot shot and just starts cooking Shakur, and it's a little too much. But I do feel like whoever wins this fight definitely belongs on the pound for pound list and a respectful spot. This is a very meaningful fight. You're talking about two of the guys that have dominated majority of the opponents they've faced. And even though Teo has a hiccup, he's fought the better opposition, the bigger names, and he has he has Lomachenko, and he has Josh Taylor's Scout. Those are good wins. So, but Shakur, second he came out of the Olympics, silver medalist, praised by Andre Ward, Terrence Crawford, Floyd Mayweather, Clarissa Shields, the greatest of the greats of this era. He's got all the praise. They've all said this kid is that special. We about to find out. One person has beat pound for pound fighters. The other fighter right now is on the cusp of potentially walking into the footsteps of Terrence Crawford after Terrence dethroned and beat Canelo Alvarez as the undisputed 168 champion. This is a moment right here where Shakur can capture it, and if he does it in a very, very impressive fashion, we're talking about a whole new era post Crawford and Canelo. So Shakur has a huge opportunity to make it happen. You know, and there's a lot of fights out there still. You know, we can't bring up Tank because of all the situation, but Devin Haney, you know, I know he's a weight class up. There's obviously you can't fight Keyshawn, that's his brother, but there's a lot that can come about beating a Teofimo Lopez. This could really mark the next era. You know, like the next one. You know, Bivol, Usyk, Inoue, they're older, so. Oliver McCall, mental breakdown syndrome. Yeah. Oh, damn. Stop, bro. Teo is not going to have an Oliver McCall moment. Chill. What up, Mo Money? Yeah, I'm the dude behind some of these videos. Some of the videos. Not all of them. What's up, brother? How's your day, man? You excited? You excited for this fight? Do you think Shakur has been through wars like Teo? Any hardships Shakur went through? Like, when you mean like wars like outside the ring? Like mental hardships? I mean, I think they both have, right? I'm not thinking that Shakur is some soft punk, but I think Shakur is probably the more locked in, consistent fighter, right? But at the same time, you never know what these guys go through mentally. You know, I know Shakur, my personal opinion, when he fought Zepeda, he allowed the critics and the noise outside get to him. He didn't have to fight Zepeda that way, but he fought that way because he was trying to prove a point. And that's a little bit, it got to him mentally a little bit, right? So it's not like Shakur can't be affected mentally. Shakur's never been on a stage like this, you know? Like Teo, even though it wasn't in the big room MSG, you know, they both fought here on Terrence's undercard, right? They fought here, but not at the main event at the peak of their career, right? So Shakur can have nerves coming in here. You know, Shakur is not this unbreakable guy. He can have nerves. You know, he's never been here before. We about to find out, though. They touch gloves. Woo! It's about to go down. It's about to be exciting, y'all. Yeah, they're already in the ring right now. And here we go. First bell. Teo comes out strong, using a very fast, quick jab, doubles up. And Shakur catches him with a right after Teo misses with a wide right. Shakur has a really good lead hand. He caught Teo just coming in strong and hot. This is going to be a very fast fight right off the gate. Teo is putting a lot of pressure on Shakur, wanting to get a lot of respect right away. But Teo is putting a lot of pressure, and Shakur's on his back foot right now. Kind of the fight where a lot of people thought Teo is going to have to pressure Shakur, and Shakur is going to be on his back foot boxing. But he's starting to inch up a little bit. They meet in the middle of the ring. They're trying to establish jabs, and Shakur barely misses with a jab on Teo. A lot of creative movement from Teo, but Shakur neutralizes it by good distance. Dodges, has Teo in a headlock. They break. Good jab. Shakur landed another good jab flush on Teo's face. Nothing landed right now from Teo. All shots landed from Shakur at the moment. Shakur doing a really good job neutralizing Teo with that jab again. And Teo is trying to be creative, using his athleticism, using all type of angles, doubling up the jab, high, low, high. But Shakur has yet to been touched by leather. A minute and 18 seconds left. Teo has still not managed to get a shot in. And 2 shots Teo has tried and missed. Shakur tried to follow up, and Teo gets out the way. Teo dodges another jab. These are not going to be easy shots for Teo. Teo is going to have to be very, very creative. He cannot just expect to just launch in with just wild shots. He's going to have to really, and he eats another jab from Shakur. Shakur is just landing these comfortable jabs, fast, crisp, right on Teo. Another jab lands right. Oh, and a 1-2. Catches Teo flush. Teo looks a little lost already in the first round, using a lot of athleticism, jumping around, but still, Shakur just looks light years faster in his timing. And Teo, like I said earlier, using his athleticism, not keeping his hands up, relying on that lead hand. He eats another jab. Teo has his lead hand low, so he's at a disadvantage trying to catch Shakur, but he's given all this distance away by having it down low. He got to keep his hand up. Shakur, I don't even think Teo even touched him. I don't even think Teo even landed a shot. I don't even think Teo landed one shot. One single shot on Shakur. Teo might arguably be zero punches landed. 0 punches landed. If anything, he may got a jab. Maybe. That round was so easy to score. It was so definitive. Nobody here better say Teofimo won that round. At all. At all. Not at all. Hold on. I just messed up real quick right here. Hold on. Boom, boom. All right, cool. Next round. You don't become sure without hundreds and hundreds of hours in the bags. I'm telling you right now, Teo is going to have to set this shot up. He's going to have to set these shots up. He cannot just wing all this stuff. He's going to have to really keep his hands up and fight Shakur intelligently, not quick athleticism, flashy. Teo might have landed his first body shot with the right hand on Shakur. Another body shot landed from Teo, but he misses with a wide lead left hook. Shakur is starting to put some pressure using that jab. Ooh, and a good left hook catches Teo. And this is what I was talking about. I think Shakur is going to try to walk Teo down. He's going to try to walk him down. He's starting to walk Teofimo down a little bit. And this is the mental breakdown that I was speaking of. Shakur is going to want to put a little offensive pressure and make Teo go back, kind of take Teo's offense. Another jab lands from Shakur. Not saying Shakur is going to be in his face all day, but he's going to do a little bit of it. Teo is officially on his back foot now, boxing. Shakur putting a little pressure. Oh, and a good left hook catches Teo flush. Oh, he catches Teo with a flush left hook. And Teo does not have an answer. Doesn't follow up. He just accepts that shot. This is rough for Teo right now. Teo is on his back foot. And Teo, once again, on his back foot, not pushing Shakur, not getting any respect, not getting any real estate. Shakur is starting to walk Teo down, catch him countering, making mistakes, caught him with a right. Teo still has power. Anything can happen, but this is what I was talking about, y'all. Shakur is putting pressure on Teo, and he's backing him up in the second round. And Teo is already on his back foot, y'all. All y'all said that he wasn't going to push him back. I'm telling y'all, Shakur is out-timing Teo, landing flush shots. Teo is still using upper body, awkward angles, but none of it's landing. Teo is catching up. Oh! Teo kind of pushes Shakur a little bit by accident, but gets caught with a jab coming in. Shakur gets right back up. Shakur walking Teo down a little bit, even more. Teo's trying to use that jab to try to keep Shakur off him a little bit, but it's just not working. Shakur gets out of the range again. Teo did a lunging lead jab, and Teo is biting off all the feints from Shakur right now. Shakur's timing, speed, and poise. He's putting a lot of pressure on on Teo. It's not looking great for Teo right now. 2-0. 2-0 right now. 2-0 right now. Look, it's only 2 rounds. Anything can happen. We saw what happened in the Shushu fight. He was doing well for the first 3 rounds. He got caught. Shit got a little shaky, and then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? But this Shakur is dominating this. Like, Shakur is having his way. I see some people saying knockouts. Let me, hold on. I just messed my chat up. Hold on. Let me go. All right, there we go. We back. All right, I can click y'all chat. Sorry. I told you about Kerr. Let's go, Shakur. Shakur looks good. Yeah. My man said 2-0 Teo. Y'all crazy. Belt to ass. Look, Shakur is doing wonderful right now. And Teo needs to make some serious adjustments if he wants to stay in this fight. Because at the moment, this is the mental breakdown that Shakur was speaking of. And Shakur lands a good jab. He counters Teo's jab. And he catches him with a flush left. Shakur catches him with a flush left. And he catches him with another jab. Shakur does not respect Teo at any point right now. There's a lack of respect going on. He's just comfortable. Teo is trying. He's just not able to. Too slow. I mean, he's fast, but too slow for Shakur. He's not able to set the shots up. His shots are going in slow motion for Shakur right now. And Shakur catches him with a flush jab and another jab. Oh, and another jab. Shakur catches Teo lunging in with a jab and misses, and he lands a hard power jab. Flush. Another jab. Flush on Teo. All these shots, Shakur is landing flush. Another solid. Oh, Teo landed a good jab to the body on Shakur. But another jab from Shakur catches Teo. And Teo is just on his back foot. Just unable to react. Shakur catching him again. Good to the body. And oh, Shakur catches Teo lunging with a lead left hook. Man, Shakur is on point. I really... Oh, and a solid straight left catches Teo. Straight flush. And Teo is lunging, trying his hardest, but Shakur is right out of range. Can't get touched, y'all. Can't get touched. Shakur is just... Oh, good right to the body from Teo lands on Shakur. Probably the best shot Teo landed all night. He needed a shot like that. But Shakur comes up and lands a good jab to the body. And another jab from Shakur. Teo's trying. But he's literally one shot. He lands a good body shot from Teo right on Shakur. Teo lands about one shot. Oh, and they clash heads right there. But Shakur's fighting in the clinch. And he catches him with a lead right. Shakur's roughhousing Teo. Shakur is the bully. He's showing Teo he's not afraid to sit there and exchange and be first and be in his face. Oh, and a solid straight left catches Teo. Counted him perfectly. Flush. Teo landed a little lazy lead left. Catches Shakur. Good shot. Guys, this is about to be a shutout. Shakur is dominating. 3-0. Like, flawless. Like, I'm not even... Listen, some of y'all might be like, oh, he's glazing, right? He's glazing. No, I'm telling y'all, ask the chat. Shakur is dominating. He is in Teo's face. Not like, like I'm trying to be like a bully, but he's in his face enough where he's putting pressure. He gets out of the way, back. Jab, right in his face. He's countering. He's hooking. He's going... Shakur is putting on a masterclass. My man said you're gay for Shakur. Look, I'm not saying anything. Okay, so listen. Am I saying anything wrong? Is Teo winning? Does he look lost? Does he look lost? Can Teo make an adjustment? Of course. We're going to hit the 4th round. But those first 3 rounds, Shakur is dominating. He is dominating Teofimo Lopez. In the mid-range on the back foot and putting pressure, he catches Teo again with a solid counter. Shakur 3-0, dominating. Teo is still struggling to get some sort of rhythm going. He's getting countered. If he's not trying, he's getting hit first. And if he's trying to be first, he gets counter coming in. Shakur is just right in the right range. Teo landed, I think, maybe almost a right hand on Shakur. A good shot, but Shakur follows it with a good left uppercut on Teo on the way out. Shakur is just on point, putting steady pressure on Teo, having him on his back foot again. Teo is not fighting the fight that many people thought he would, trying to bully Shakur and make it a fight. He's actually boxing Shakur. Oh, good uppercut from Teofimo gets Shakur. Solid shot from Teo. But Shakur is still putting pressure again and lands a good jab on Teo. And oh! Good left hand to the body. Might have been a little low. The ref says keep your hands up. But he caught Teo slipping out. But it was a good counter. It was a good counter shot. Oh, and another good body shot from Shakur right on Teo. Ooh, good jab from Shakur. Shakur is just outclassing Teo right now. Another good jab. Teo is starting to try to put pressure now. Shakur is on his back foot. Now Shakur is putting pressure back on Teo, back in his face with the high guard. Teo is throwing a lot of jabs. Oh! He eats a 1-2 from Shakur, and Teo shakes his head, but then he eats a jab in the process afterwards. And Teo looks lost. Teo does not have a game plan to be able to get towards Shakur or get out the range of Shakur. He's just lost. If he tries to be first, he gets countered. And if he waits, he gets hit. And right in the clinch, Shakur catches him with a sneaky right. Everything Teo is throwing does not have the same type of sting that Shakur is throwing. Shakur is landing good, solid counters, sharp, crisp punches. And you can see that the fatigue is starting to come in a little bit in Teo's face. You can see it breaking a little bit. And Shakur is still confident, putting pressure, effective range. Caught him with a good solid left. Catches Teo, trying to be flashing, catch him with a lead right. This boy Shakur is bad, boy. Ooh. Hey, yo. You could have picked Teo, right? It's boxing. We pick shit right and wrong all the time, right? But at this moment, you have to appreciate what you watching, man. You have to appreciate what you watching. This shit right here is beautiful boxing. You have to. If you rooted for Teo, you have to be like, yo, this is beautiful boxing. Yeah, that was a little low. But I don't think it was intentional. I think it was a combination of slipping but he did warn him to go up. But anyways, Teo looked like he fighting in quicksand. I told y'all, Shakur gonna put pressure. I told y'all he gonna put some pressure in him. Not all the way, but he gonna try to break him mentally. And this is what it looks like, breaking Teo mentally. Senior is in the corner screaming at him. And they're telling him to take the round. And at this point, easier said than done. And don't get me wrong, Teo can make anything happen. He has dynamite in his hands. He is a very athletic, strong fighter. But he's going to have to land. And it's, as you can see, it's a very, very hard time landing anything on Shakur. As Shakur lands a good jab on Teo. Teo is starting to be a little bit more aggressive. And this could be either effective or a detriment if he eats another jab trying to come in. And he eats another solid right, kind of carelessly going in now. Kind of had a battery put in his back to come in and face Shakur, but he's starting to take a lot of leather. And now this is where Shakur is going to go on his back foot and show his boxing. Oh, solid left to the body from Shakur. Oof. Good job from Teo. Oh, good body shot from Shakur. Oof. Oh, good fucking uppercut from Shakur. Oh. Teo has not landed anything significant in this whole entire minute. And Shakur lands a straight left right on Teo. Teo is getting cooked. Oh, good jab by Shakur. Whew. Guys, we are arguably looking at potentially the Shakur Stevenson era right now. This dude, Shakur, is killing Teo. He is cooking him. And he eats another jab. Teo does not have a plan. If he tries to box him, he gets cooked. He tries to fight him, he gets countered. He's losing the fight, going forward and back. And a body shot from Shakur catches Teo. And honestly, just to remind y'all, I'm not saying Shakur is going to knock Teo out, but Shakur has great body shots. And a lot of, good jab from Shakur lands, catches Teo coming in. Shakur, oh my goodness. Oh, Teo might have landed a good body shot, but they clash heads. But Shakur has great body shots. A lot of his knockouts have been body shots. Man, Shakur is just putting on a clinic. This is terrifying, y'all. Like, this is definitely a terrifying performance because really at the end of the day, who's going to really want to come and fight Shakur? Teo landed a good right hand on Shakur right there, but not enough to do anything in that round. Teo goes to the corner, does something with his hands. I don't know what that means. Shakur is cooking, man. And so although I don't like Teo racist, I'm starting to feel sorry for him. Shakur is dominating. Make the liver quiver. Teo's lunging forward as always. What did someone say? Someone said what I was saying. Like, freestyle is overrated. Fundamentals are king. Told you. Exactly. In this case, you can see Shakur is utilizing all the great attributes of being a fundamentally overall great boxer. Being defensively responsible, right? Look, Harold, you calling me a Shakur Stevenson fan probably paid off. Fight sound boring as hell. He's making it sound good. All here is jab, jab, jab. Harold, I'm sorry. But when you go watch this fight, you going to see Shakur is completely dominating Teo. Like, he's dominating him. Like, this is literally an honest take. If Shakur gets hurt, like I said, Zepeda would have dropped Shakur if he wasn't on the ropes, right? That's just my honest opinion. My honest opinion right now is Shakur is literally putting on a master boxing clinic. This is very Floyd Mayweather-esque. Like, he's literally completely outclassing Teo on every aspect. He catches him with a jab again. He catches him with another jab. 3 jabs when Teo trying to come in. Another jab. 4 jabs. Unanswered jabs. 4 solid jabs. You call these jab, jab, jabs. I call these beautiful countering shots. Being first, flush, disrupting the rhythm, resetting the opponent. Good body shot from Teo lands on Shakur. Straight shot. But Shakur comes back with a solid jab again. And Teo is now starting to... Man, dude. I don't know what Teo can do. I don't know what the game plan would be. As much as people was going to come out and criticize Teo, I really don't... Ooh! No knockdown, but he catches Teo, and it was a slip. But Shakur, once again, right back in his face, high guard. I really, like, let's be honest, y'all. What would you tell Teofimo to do? And now Teo's trying to roughhouse Shakur, and Shakur is matching it. Teo's face is starting to get a little red. Not busted up like, bloody or, but it's starting to wear a little bit on his face. You're starting to see it tattoo a little bit. And 2 jabs, again, catches Teo, moves him off balance. Ooh, good solid counter from Shakur. And it looks like there might be a cut on Teo. I don't know if that's from that headbutt. They had a headbutt earlier, so... Shakur's in his face this whole entire round, not letting Teo breathe. I agree with Hero. He fights perfect, but you start screaming Shakur hit someone, Teo same hit, you quiet. No, okay, all right. If that's what you feel. He's going to have to land some shots, man. And a good right body shot right there lands from Teo. Teo's best punch right now has been the straight right to the body, and he lands another one, almost like he knew that was effective. He landed it early in the 6th round. Teo's best shot is the straight right to the body. He landed at 3. He's trying to go to the body again, but Shakur catches him on the top. Yeah, he's cut. I think it was a headbutt. Teo fans are lame as hell. They don't want to see a good fight. They just hate Shakur. Look, if Teo was cooking Shakur, I would be like, yo, Teo's cooking Shakur. Like that's just what it is. Like, I've been covering both these guys for about almost a decade, right? And by all means, I've been at a lot of Teo's and Shakur fights. There could be even a little rooting interest for these guys because when I cover these guys from the inception, you want to see the guys that you're covering win, right? Because that's just kind of what it is. Like, I'm covering this great fighter, they say, and he beats this guy and this guy. This is the fight that people wanted to see with Tank and Ryan and Devin and Shakur and Teo. We got it. We got the fight. We are really seeing Shakur eclipse Teo, who has beat Josh Taylor, Lomachenko, like knock out Richard Comey, like in 2 rounds with a vicious shot, and he's getting completely outclassed. And when I'm supposed to be like not excited, if Teo knocked Shakur out, I would scream out of my chair. I will flip backwards. I will fall out my chair. That is not what's happening. Shakur is peppering Teo. He is dominating him. And to be honest with you guys, just be transparent. Like, I don't know what Teo can do. I really don't know what the strategy is. There's literally, like, Teo has had a really great straight right to the body. That's the best shot he's landed. But he just got jabbed right now in the face. I mean, I don't think anybody out there has a single round for Teo. Like go on Twitter, ask the chat. If you're not watching the fight, I get it. It's going to sound very Shakur fanboyish, but Shakur is just landing a jab, landing a lead right hook. He's catching Teo coming in, and he's being first. Like, everything I'm saying is happening. No hard feelings. I'm neutral, just like boxing. Yeah, like that's, I'm just being neutral. Like, if Teo is doing something, I will call it. Good right, straight to the face from Shakur. Teo's best shot is the straight right to the body and to the head. He landed a good right. But it's almost like Shakur is just outclassing him in every department. He's being the bully. He's being the boxer. He's being the counter puncher. He's being first. And the problem is Teo is lunging a lot. And because he's lunging so much, counter punching is Shakur's specialty in this moment. And he's landed a good left hook on Teo. And to be honest, Shakur looks way faster than Teo. Good right to the body again from Teo. Teo's best punch is a straight right to the body so far. But at the same time, he throws it sparingly because he gets countered every once in a while when he throws it. So he landed it again, I think. Teo's having a lot of success. He keeps going to that straight right. Maybe he's trying to set up a trap to come over the top. He's throwing a lot of straight rights to the body. Teo is very known to create very creative traps. Teo's trying to, again, throw a straight right to the body, but Shakur neutralizes it. They tie up, clinch. Teo throws a little flurry on Shakur. Kind of touches his head a little bit. Oh, good solid uppercut to the body on Teo. And he catches Teo again with a jab out. He catches Teo again with another jab. Man, dude. Really don't. Oh, good solid straight right. Landed on Shakur from Teo. Teo, straight right to the body. Straight right to the head. those two shots have been wonderful place shots from Teo that round. Honestly, even though Shakur won that round, that was Teo's best round. That was Teo's best round. All those straight rights to the body and all those straight right to the head, that is Teo's best punch, and he keeps going to it. That was a good attempt from Teo, even though Shakur dominated. So I can't. It's too many. They're all individual spammers. They're just one by one. If you look at them, I would have to individually. They come in packs. So that's just all it is. Teo didn't come to win. He's bushing. We can't say that. We can't say that. Can't say that. Senior's telling Teo, what happened to your power? Where's your power? That is what he told him in the corner. What happened to your power? Where's your power? That's not really instruction. Oh my God, someone is falling asleep in the crowd. I have to say it. There's legitimately someone falling asleep in the crowd. He has to be lit. I mean, it is a one-sided beatdown, but I literally caught... Oh, good straight right to the body again from Teo. Teo is having a lot of success with that straight right. I don't know what he's doing with it, but he's landing very often. Shakur still right in Teo's face. Teo's trying to go to the body a little bit more. He got a nice little body shot on Shakur. Shakur still high guard, trying to walk Teo down. There's literally somebody falling asleep right behind Shakur. If you guys look carefully, there's someone literally has their eyes closed and they're dozing off. Crazy. Yeah, that's terrible voice. I don't know. Where's your power? Teo's putting a little bit more effort. You know, Shakur slowed down a little bit. Not saying that, like, he's getting outboxed or nothing. Oh, but right, I said he catch him with a good left. Man, dude. Teo is getting cooked. But Teo's trying a little bit. He's throwing a little bit more umph on that right hand. He's throwing a lot of body shots, but Teo is starting to mix it up. He threw a nice little 1-2 atop, and another straight right to the body, right between the right in the core of Shakur. That straight right to the body has been consistent. I'm telling you, I'm seeing it each round. Teo is starting to get a little momentum going into here. It's starting to pick up a little bit right now in the 8th, and a good jab from Teo. This is a good round for Teo, honestly. This is a good round. He was going to the body on Shakur. I might score this round for Teo. Shakur hasn't landed anything significant, really. I mean, Shakur landed a good lead left hook right now, and now 30 seconds left. He's putting a lot of pressure on Teo now. But this is a good round from Teo. I like the adjustment. He's going a lot to the body on Shakur. A lot of good body shots from Teo. But a lot of blood is starting to come on Teo's face, probably from that headbutt cut. Shakur's on his back foot a little bit now. And Shakur's a little bit on his back foot a little bit more. And Teo's trying to rally the crowd. And Shakur's looking at Teo and calling him a little bitch. And then walking back and forth a little bit. And I'm giving Teo that round. I'm giving Teo that round. Stop it. He's dictating the fight. This fool glazing Shakur. Oh my God. If I give Teo that round, they're going to say, oh, stop, right? I think that was Teo's first round he won. But if Shakur is dominating, right? I have a round on Shakur. What do you mean you have a round on Shakur? You mean like, what happened to your effing power, bro? You're going to hate yourself tomorrow. He said, yeah, I didn't, dude. I don't understand that, right? I don't understand that. Shakur's taking the round off. I mean, he definitely lost that round. Like, he lost that round. Teo threw a lot of great body shots, straight rights. So, makes me wonder how this next round is going to go, because you're starting to see these body shots slowly creep in. That straight right to the body has been happening from the 7th round and definitely the 8th round. So Tio's dad a horrible corner. I give that round to Lopez, but barely because half of it was theatrics and posturing. No, Tio deserves that round. If that's the round you give, Tio deserves that. And Tio's going back to the body again. Oh, but a good little leaping jump shot from Tio. Tio's starting to make a little of adjustment. Tio seems a little not as effective right now. And Tio's starting to let his hands go a little bit more. And Shakur putting a little bit more pressure again. Tio still high guard, trying to create a little pressure on Tio. But he catches Tio trying to lunge in with the shot to the body. But Tio's digging to the body again. Having a lot of success to the body. Almost like Shakur cannot get out the way of it. I got to call it for what it is. Tio's landing these beautiful body shots and Shakur consistently. And Tio's giving a lot of different angles, but he keeps going to the body. Shakur's pace has slowed down tremendously. The countering hasn't happened. Tio landed another good body shot. Tio's starting to get his rhythm a little bit. He turned his head a little bit. I think Tio is starting to get in the zone, guys. Shakur landed a good right and another straight jab. And a lead right catches Tio, and Shakur is starting to slowly get back into this round. Tio once again digging to the body. Another straight right. Tio is starting to have a lot more success. He's starting to feel like he can get to the body a lot easier and starting to land some good shots. But Shakur started to answer with those good counters. Good jab from Shakur. Ooh, right hand barely misses Tio. Tio has made some sort of adjustment, and you can see that is not as dominating as the first 5 rounds. Good lead hook to the body from Tio. Good jab to the body from Tio. A good jab to the body from Tio. Good right to the body. Shakur counters with a left on Tio. But Tio's having a lot of success to the body. Shakur slowed down tremendously. I'm going to have to say 7-2. Tio does seem like he's picking up. Shakur lands a couple good jabs, but I'm going to have to say, yo, Tio won that round. I'm going to say 7-2. 7-2. I want Tio to put up a fight, though. I picked Shakur. I mean, look, Tio won those last 2 rounds. Those body shots from Tio have been heavy, and Shakur has not fought the same since the last 3 rounds. Even though Shakur, in my opinion, won the 7th round, he was getting hit with a lot of body shots, which started the 8th and now the 9th. So this fight is starting getting a little bit closer now. So Shakur got to finish strong right now. Shakur's slowing down because he felt the power. Body shots are nothing if they don't have power behind him to make Shakur drop his hands. I mean, look, I'll be foolish to say Tio is not winning those rounds. So at the end of the day, like, personally, I think Tio has made a really great adjustment overall. So let's see how this 10th round goes. Shakur starting to take a little bit more chances and swing with Tio. Tio jumps up, lands a good jumping left hook to the body. Ooh, good jab from Tio, catches Shakur. This second half is definitely in favor of Tio right now. Tio's going to the body again, landing a good jab to the body. Good jab from Shakur. Oh, and another jab. Shakur catches Teo lunging in, but Teo comes up and double lead left hook to the body on Shakur. Teo misses with a right, but eats a jab from Shakur. These rounds are starting to get a little bit competitive for Teo. I wonder if the judges sees this. Good little counter from Shakur catches Teo jumping in and lunging. Very close round. Shakur is starting to let his hands go a little bit more. He landed a straight left on Teo. Teo is starting to try to land headshots, but not having any real success. A lot of the great work came from the body. Good jab from Shakur, and he turns it over to a lead right hook. And Shakur catches Teo with a left hook to the body. Good jab. Shakur is starting to take over this round. What seemed early to be kind of a Teo round, Shakur has kind of turned it around, dominated, landed a lot of clean flush shots. A minute left. Teo's trying to go back to the body, but Shakur putting pressure again on Teo. Good right hand from Teo. Teo going back to the body, but Shakur lands a good jab. Good jab from Shakur. Shakur is edging Teo in this round. Good jab from Shakur. Oh, good jab from Shakur. Catches Teo flush, sends his head back. And blood just comes out of Teo's left eye. Teo landed a good right on Shakur. Teo slips. Good back and forth round, but Shakur started to get the momentum back, just like Shabazz says right there. Shakur definitely won that round, so I got Teo winning 2 rounds max. Teo definitely needs a KO. Teo definitely needs a KO. 7-3, you're being nice. Yeah, that's being nice. That's if you gave Teo that last round. Other than that, Shakur won every round minus the last, 2 rounds, minus 9 and 10. No, Shakur won the 10, minus 9 and 8. This comment takes me back with Chavez Senior Taylor when Medrick was winning because Chavez kept hitting him with vicious body shot, but Shakur can't let Teo off the hook. I mean, look, I started to feel Teo coming back. I was kind of wondering, like, I can't lie. You kind of see a little bit of, like, is Teo about to make a comeback in this round? So I definitely give Teo a lot of credit making those adjustments, and I kind of wonder why he still doesn't go to the body as much. As in right now, Shakur catching Teo with a good lead right. Good body shot from Teo. Shakur lands a good right. Teo's going to need something dramatic, to be honest. And Shakur looks like he has the momentum back. It looks like he's alive. And Teo had a great adjustment, but Shakur picked it up. And now Teo has to have another plan, plan C. Good fucking counter from Shakur Stevenson. Check right hook catches Teo coming in. And a good jab from Shakur. And hawking Teo down as Teo does triple jabs, but Shakur catches him, and again with another jab, and he catches him with another jab, and then catches him with a check right hook on the out, and he catches him with another jab. What? Shakur is dominating. Look, I don't even care. Teo is getting fried right now, and it's okay, man. There's nothing wrong with boxing. You win, you lose. Teo, if he catches Shakur with a home run, Shakur got fried, but that's what he needs. Teo needs a home run knockout. Shakur is just dominating Teo. And Teo landed some good body shots, but Stevenson follows it with a good right. Oh, man. Solid left from Shakur. Teo digs to the body. And I'm not saying that Teo's not trying. Teo is trying. And he's digging a lot of body shots in Shakur. And they're all landing. But he's not landing more than Shakur's landing. Oh, a solid left catches Teo. Flush. And Shakur is hawking Teo down. High guard, walking Teo down. It almost makes you wonder, like, is he hurting Teofimo Lopez at this point? Good leaping jab from Teo. Teo smiled, got a little success. But, oh, and a solid jab sends Teo's head flying back, and another right, and oh my God. This... Oh, yo. This is crazy. He's cooking him, bro, man. It's not glazing. Look. At the end of the day, if I'm offending people, I'm sorry. I'm calling it for what it is. Shakur is cooking Teo. He's cooking Teo. There's literally nothing that nobody in this chat can say that's going to change my mind. Or the facts is that Teo is losing the fight, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's literally nothing. Someone has to lose, unless, like Lamont, you get 2 draws. But really, at the end of the day, this is what I told everybody in the beginning. I told everybody Shakur was going to press him. So we're in the final round. If Teofimo lands the Chavez moment and knocks him out in the 12th round, this will be one of the most incredible comebacks in recent boxing. And Teo goes right back to the body. Had some good success on Shakur right there. Teo's best shots have been all body shots. Oh, good solid straight right lands on Shakur from Teo. Jesus. Teo has a really great straight right, in regards to the body or to the head. Like, Shakur hasn't really thrown too much, hasn't landed anything really. Lands a good check lead right hook on Teo. Ooh, Teo landed a good right on Shakur right there. Teo is coming out strong in the 12th. I know he has to know that he's down on these cards. He has to make something dramatic happen. Good job from Shakur. At this point, it's not even worth even scoring this round. Teo's going to need a home run knockout or some serious knockdowns. Good job from Shakur. Good job from Shakur. And Teo goes to the body. Oh, Shakur landed a vicious left. Oh, and another left sends Teo's head flying back. And Teo's trying to make it a rough fight right now. Pushes Teo in the corner. 44 seconds left on the clock. Teo's going to have to go for broke as he eats a couple jabs. Oh, man. Shakur landed a good right hook over the top on Teo. A good jab on Teo. Teo's trying to do a lot of level changes and try to land a sneaky little right, but misses. Teo laughs. And he eats a jab. The crowd is booing and cheering at the same time. Teo is trying to press the action and eats a right. It's over with, man. That That's it, man. That's it. That's it. You can sit here and be like, oh, Ron is throwing the pom poms for Tio. Oh, he's doing all this stuff. Oh, yeah. No, I've called all this shit. I said Devin was gonna beat Brian Norman. I said Crawford was gonna beat Canelo. I said, listen, Shakur gonna press Teofimo Lopez, and he gonna try to break him mentally. Y'all call me. You can say whatever you want. You can rewind the track. Ooh, rewind that shit. I called it to the T. You can call me glazing, bias, all that stuff, whatever you want. All I know is I told you. I called it. I said it. Shakur's gonna win, and he gonna press it. And I give Tio props, man. Just because you lose to Shakur don't mean nothing, dude. In hindsight, this is gonna age well. This is just gonna age well. And Tio beat Lomachenko. He beat Josh Taylor, right? He beat those two guys. He's arguably probably gonna be in the Hall of Fame. This is no disrespect to Teofimo Lopez at all. But at the end of the day, you cannot fool my eyes. If Shakur was getting cooked, he's getting cooked. I said Tio was beating him. He had a couple rounds. He was having success to the body. I called it before. A lot of people probably thought. And then he did it again. Then he won the round. Then he did it again. He won the round again going to the body. So Tio made adjustments. He has a great right hook. Crawford's trolling over there. Call it what you want, man. Call it what you want. I just know that I'm going to say I was right. That's all I'm going to call. Ron could have broke Vegas. That's it. This ain't even hate, man. You can call it. That don't mean you like it. Don't mean you like it. I mean, look. He walked through him. Easy work. Someone had to win. Someone had to lose. That's it. That's all it is. Bro, if you think I picked Devin Haney to beat Ryan Garcia, go look up that live. I was screaming when Ryan was dropping Devin. I was losing my mind because guess what? If Tio started beating up Shakur and knocked him out the end, you don't think I'm not going to scream and be like, oh my God, this is fucking crazy. I'm a fan like you guys too. Deep down inside, if you wanted Shakur to lose and he didn't, that's fine. As a fan of the sport of boxing, just anybody has picked someone to win and also rooted for someone to win. And if they didn't win and I know they're losing, I can accept that. That's it. But for everyone who picked Shakur Stevenson tonight, congratulations. And everyone who picked Tio, it's fine. We saw a great fight tonight. And it wasn't a war, but it was a masterclass performance from a guy who finally got his opportunity to show himself to the world that he's on an elite level. That was a great performance Shakur did. And I don't think Tio half-assed it. I don't. I really don't. I think all it is that someone has to win and somebody has to lose. That's it. It's not about race. It's not about countries. It's not about this and that. You did call it, see? For all my people that stayed in here, man, I'll be getting my shit right. Except for heavyweights. I'm terrible at calling heavyweight fights. So don't ask me about Wilder and Chisora or all that stuff. I get that stuff wrong. But listen, this is just boxing. Tio got paid. He's going to get my respect because he tried to fight and beat Shakur Stevenson, and it didn't happen. I'm happy I'm happy that he fought Shakur. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, I am genuinely happy that he fought Shakur. He gave the fight fans what we asked for. A fight. Oh, Shakur won. No robbery. I didn't even hear the scorecards. It was so obvious. So at that moment, this was something that you have to say, if you're a Shakur Stevenson fan, thank you, Tio, for fighting Shakur. Because at the end of the day, Tio stepped in the ring, wanted to challenge himself. You know, Crawford's going over to Tio right now, and he's consoling him. Like, yo, it's all respect at the end of the day. Listen, everybody, it's all respect at the end of the day. I have a lot of respect for Tio. You know, I have a lot of respect for what he's accomplished. And he can come back. He's lost before. and he came back and done something special. So it really doesn't mean this is it. And this is what people have to understand. You cannot throw a fighter away after a loss, and even after another loss, because if you give us the fights we want, this was a fight we wanted. He won. That's it. Teo doing all that dancing, making a fool of himself. But that's Teo though. That's his personality. Like, it's not even really he's putting on an act. Like, that's him. He's always been like that. You know? He's always like dancing and doing stuff. That's the way he hypes himself. Shakur won. Teo stick to dancing, my boy, you done fool. And he's a 4-division champ. And honestly, as shallow as people would say Shakur Stevenson resume can be, this win is a legitimate win on his resume. And he jumped up into a whole new weight class and went and fought Teo. So, how many punches per round think he landed, bro? Like Shakur? Think of it of like a medium pace counter punching match. So, it wasn't a brawl, but it was a calculated, fast-paced fight where Shakur was getting almost a lot of his counter-punching off. This fight was the most pathetic fixed fight I've ever seen. So pathetic, the worst fight I've ever seen. So embarrassing. You never see this at a level man come out dripping blood last round born. I just don't understand why, like, people, like, if Shakur wins, then it's like it's like rigged. Or vice versa. If you feel like it should be the other way around, it's rigged. Like, it's not. It's boxing. The only way that you can win is boxing. And if you really study boxing, the reason why I picked Shakur was exactly the things that he was doing in it. He was fundamentally a better fighter. He didn't rely on athleticism. He relied on defense, skills. He was using everything that Teo should have been doing. Oh, Shakur's calling out counter bend in the ring. And he said he'll go up to his weight and don't need a rehydration clause, and he'll cook him. And Shakur and Counterbang are going at it right now in the ring. I'm going to show you a quick screenshot because I can't play the footage, but for you guys, this is what's going on right now. Shakur and Conor in the ring. He called him out. He says he wants some. No rehydration clause. And Conor's talking like, you can't buy. I don't do Conor. Conor about to get cooked, bro. Conor might get stopped by Shakur. Shakur might drop Conor. I didn't like what. Hey, to be fair though, like, I'm half black guy. I didn't like the shit Teo was saying, but in hindsight, after he lost right now, he was trying to make a fight, right? But I'm not making that as an excuse. I didn't like that. I watched boxing the last 45 years. What? Watching goes down. What? Teo can retire now. No shame. Ain't no shame. He beat Josh Taylor and Lomachenko, you know? This is his first legitimate big win. I agree. It is. This really was his, like, real big first win. I'm not even going to front. Like, Shakur's resume has not really looked as static. This and the way that he did it, he got two clowns in the ring talking shit. Teo went backstage with his dad to drink. Chill. Honestly, only person that can beat Shakur is Bud. I mean, look. Tank, obviously, we know he's not in the right space. So I'm not bringing Tank's name up, right? And I want to see that fight if he's in the right space. If not, there's other fights. You know, I don't know what the size disparity would be like with him and Devin, because Devin always seems to be a weight class above Shakur. But Shakur and Devin is a fight a lot of people been asking for. Tio is doing an interview right now. And he seems like he's accepting the defeat. He said, congratulations, Shakur. Every dog has their day. It's a tough loss, man. And I give him props, man. Tio said, great guy, great fighter. He said, put everything on the line. He's saying he got nothing but to lose the game. And Tio did gain a lot, man. Honestly, for making this fight, I give him props, man. Good night, Alberto, man. Pound for pound is the dominant fighters for me who win dominant against other great fighters. Bud has done that multiple times and stopped that rank near him talk. Stop that tank rank near him. Oh. Boring ass fight. Hey, I enjoyed it. I love good boxing, man. The crowd, I ain't gonna lie though, there was some people sleeping in there, man. He's humble now. But that's how you know he lost, like, honestly. For a lot of people that's like saying, like, look, he accepted. And, you know, and to be honest, man, like, give Tio another chance. There's a lot of fights that he can make. A lot of things can happen. There's a lot of fighters that lose multiple times and still did great things after. Tommy Hearns, Roberto Duran. I mean, shit. It happens. You lose. So, I'm going to watch the next Teofimo Lopez fight. It's always boring when you guys lose. Shakur Masterclass. After this, I became a fan of Tio. Now he's humble and apologized. Look, there's there's a lot of, all right, let me backtrack. There's many ways you can win a fan over, right? And this could be one way. You don't have to always win and dominate to become some sort of, sounds good, grab that WBL belt, sir. All right. Please, Shakur, don't stop him. Good friend of mine. All right. There's a lot of reactions I have to get. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, I got to get a lot of these reactions, man. I got to start getting a lot of these reactions up now, right? I see a lot of people, Devin, tweeting, please, Shakur, don't stop him. A good friend of mine bet a lot of money on you to win a decision. Shakur's beating the hell out of Teofimo in first gear. That's what a lot of people are saying. Tio apologized by slavery. That was kind of him just saying, like, I apologize for the racist shit that I said. You know, kind of know what that was. Lopez couldn't break the defense, but didn't mean he can't beat Haney. Look, you never know what can happen. That's why all these dudes got to fight each other, bro. A lot of people didn't think Rolly was going to beat Ryan. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? So, I'm not throwing Tio away. Shakur was clearly the better man. I think that was a pound-for-pound performance. And that's it. Let's see. Shakur beating the hell out of Teofimo in first gear. Let me screenshot these because, you know. Let me get these. Ryan Garcia, great performance. Shakur. Let's see. Lamont Roach is tweeting. They booing the shit out of Tio. Tio can't even hit Kerr. Let me get that. Not a good game plan for Teo. Shakur gonna win this pretty easy if Teo don't change the approach ASAP. Facts too easy. Alright. Got a lot of stuff coming in. Great fight. I paid for this shit. Oh my god, can we watch the post fight, please? So we're gonna get the post fight on here. If you guys want to hang around, I'll play the post fight once we get it, right? Once we get it, I'll post it and show it. I can play some of the reactions when they start coming in, but overall at this moment, we'll just have to wait. Today UFC was whack. What grade would you give the fight? I give Shakur like an A. Like that was an A performance. Like he was cooking Teo. You know, I wouldn't say like an S or A plus, but it's an A, like a good A. You know, an A plus or S plus is like when Floyd Mayweather like beat up Corrales or Crawford stopped, you know, Errol Spence. That's like a S plus, A plus, right? But this was another level of, a different level of dominance, but an A. Like that was an A. Like the amount of people that really picked Teo, and it's not like they picked it because they hate Shakur. Like there's a lot that did it, but there's a lot that legitimately thought Teo was the better fighter, and it's nothing wrong with that. And so he did his thing, man. And Teo was trying. But that corner, man, was, where'd your power go, bro? That's panic mode. I didn't really hear. It makes me wonder, like, was that Teo making the adjustment without the corner, going to the body, right? Because Teo did make an adjustment. Teo won 2 good rounds, right? Yeah, if he would have stopped or dropped him, Shabazz, that would have probably been like an A plus, right? But an A is an dude. You know what I mean? Like we would tweak like 1 or 2 things to separate him from what type of A you get. A plus, S plus, right? So I'm not really gonna nitpick too much. But that was a great performance. Like you can't even say anything negative about Shakur. But it makes me wonder though, when Teo was going to the body, is that kind of a blueprint a little bit of code? Ron Teo just sold. Phil, come on, man. Don't do that, man. He ain't so. You really think he sold? You think I'm guessing the fight in the old days was the last 50 rounds. Lewis Risto hand cement fight was worse. Teo apologized before and did the same thing. Why are y'all falling for that? I mean, he got humbled. That's why people were able to kind of like, now it's like he's humbled. So it's like people can forgive because they just saw him get cooked. You know? So at the end of the day, man, you're forced to be humble, you know? And here, let me get this Ryan Garcia video up. Man, I'm cold at calling fights, man. I don't care. I'm gonna feel myself. I never do this, right? I never feel myself like this, but I've been cold, dude. And even though, then I was telling people about Raymond Muay Thai, man. That motherfucker is cold too, man. I was telling people, man, I give Andy the benefit of the doubt, but people can't sleep on Raymond Muay Thai's experience, man. I understand why everyone voiced Shakur's style is very defensive, so obvious. It's just hard, man. And, like, look who he's around. You know, like, and I know this sounds glazing, right? Like, you apologize when you're on top, not the bottom. He's trying to dodge the count. I get it. Yeah, you know, he could have did it before the fight. Like, hey, I apologize, you know. But at the end of the day, like, dude, look who this dude Shakur is around. This dude's around Bud and Dre and Clarissa and Floyd, and you know, like, they really co-signed for him. Like, that was a great performance. Like, I know it wasn't like a war that you want to see, but I loved every moment of it. And if Teo was doing it, I would have did the same thing too. Like, I can't believe Teo is cooking Shakur like this. So I'm making these reaction videos. Waste of money. I had a great time. Most fighters were exciting to watch now. Speak and slur. Half of the brains are battling. Better. What takeover are they talking about? How many punches did Shakur land in the first round? I don't know. He was cooking them. Shakur won. Dominated. Stop saying Teo sold. He did not sell. He did not sell. Stop with the he sold shit. You know he didn't sell. You know he didn't sell. Teo was trying, man. He was hitting all the little angles. He was doing all his athleticism, jumping around. But, you know, listen, and anytime a fighter says, I'm gonna try to break him mentally, now you know what it looks like. If it's from a pillow fist fighter that people say, or this guy, or whatever, now you know what it looks like. That's what it looks like. You walk him down. So Shakur said, I'm gonna break him down mentally. I know he's fragile in the mind. Yeah, he's gonna try to walk him down. So Ryan Garcia reacts. Teo exposed. I won't even say exposed, man. Styles make fights. You can do nothing about Shakur's fight. Some fighters give some fighters tough fights. And also, listen, it depends on the night too. What if Shakur fought Teo the night that he fought the Dallas Santos night? You know? Could be a whole different fight, a whole different type of fight, right? It's always about what happens that day, right? So it could be a completely different fight, a different time, a different night. So they run it back. It could be the same thing. It could be something different, right? So sounds like a good idea. Okay, let me get Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach, boom. Teo can't really hit Kerr. Let me get Lamont Roach up. What do I have right here? What do I have right here? Facts too easy. Put a start right there. I want to, honestly, to tell you the truth, I think Lamont Roach and Shakur would be a great fight. I think Lamont Roach would do a better job than Teo. Personally. But that's a style. That's a style thing. And if you ask Shakur, I bet you Shakur would say, I think Lamont's going to be a tougher fight than Teo. So, call me crazy too, but that's why it sucked that we couldn't get Lamont to get that belt. Teo Senior's gone, bro. Keyshawn versus that would never happen, man. Born if you back the loser. Shakur Ford. Yeah, I know. It's always boring when the other guy wins, right? Someone chat smoked a joint too many. Said Keyshawn's better than Shakur. Whew. They'll never fight each other, man. I mean, look. Keyshawn calls Shakur big bro for a reason, right? Let's just leave it at that. Shakur has a lot more experience, professional. They're at different parts of their career. Fuck it. Make Keyshawn versus Teo next then. Right? I mean, Keyshawn was going to fight De Los Santos, remember? So, Pitbull versus Kerr. Shakur would cook Pitbull. But let's make it happen, Phil. I'm not saying let's not make it happen. That's just my opinion. Like, let's make Pitbull versus Kerr. Right? Lamont Roach Jr. reacts. I see Devin's up. Ryan's up. Easy fight for Keyshawn. All the long entrance for Tito getting embarrassed. Hey, I ain't gonna lie though, his entrance was cold. I ain't gonna hate on that. I wish I was able to dance with the Jabberwockies. Okay, y'all think that was entertaining? I had a great time. I had such a great time. People in the chat was telling me, stop. Shut up. You're bought. Glazer. To me, that sounded like I was having a great time. See, like, I appreciate all styles of boxing. I'm a boxing fan. Like, that's what great boxing looks like. You want to see what Devin Haney tweeted? Why I got y'all here? Here. Let's do what Ryan. Let's get show what Devin Haney was tweeting. All right. Screen share. All right. Not a good game plan from Teofimo. Shakur's going to win this pretty easy if Teo don't change the approach ASAP. Great performance by Shakur. Teo can't even hit Kerr. Shakur's beating the hell out of Teofimo in the first. Gear. I know you guys can call like, oh, there's haters. Please, Shakur, don't stop him. A good friend of mine bet a lot of money on you to win a decision. LMAO. Teo can still be in exciting fights, man. I F with Keyshawn. He remind me of Crawford. I mean, you could tell his style was a little B&B, you know. Ness is definitely a little B&B because he was training over there, you know. So, I mean, what else we had? This was Clarissa Shales reacting. The post-fight, we're waiting for the post-fight footage to come through, so if you guys want to hang around, it'll be up. I can't even read those comments, man. Y'all crazy. Hey, that brawl stuff was crazy the other day. So, by the way, tomorrow's Zuffa. I know that y'all probably don't care. I'm still gonna watch it. I'm still gonna cover it. But some interesting fights on there. We got the weigh-in. If you're curious, I interviewed Rayo Venezuela earlier. Ironically, Rayo thought that Teo was not gonna press him and he was gonna try to box him. Do you think Teo boxed Shakur today, try to press Shakur, or he tried to do both? Teo was lunging. But Shakur kind of made him lunge too a little bit too, you know? A little bit of him lunging, a little bit of Shakur making him, you know, that's Teo's style, you know? Is it on YouTube? Are you talking about the... What's on YouTube, Phil? Head like a bowling ball. Head like a bowling ball. You talking about Miller? Can't even touch him. The game plan from Teo, he should wait for Shakur mistakes like De Los Santos. Dude, to be honest with you, I know it's going to sound like a cop-out, but Shakur claimed that he was injured. So... Hold on, let me see if I can pull up someone's, here. I might have a post-conference. Hold on.
I talked to somebody that you might know from when you were young, Coach Sean, from Norfolk, Virginia. He told me, you know, when it comes to fighting, Keyshawn Davis is just a mean little dude. Like, you could come, you want to box throughout it, he loved to fight. Now, I asked you this about Mickey when it came to Devin Haney. Now that you take care of business, how does you and Devin Haney end? How does that fight go?
Knockout.
Say this.
Boxing Social, Keyshawn. I've been present at many of your fights before, and you know you've had this time out of the ring. You've been through a hell of a lot. What was the turning point for you to get back on this sort of journey? You mentioned God. Was there a specific point in camp, or when you were at home thinking about I need to return? Obviously, it was a tough year for you with everything that happened. Was there a moment where something just clicked into place? Because tonight, that guy is a tough opponent. If you look at his records, you know, records are deceiving. You know, he's been quite unlucky in some of the bigger fights he's had, and you managed to get him out there.
Right. Yes, it was a turning point. When my brother Kyrie had passed away, I really had to turn to God and just ask him, like, man, what's something that like I love to do? Like, what is it, God? You tell me what's something that I love to do. And naturally, like, boxing was just in my spirit. So I'm like, okay, well, God, we got to start boxing again. But I need you to help me get back on track, because everything I got going on right now, I don't want to come back into the same thing. And he helped me get back on track, you know. And ever since then, we've been, you know, DB3 formulated our nonprofit, and our first nonprofit event was December 22nd, and it was over like 2,000 people there. We gave out gifts, we gave out food, free haircuts, free hairstyles, the girls getting their nails and stuff done, pictures, autographs. We had a freaking blow up thing for the kids. I ended up backflipping today with the kids. It was amazing, bro, and it was all free. You know what I'm saying? Even this time around. Well, after that night was over, that's when I got the phone call saying I was gonna be on this card. It was crazy. But even for this card right here, DB3 nonprofit had a bus, a 50-passenger bus that came out. I brought whoever signed up that wanted to go for free. You know, we giving people an opportunity to have new experiences. You know, and they came out here. They was in the fight. You know, and then we on their way back tonight. You know what I'm saying? So. Not only did I want to come back, you know, with a amazing performance, but DB3 making sure that we coming back with this platform, we trying to change lives with new experiences. So just expect more from DB3 and our nonprofit for sure.
Keith Heide from the ring. Shushu, congratulations. I have a question for you. A great performance, by the way.
Thank you.
What do you think you showed tonight about yourself, having overcome adversity and finishing the fight the way that you did?
I showed that I'm championship made. You know, all these champions, like at some point, they go through, you know, little buzzes here and there and a little adversity, as you mentioned, but it's not how, like, you know, you get hit. It's like what you do after that. And I think what I did after that shows that, you know, I'm championship ready, and I got that belt to prove it right here.
Obviously, a big fight in the featherweight division a week from tonight. I know you have your eye on it. How much do you want to fight the winner, particularly if Nick Ball comes out?
I've been wanting to fight, you know, the winner of that. Well, particularly, like, you know, like you said, Nick Ball for about almost a little over a year at this point. And I feel like at this moment, this is the perfect time for us to unify. You know, I got the belt now. We sent out offers, they declined offers. But now I think we have a little more incentive to, you know, push that fight to make it happen. And, you know, it's going to be something sweet, you know, become unified world champion.
I just have a question for Keyshawn as well. Keyshawn, do you feel this is a one-and-done type of thing at 140 for yourself? Or is that only for the Haney fight that you want to move up?
No, me and Eddie Hearns was having conversations also about Lewis Crocker. You know what I'm saying? I would love to go to the UK and fight him in the UK. main event, of course. And I would love to fight Lewis Crocker as well, you know what I'm saying? So it's not just for Devin Haney, but he is on my hit list.
Do you think you'll fight again at 140?
Yeah, for sure. You know, Dalton Smith is there too. And I just, you know, he cool. He just dapped me up, told me congratulations. He a good dude, you know what I'm saying? But he got that strap that I want, you know what I'm saying? And I'll fight Dalton Smith in the UK too.
I just want to say, Bruce Shushu Carrington, you made the fairy tale dream come true tonight. I've been covering this kid since he's been 8 years old. So it's almost like going full circle to be there in the ring, strapping him up with his first world title at Madison Square Garden in New York. And he ended the fight in no better dramatic fashion that you could end the fight to pull the fairy tale dream off. And yeah, early contender for knockout of the year. And I'll turn it back over to questions for both Shushu and Keyshawn.
Hi, I have a question for Keyshawn Adam Bromley, Saturday Night Boxing and Ring Magazine. Keyshawn, I know you did some changes with your camp. What was the real focus for this game plan in terms of getting ready for Ortiz, and what was kind of the overall theme going to this training camp with switches?
God. I was praying, I was writing, and I just had to listen. Like, who you want around me? God, you want me to fight, so who do you want to be around me as I keep going up? Because I'm gonna go up, you know. So our main focus as a team was God. We prayed together, we went to church together. We prayed like 3 times a day, you know what I'm saying? As y'all heard Shakur say, I prayed with him this morning. Like, I don't play about God, you know what I'm saying? So that's my main focus, and that's always gonna be my main focus.
Andres Gomez, Point Man Boxing. My question is for Shushu. Champ, congratulations on your championship.
Thank you.
It came by way of a Brownville-like combination. How important was that for your confidence, for your brand, to not just win the world title, but win it in that fashion, that type of highlight reel? It's
Bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, like, I'm not even here right now. Like, this is so surreal to me. It hasn't really hit me yet, but for it to happen like that, it's just, I don't know. It's definitely a statement made. You know what I mean? It's definitely a statement made to whoever got their eyes on me, to whoever doubted me, to whoever want to fight. Like, yeah, y'all know how I'm coming. You know what I mean? So I'm just really happy that everything is just coming to fruition, because y'all have no idea. Like, I really was gonna walk away from the sport at some point. You know, as an amateur. You know, and I didn't believe in myself, and then, you know, had to pass on my brother, and you know, I just really didn't know what to do, and so many people doubted me, you know, shut me out, and was forgetting about me, like, oh shoot, like he'll make it to the finals, but he won't finish the job, he chokes or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, all these different rumors and all this stuff, that fueled me into the fight I am today. So where it's like, yeah, I won't get to the mountaintop, I'm gonna stay to the end of the mountaintop, and this is just the beginning. I'm not just going to win the world title and that's it. Like, no, I believe that I am great. In order to be great, you gotta keep being great again and again and again. And I'm gonna keep being great again and again and again.
Any more questions? Chad, Keyshawn, my question to you, congratulations on the great performance. It was your debut at 140 pounds, yet you look like the bigger man in there. His punches didn't seem to have much effect on you. But how would you describe it, you know, moving into this weight class? And now do you plan to campaign on here and chase those titles at 140?
I ain't gonna lie, bro could punch a little bit. I was surprised. I'm like, damn, okay. But yeah, man, I just felt like, you know, I feel like he had a lot of respect for me in the ring. I feel like I was already getting to him in the weigh-ins, the press conference. I don't know. I think I just always get to my opponents before I fight. It's just, I don't know what it is. But I just be being myself, for real. And he was showing me a lot of respect in there in the ring. But also, as the fight just kept going on, you know, we both got comfortable with each other, like, all right, bet. So I did fear him actually trying to win, for sure. But, like, after a while, as I kept punching him and as my strength was, and energy was not going down, he was just in there. So then after like 6 rounds, I'm like, all right, I got 6 more rounds to go. I'm really about to try to stop you now. You know what I'm saying? Even in the 12th round, I'm like, I'm about to stop you. Like it never left my head. Like, I'm about to stop you. Like, every round, I'm about to stop you. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Thank God it did.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank y'all.
I'm talking about.
Hey, hold on. Shouts out Eddie Hearns, too, man. Frank Smith. Shout out Eddie Hearns. Hers.
In America, it's hers. I think it sounds better.
Okay. I got you. So, shouts out Eddie Hearns, Frank Smith, man. They put on tremendous events, bro. Like, shouts out Turkey Alashiki as well. Put on tremendous events. Alashiki, right? I'm from Norfolk, bro. Like, y'all know what I'm saying. But look, though, shout out y'all, man, for giving me this opportunity, to perform, man. It was great. It was great, man. I just appreciate y'all for sure.
DB3. Damn, that was lovely. Coming back to Norfolk, baby. Going on time.
Yeah, I think she
Really. Coming back to Norfolk.
This is
I know what it is.
Coach Dorsett. So we're just watching his IG live because he's streaming it live. So we'll see if he stays in it. I don't know.
JJ, what's going on, baby? We don't think. That weird night. Juice man. Juice man. Let's go.
We came to kill shit. That's exactly what we did.
That's how we doing, baby.
It's live on the zone. This
Chopwell Arena, ODU.
I'm gonna be honest.
Chopwell Arena,
ODU. Live.
Belt ass.
I can't stream that.
Belt ass. We got DB3 and Kel. What's going on? We got going on. Tell them what you got coming up.
Is going down right in the Chopwell Arena. Got tickets, man.
Yeah, we're bringing it back to VA, baby. Let's go, baby.
But there is a post out there. Real time.
These two DM each other like every other day about it. They go back and forward, back and forward.
So, yep. So, let me see if I can find someone else who potentially is live streaming it, right? So, stop the city recording. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just kind of like my ghetto rigging so that I can listen to it with you guys while stuff is coming in and like being uploaded. So, but if you want to watch it live, I won't take offense if you guys leave and bounce over there, because as a boxing fan, I wouldn't mind you guys going and doing that, because that's just me. If you want to kick in here and hang with me, that's the only reason why I wasn't talking, because I was listening with you guys. But we can get back chatting. Let me see if I see if someone's gonna go live for Shakur. Let's see. I can see what Andre Durrell thinks. Let me see. Big Paul with a broken jaw would beat this lightweight. Eddie Hearn. I say Eddie Hearn's time. They missed you. I'm glad Shakur won. But I slept during the fight. Don't get butthurt. It wasn't my type of fight. Yeah, no, that's fine. There's literally a person at the fight who fell asleep. Like, they legitimately did. Like, it's pretty funny. But as much as Shakur gets the stigma of it, he was cooking. He was cooking. So, I enjoyed it. It's not everyone's fight.
Man, listen, T on there paying homage right now, man. Listen to me. Clean win. Easy work. Masterful performance. Y'all said it for me, man. Y'all said it for me. Outclassed him. Effortlessly, man. The jab controlled the tempo down to a science, man. The jab was the kickstand, bruh. It was the equalizer, bruh. As far as I'm concerned, man, Shakur was on the lake fishing, man. He was taking the easy in there. It was effortless, dog. I'm going to tell you what I think that's due to, man. He definitely just leveled up. No question about it. Easy money. Some of y'all probably... Shakur shut him out, man. The unofficial scorecard gave him 1 round. What was the official score? He had to win by every round, man, because Teo couldn't do nothing. I imagine Teo moving, you know, kind of just like playing around in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Sort of like what Ortiz just did to Keyshawn, right? But Keyshawn just handled business too, right? So I imagine him moving more, being slick, trying to, you know, persuade Shakur to take chances, and, you know, he would capitalize like that. He didn't do that, right? But I don't think it would have mattered, man, because here's the thing, man. And I just really need y'all to help me try to understand this situation. Because what I'm seeing now with today's boxers, I don't think it's ever been done before. We've been in the gym with one another. You know, we kind of have a clique, you know what I'm saying, or whatnot. We'll say hi, whatever. We boys inside. But when it comes to Shakur, the stable that he's attached to, man, listen, you don't have a choice but to grow, man. You don't have a choice but to go to that next level eventually. You got Shakur, you got Andre Ward, you got Terrence Crawford, you got Claressa Shields, and a bonus, you got Keyshawn Davis, man. Every last one of them is undefeated, man. On the road to mastery and already become masters of this game, dog. So just think about the mental that's happening in this gym when they walking in and touching base with each other, when they on the phone with one another, when they're all giving their energy to one particular individual, man. Listen to me, man. Where has this been done before? Who has been cool like that? Where have we seen this type of clique before? This camp, this crew, this boxing, these are the 5 horsemen of the game. Keyshawn kind of playing right now. He kind of in and out of that group. I'm putting him there already, and it's just an aura that boy got, you know. And I see him doing the same thing, man. He has to become more mentally sound, control it more. It's controlled as far as the fight, right? But he get amped up, you know what I'm saying? So he has to be able to have the ability to bring that mental down, right, and still perform like a master, bro. The calm under the storm. I'm sorry, the calm dissipates the storm in this case, man. You got the fighter in Crawford, you got the boxer in Crawford, you got the masterclass in Crawford, 3-time undisputed world champion. You got the sound mind of Andre Ward, thinking mind of Andre Ward. This man can be dirty. You know what I'm saying? He can fight when he need to. The grit of Andre Ward. You got the dog, the monster, the beast in the GOAT, Claressa Shields, man, who just has a determination that will light up anybody who gets the opportunity to stand next to this girl. You got Keyshawn Davis, who has enough energy to carry that whole crew. You know what I'm saying? So he's another part that just, you know, just keeps the whole crew alive. You know what I'm saying? And then you got Shakur, who's already a masterful boxer, who just leveled up again, by the way. Like I said, if Teo would have really came and really I say he did, never mind. It's just the simple fact that he was able to perform so masterfully, man. We have to start paying homage to these boxers, man. We have to stop putting brute strength in front of these boxers and assuming they're going to lose every time they step in there with somebody who can punch. You know what I'm saying? Who can fight dirty. It's like, man, Shakur just really, really showed us all what boxing really is. Because amongst this sport, listen, it's called boxing first. This is boxing first. and then all the other styles derive from the sport of boxing.
people?
It's
What you
like
talking about,
we get
PJ?
the. That's the beautiful thing about this sport. We all come in our own specific way with our own mentalities, own hunger, own attributes, right? And we put it all on the line. So we gotta have a mental that's far exceeds any champion you look up to. They're only showing us that no matter how good one person is, the next is ready to evolve far past them, man. You just got to be hungry for this. You got to believe in yourself, and you just got to put in the work. Man, I am just so this is what happens in situations like this. This could be considered a boring fight to some because it was no action because he controlled the fight so well. I mean, he had the remote. He was just turning it up, turning it down when he wanted to. That was a good way to put it, right? And when I see stuff like that, I'm telling you, I'm in heaven right now. I'm in boxing heaven right now. I just got dopamine spikes. I'm just getting lit up right now. What'd you say? Man, listen, T on there paying homage right now, man. Listen to me. Clean win.
If they wasn't hurt, they would have did way better. I can't talk. Mike got hurt, so I can't say that.
All I heard is one-on-one.
Yeah, I was trying to do that, man.
That's all I heard. That's all I heard.
Listen, I know
you got foundation.
My thing is this.
You got foundation?
I got everything.
So let's do 100 one-on-one. Loser.
No.
Oh, that's live.
I want my 200 to
We can
push
do
this
that.
shit.
Yeah, I'm talking about me and you.
Nah, cause
So
all you
300
do is
all
try
in.
to fucking bully me, nigga. Nah.
Big Bug, scared, the scary man.
Hey,
go.
Hold there. Hey, have you seen me fight? I know how to pick and choose my battles, nigga.
Hey, Bud, go 3 dribbles. I'm never good. You can't post you up.
That's why I said that you drink too much, you're gonna get tired.
Bro.
Because a nigga drink margaritas to jump side. No, nigga, you drink liquor, nigga. You drink liquor like.
Bro, you know what they talking about? The bet is just to post the nigga up, nothing else. Not even the school.
Time out. What we're saying is one-on-one.
Yeah.
One-on-one.
Step in and help him out.
He said.
200. Step in and help him out.
We got 200 on y'all.
I said, what's the bet? What's the bet?
We got 200. We got 200. He said I can't move him. No. Oh my grandma, he did. It's on camera. All these,
you said 10 times.
All these cameras. You said he can't even move you. I'm not him. I ain't going to move
You're
you.
not moving.
So when I move you,
You're not even 200
listen,
pounds.
when I don't gotta be 200 pounds. When I move you, all I'm gonna say is money on the wood. Money on the wood.
How I want the money.
What you say? All Chris Hunter.
He said he don't like taking no
All Chris Hunter. No, you violent. You can't do that.
You said you gonna do that to him.
What you just did.
I'm saying he gonna try boom and he gonna feel when his Achilles is good. He gonna go like this.
Okay, and that's what we said. And that's what we said.
Let me go like this.
And that's what we said. And that's the bad. And that's the bad. That you said the nigga don't go like this.
So the bet is.
You wanna know the reason why?
I'm too
why?
It's just a fucking
Yes, he's stupid. He said
Niggas about to go to the gym tomorrow and get right now.
He just want to give me money.
The reason why I like that bet too, I train with him.
I don't give a fuck if you train with a nigga. Arnold Schwarzenegger, nigga. That nigga just move, nigga.
Okay.
Bro, you know how I do
That shit was too easy, dude.
Yeah, I got it. One-on-one.
Man, I'm moving him. I don't care. It's 200.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
Hey, bud,
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying scoring.
Who wins? Who's winning?
Who wins?
Fucking me. Win with another 2. I'm the best. Yeah, he can't stop me. He can't stop me, but all he gonna do is do this. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna do that. Aggressive shit. He's a football player. I'm not even gonna do that. He don't play basketball.
Saquon Barkley.
Lower his shoulders.
Best running back in the fucking league.
I'm gonna get to my spot and you're gonna get mad at me. You can't do that. That's the difference.
I'm gonna bust your ass.
I'm gonna get to my spot. I'm gonna do whatever I want. You can't do that. Here.
Saquon, shut up.
Two goats arguing. We got the best boxer in the world. Best running back in the world. Arguing about a sport they don't play.
As soon as you do that, I'm be like, stupid. Stupid. Saquon, go back to back football.
They got Joey Badass in the cut.
No.
Chilling.
You want the brand. You don't want no foundation, man. I'm smart. I'm bullying that little nigga. Hey, I don't give a fuck. Even 200 pounds. I don't gotta be 200 pounds. But I'm physically strong. Man, shut up. When I hit that post, 200, you need to be 200. So is you 200? I'm 210. So I can't move you. No, you can't stop me. Can I move you? You can't stop. Can I move you?
That's not
you posting up. No, fuck that. You 210. You posting up. You 210. You 210. Leave him alone. You 210. Can I move you? Fuck that. Can I move you? Can I move you? Okay. So I'm not 200 pounds. How much can I pick up? How much can I pick up? How much you bet? How much can I deadlift? Like he throwing it up? How much can I deadlift?
I'll give you 500. I'll give you 550. You can deadlift 550. Anywhere from 500 to 550.
How much you deadlift?
I already know what it is.
Oh, say how much you deadlift? That's average.
Nothing close.
6?
But he do that
though. I don't
I'm over here boxing. I'm over here doing a lot of nigga shit, nigga. I'm warm up, no nothing. It's weird. You got that nigga strength. I'm not super nigga.
You super nigga. I'm not super nigga.
He's an African nigga.
They say you a super nigga.
I mean, go to Nigeria. LeBron James is like this, walking around. Like shit like this. LeBron. KD like this.
Do you see me?
You don't even know.
Do you see me? Do you see that nigga? Nigga, we got more melanin than this
He said nigga.
Be technical. He's being tampered with.
Super niggas. Crazy. That one says super niggas.
Hola, cámara. Espera, alguien está ahí. You gotta go back to Philly.
He at the press conference? My boy.
What I've been waiting on the press conference.
I'm back here arguing with these niggas and this. Man, y'all niggas making me. Oh, man, this is bullshit. Where's it at? Where the press conference?
Press conference this way.
Hey, where the press conference?
Missing a damn press conference. Appreciate you. Nigga, Saquon Barkley and this nigga arguing about a sport they don't play.
Shit, they the greatest, bro. I'm just sitting there listening.
Nigga, like,
I'm hoping they ask me to come hoop.
I ain't hooping in years.
That nigga said, I got 200, you can't move him.
It ain't about weight, nigga.
Is to stand here and stop a nigga from moving you? That's the.
Well, I say you. I put some money on this shit.
Yeah,
that's the hardest shit in the world, bro.
All the muscles don't mean shit, bro. At all.
He got a little foundation.
Nothing. It's about balance.
Same idea, goddamn, go get that drink.
It's an
mucha gente.
He said he's gonna stand here like this, and I'm gonna back him up, and he's gonna do like this. And he not gonna move. That's the most stupidest shit. This nigga 300 pounds, and I'm gonna move you.
I don't know about that one.
Huh?
I got 200 on that too. It's leverage. If he don't do this, push me forward, I'm going to move him. If he just sits there, he gonna push you. That's what I'm saying. He got to. No, you don't move it. He's here. You can't move me.
Pretty elevated down to
Hey, press conference over with.
Oh, for real?
Wow. What's your back, guys? What's your back? What's your back, please?
Wow, we missed the press conference. God damn. We missed the press conference. Damn. That's crazy.
I wanted to talk shit in the press conference. Didn't nobody tell me. They said you went to go get your blood work done.
They did. They say you getting blood drawn.
Julie! Man, this is bullshit. That was Julie for. Julie, you want some bullshit.
I swear they say he was going to get blood drawn. We waiting on the press conference. Shit.
Bud. God damn, I'm in here working.
God damn.
Yes, sir. That means you've been taking care of me, brother.
That's your coach.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hey, Rick. Do you have, well, that's a rhetorical dumb question. You know, I was one of the first boxers that signed with TKO back in February. You know, Marquise Taylor. I was ranked number 10 by the Ring magazine. But I got unranked due to inactivity. And I still haven't got a call from TKO to fight.
I would talk to Ish. I mean, me personally, I don't have anything to do with TKO.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know any of this stuff. That was like Ish and Dana and Harrison. But yeah, I don't get involved with them on that. They might ask me to go to a show and have my face shown on camera.
I don't want the ring card. I fight anybody. I was trying to fight Nemo off the 24-hour notice, but they didn't pick me. They picked Wendy.
We don't have another card coming up till April, and that's all the UK card. I don't even know anything.
Este la correa de ya tú sabes. Yo veo, my nephew. Dile, yo veo.
Well, mucho corazón, muchos huevos.
Ese es que es. Oíste, Puerto Rico, dile. Grab your bag.
Tell us.
Go to the spin, buddy. The spin. I bet.
Eddie's moving. He's security. He didn't go ahead. This part's not closed. Now, apparently he can't get in there, so Ross spoke to him. Okay. Mate, excuse me, you can't be there. Please, we don't have any.
I understand. Give me a second.
You got it, coach? Hey, y'all, coach on the. Hey, so you let coach through?
Oh, sorry.
You good? Hey, y'all, let coach coming through. You got it, coach?
Yo, that was real.
It was in the stadium.
This will be matched real quick.
It has to be.
Yes, he said that Oakley had at least 4 on stage.
Somebody got it for the good.
Oh, he got it. Oh, he got it.
Oh, he got it on.
Julie. I'm about to go there right now. You got it. Okay. I got it. I gave it to Teray. Okay.
All right, so I done gave y'all all kind of crazy exclusive shit, man. It's been a crazy night, man. I'm about to go ahead and end this motherfucker, man. All right, y'all.
All right, man. That was a nice little surprise right there. We saw a little bit behind the scenes right there. Let me see. Damn, what the fuck? A little behind the scenes right there. So, you know, there's always plays a part preparing video. Don't close the sidebar. All right. So, anyways, appreciate all you guys hanging around. I think we have Shakur Stevenson's post conference. Should I play that and watch that with y'all? I think I might. Let me see. It says preparing video. Please don't. All right, there we go. There we go. It's saved. Perfect. All right, perfect. Hell yeah. Hold on. Let me check real quick. Did I get something? Sorry, I'm doing some work shit. Marvelous. All right, there we go. Cool. Perfect. All right, y'all. I'm gonna head out. I got some videos to make. Shakur Stevenson did his thing. Let's see. Marvelous kid. Let me download this. Perfect, y'all. Shakur Stevenson did his thing. Keyshawn Davis did his thing. Shushu did his thing. Say no more. These guys have been absolutely entertaining and amazing. I would say all three of those guys really showed the world tonight what boxing really is about. Entertaining, put on a great masterclass, and lastly, but none other, show that why these are the next guys of the generation. So, I'm gonna start working on some videos. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, DeAndre, Lorenzo. Real quick, I'm gonna do y'all a solid. Maybe before I go, if you guys are still hanging in, I want you guys to go.
Fight boots, but we're trying to make the.
We have the Shakur Stevenson full post-fight press conference, so just click off here, go there, watch the press conference.
Virgil Ortiz fight, and that was a massive win for British boxing tonight, unexpected. And here comes the champ.
We got the full post of Keyshawn as well, so just head over there. I'm gonna post it in the chat real quick. Go to it, watch it. I'm gonna put it here. Go watch the post conference here. Perfect. try this again. Go watch the post conference here. Oh, shit. Whatever. Y'all get the point. Go there. Click there. We have the full post conference. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. We'll be back with another one. I got some videos I got to edit. Other than that, stay up to date with FightHype. I'm tired, but I got shit to do. And peace. That's the end of the video.